Well, hey everybody, KenPlume here with a brand new edition of Force 5. That's the show where I have a very special guest on to discuss their top 5 Star Wars, I'm going to say collectibles now. It's sort of expanded a bit beyond action figures, but any era, any style, whatever, it's all flexible. And for this episode, my very special guest is one of the fine folks behind Whoosh, an amazing site that you should check out. But I'm going to say that he is a tastemaker, a trendsetter, a heartbreaker. Robo, welcome to the show. Thank you for being on.
I don't think I've ever been introduced like that before. I'm gonna have to remember that. That's awesome.
Which part? Which was the one that really hit you the best?
The trendsetter. I've never been called a trendsetter before.
Well, I think you have swiftly become one of the cornerstones of the sort of action figure tastemakers out there when it comes
and
to
tastemaker. I
reviews.
like tastemaker too. That's
Yeah, I mean, it's, I think that it is your straightforward truthfulness when it comes to assessing everything, but from a genuine point of affection that comes across in the videos that you do.
I do catch myself being a little too positive about it, but if I wasn't
Is that a
positive,
horrible thing, though?
I wouldn't
Why
be
do
doing it.
Yeah.
Right. If it was making me miserable, I would find something else to do.
Particularly if it's stuff that you're spending your own money on.
Yeah.
Then why would you buy a thing that you're gonna hate and then
Right,
make
exactly.
a video about it and have to live with it longer with that choice that you made that was a poor choice?
Because at first, you're looking for those views. You're thinking, man, I got to build the channel and all this. I'll pick this up. I don't know if I like it or not, but we've been doing this long enough to go. I'm not gonna like that. I'm not even buying it.
And things are too expensive.
Yeah.
To make that leap, if you have enough of a doubt looking at a thing to go, that's not, or it doesn't even fit into something that you collect. Like, what is the purpose?
I'm way past. Well, okay, I can't say that. I'll test drive a new line, a new something, but for the most part, I can look at it and go, yeah, I'm not gonna like this articulation or this sculpt or this part or something.
Or you just don't like that franchise or that
Yeah,
just doesn't have an emotional dig at you that pulls you in.
And I like a lot of stuff.
And you've dipped in lines where you have no idea what the franchise is.
Yep. Dang, Fortnite got me after, because fun's fun. And that's all I'm looking for is some fun, maybe some nostalgia. That's it. That's where we are.
Or things like, you certainly have, because one of the things that you do quite often is also customized. So you will buy things perhaps in lines that you don't otherwise collect just because it provides great bits for making things that you want to make.
Even if I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet. I look at some stuff and think that's going to be useful at some point.
Is there anything that you have bought for that purpose that has been sitting for the longest time in the fodder pile that you have not used?
You do not want to see the rest of this room right now because I've got a bad habit, especially with Joe's. Well, okay, my newest one is Joe's. I think there's so many G.I. Joes, so many characters, and they can only go so fast manufacturing. So if I buy extras, I can make my own. But then I realize they're going to get to those eventually, but if they don't, I'm ready.
How many have you made now that they have gotten to, that you have redundancies on of custom?
Outback, right? I haven't done a lot of Joe customs. I've got quite a few Star Wars, but Joe customs,
Star Wars,
I did
it
Outback.
seems like they're just taunting you at this point.
I got to the point where it was like, well, back in the day, Marvel Legends were just starting, and then they went away. Then DC started. They went kind of deep, went away. So I'm just kind of filling in holes. Because I know when a line's going hot and heavy, if I make something, they're going to make one. It's going to.
But it also might not necessarily be the exact one that you had an emotional attachment to.
That's true. But I'd say 85% of the time, if they come out with an official version, I usually replace my custom with it.
I can't wait to see what happens with Black Chrysanthemum. When they come up with an official release that's based on Book of Boba Fett, that's Sophie's choice that you're going to have to make after what almost a year now of development on this, the one you've been doing?
On 2. I had a test one that I finished and thought I was good with, and then better fodder presented itself, and I had to go for it again. And spoiler, we'll be talking about that here in a minute.
So that's going to be a difficult decision. I can't. They're still going to do the unveiling just for you, right? That's going to be the announcement. Is, you know what? We're going to send this one. Boosh is going to do this unveiling of this figure because we want to see the look on Robo's eyes
Yeah.
when he
It's
sees this picture.
I don't. You probably got me there. I put a lot of elbow grease, a lot of love and sweat and tears
From
into
so many different places. I was talking to the
yeah.
folks at Diamond
Testing things out,
Select
chopping
ab-
up several
about all of the usefulness you found out of the Diamond Select version as well.
after hating that. I skipped because I didn't care for the proportions, the articulation.
Because it's its own
Art.
line.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, well, this is its own thing. What
Yeah.
kind of universe building when there's like a figure a year can you really
But
do?
when it came back around, oh wait, those arms and legs may work for what I'm wanting. So
And that's how a line gets you. You can
it
never
does.
completely dismiss a line because you never know when they're going to come up behind you and go, oh, by the way, did you see this might work for that, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, I never got that Boba Fett because, well, I've been cutting back on Star Wars in general, but like we were talking about, prices and everything else, got
And you're
to
not
make cuts
You're
somewhere.
not Dan Larson. You're not going to
No,
just be taken in by every Boba Fett that comes off the street.
exactly. Almost. In fact, I have one laying right here. I haven't opened.
Well, let's talk a little bit about, before we get into your choices, sort of your collecting journey, because we're of a similar age, so we're of a similar generation when it comes to the pop culture things that got their hooks into us at a young age. I've certainly seen from your collection that
you could almost say we're perfect age for this kind of thing.
we were considering we still have a stranglehold on the toy industry.
Yes.
Which has now very much become the collectible industry, because I don't know what kids are actively buying or investing in these lines and characters.
I don't get out near as much as I used to. When I was doing the con circuits at 15, well, 17, 18, 19, and hitting all these different cities and all these different stores, I would see kids, here and there. Because the online thing is to, I never see a kid at my Walmart. Well, there's thousands of Walmarts out there. So I don't really have a good slice.
But no kid is out there
like
hounding Hasbro for chuckles.
I don't think so. I mean, they could still say that that's their market, that's the target, but
I think that's the hope. I think that's the hope right now, or that the older generation is indoctrinating kids into an affection for these clearly of a different generation characters and franchises.
And if my kids aren't interested, then it's a uphill battle, I think, for a lot of people to get the kids into it.
Yeah, I don't think kids are investing in the Hiss tank.
No, or con exclusives, or
no. There's no kid that's paying $70 for a 2-pack of action figures at this point.
No. Chase variants and yeah, I think they say that, but they know deep down.
Yeah, no, they can't publicly say it yet.
No,
we'll see.
Yeah.
I think there comes a point where they eventually have to just accept that certain lines are clearly just nostalgia lines.
Oh, yeah. You release a box set with Razorback and the Human Fly, and I know I jumped to Marvel.
Like a Razorback and Human Fly. Honestly, of the characters they released, those probably would be the ones that kids would get excited about, because like if they could be Fortnite characters. You could easily see Razorback and Human Fly show up as a Fortnite character, and no one would bat an eye.
No, and they were Fortnite characters before Fortnite was a thing.
Yeah, in the 70s, Marvel was really creating a ton of Fortnite characters.
Yep, didn't even know it. Great. Oh man, yeah. Like I said, we're the perfect age. We were there at not the beginning, but during the 80s. Cartoons and comics and everything.
It was when pop culture and toys became intertwined. Like you didn't have one without the other. If you had a show on TV, it had a toy line. If it didn't have a toy line, it wasn't on TV for very long.
Actually, that's true. I mean, I never thought about it like that. Wasn't there something too about, hey, you need to quit marketing? Wasn't it later on?
That was what I think what happened, what was dismissed in the beginning of the 80s was where you couldn't do that. That's why lines like He-Man and toy companies, because like, we're just going to make our own shows. And they're clearly just promoting this. It's just the toy
and it
line.
is. And it was awesome.
And then that's how we got Shirt Tails and Get Along Gang.
Hey, Bogey. Here's looking at you, kid.
Yeah, come on. Where's that franchise? Why isn't that coming back?
No kidding. We're just not there yet. We haven't
Now,
milked everything else.
that's like perfect for digital. You have an LCD display that could change out what the saying is on the shirt.
Yeah.
It's reactive. It's like a little Tamagotchi. Like you have to like, well, how does my shirt tail feel about this? It's like a magic 8-ball too.
You know what? What's sad is I only remember Bogey. I can't remember.
Because he had a Bogart accent on Saturday morning. What do you...
I can remember the panda and, but I don't remember their names.
And the Get Along. Do you remember the Get Along Gang? They all had a
not near as much.
That was the Moose was the lead character in that. That also came in. That was when greeting card companies were like, that's Rainbow Bright, that's Care Bears. That was the greeting card investment.
I was more into Care Bears than Get Along Gang.
It was the stare, right? It was the
what?
It was the power of the stare.
It was. It was mostly just I liked greens, and there was Lucky Bear. So
was Lucky Bear the one you had? Did you have it as a figure or as the stuffed animal?
I think it was the stuffed animal and coloring books for some reason.
Well, I mean, it was greeting cards company, so all that stuff that was paper goods, they put out a ton of.
It's insane. It's crazy. But I'm also the guy that I don't remember Silverhawks.
But Silverhawks was late 90s. I mean, late 80s. So I think that was in the transition for a generation where you were kind of falling out of, like, maybe I'll sleep in on a Saturday morning.
That's true too.
Or I have after school activities that are going to cut into the after school viewing.
Oh no, I didn't have anything like that. I was straight home.
Or I'm just doing something else. Because also that was the rise of video games.
That was about right then, because we went from Atari to Nintendo to PlayStation. So you're
going to come home from school and are you going to watch cartoons? Or are you going to turn on the Nintendo and play some games before you have to do your homework kind of thing?
Yeah. Or after, or instead of homework.
Yeah. Yeah. Or you have to do your homework as soon as you get home from school. So you're missing the cartoons that way. And then you're playing games for the rest of the night.
But I remember Tiger Sharks. How weird's that?
But I wonder how much of that we remember the commercials.
No, I watched Tiger Sharks.
Well, that was appointment viewing for you. Is like, no, that's me.
Yeah,
that's
for some reason. But no Silverhawks, no Silverhawks cartoon, no Silverhawks toys. I don't remember either.
But it wasn't on long, wasn't that a season one and done show, if I remember correctly?
But going back and looking, and you think those shows went on forever. And some of those shows,
but they were syndicated, so they played them over and over and over again. So you had a block of 20, 30 shows.
Yeah, one season.
And those are and that was also the period when like Fox Kids and and Kids WB would also bring those shows in just as padding, because they could buy up the library and pad out their lineup, and local channels could pad out their lineup. Or
the USA Cartoon Express, that was earlier than Fox and WB and stuff.
But you had the poor channel in town. You always had the poor channel that wasn't a Fox affiliate and also didn't have the Disney Afternoon, that just had all the leftover cartoons.
Yep. Right before Andy Griffith and
right before they
Sanford
go into Too Close for Comfort.
Yeah. But no, I mean that's my whole childhood right there, is older TV, TV sitcoms, and then cartoons. That was it.
Well, I mean, we were also the Nick at Night generation, so
yeah,
we can reel off references to Donna Reed and Make Room for Daddy and
Dick Van Dyke, and
kids don't know what we're talking about, and we should know what we're talking about. But we watched a lot of Mr. Ed.
Yeah. And then newer. I mean, I was a big Night Court guy or kid.
I mean, that was the golden age.
Of
NBC. So did you get the Bull Shannon puppet?
No.
That was my I remember the Warner Brothers catalog. That was when the Warner Brothers stores were very much a thing, and you could request a Warner Brothers catalog, and one of the things they had in it, you could get the Bull puppet.
Oh my god.
And it had Richard Mull with that little mass market version of the Bull puppet that he had in the show that you could order.
I don't remember that. It's
Now,
small
now it's
town
on your
Arkansas,
grail
though.
list, right? You have to track down.
I'll have to go take a look. I'll have to look that up after we get off here. See what's going on.
So, what was the first one that really caught you? What was the first time that you was a toy line that you actively asked your
Oh,
parents for? And
it was Star Wars from early on, you know. I don't remember, of course, I was only 2 years old, I think, whenever Star Wars came out. But I remember Empire and Jedi, and then toys at Christmas, birthday.
it was so easy for parents of that
Yeah.
generation.
Yeah. I mean, they just go to the store, pick up some stuff.
They
You
had
got
they
new
had they had
stuff.
two options. They always had the thing that the kid wanted, or the generic thing that tricked them
Yeah.
into buying or saving money on it. Like, what? It's a GoBot. It's like a
Yeah.
transformer, right?
Yeah. But you knew the difference. You could
Oh,
see the
yeah,
difference. Yeah.
yeah. And you taught them eventually the difference. It's like, you know what? Folding over once is not a transformation.
But even real Transformers did that sometimes.
Sometimes, but not to the
Sometimes.
extent that the GoBots were the laziest transformers.
Yeah. In fact, I bought the yellow just at PowerCon a couple months ago. My first car was a Volkswagen. We were at a toy store in Columbus, Ohio, and I saw the yellow Volkswagen GoBot. I can't remember its name, but I had to get it.
What was the one that, because obviously it was Bumblebee for Transformers, but what
Yeah,
was it
I don't.
for?
I only remember Leader One and
Someone's shouting us right now, so
yeah.
thank you to the person who's shouting at us. We can't hear you, but we appreciate it, and that's what comments are for.
In fact, I probably looked it up during that time, but you know, like I was saying, I forget day to day. But even that, I'm looking at it, you know, and the cab of the car becomes the head, and it's just like, what? That's not even a head. That's just
No, it's
parts in different
yeah.
configuration.
You can't just draw a picture of a face on the bottom side of the car and call it a
Right.
head. It doesn't. No, you
No.
can't do that. And that's
But now
not
there's
that's not a
now there's a
Christmas
nostalgia
parent.
to it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
You can appreciate the jankiness as an adult.
Yeah. Especially when an import company starts making kind of cool versions and you're like, I hate GoBots. Oh, but no, those look good.
Yeah, I will pay $50 for that, because
No.
now it's
but now if I get a Psykill, I can put it with my Marvel collection.
yeah. Thanks, James Gunn.
Yeah. And now I need an import
Yeah,
Psykill.
James Gunn has been bought by Big GoBot. Just what we needed. Somebody made a phone call.
Exactly.
It's like, we need the GoBots back. Can you bring them back just in one fell swoop?
And that's the first thing I heard about that special was that, not anything else, not the actual spoiler from that movie, you know, that whatever special. It was that. It was the GoBot thing.
Holiday special. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I mean, you
Okay.
run a toy channel, so of course,
exactly.
The spoiler for you is going to be Psykill is in the Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday
Because when I watched
special.
it, I was like, this is a way bigger spoiler that I didn't even know about. But
so now you're
I'm
going to
good
set
with
up your
that.
display. You're going to get a Psykill just so Drax can be wailing on him in the background of your display.
I think I've seen. 'Cause I think there's been 2 or 3 Psykills in the past few years that
would be that scale.
Not that scale. There may be a smaller one and a bigger one, and then a newer one somewhere in between. But I haven't gotten any of them.
Could you kit bash one and dress up a generic Marvel Legends figure to be wearing the Psykill outfit?
That'd be tough. Not tough.
Because you could cheat. You could cheat on some of the pieces of him to sort of shorten him up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, get yourself, like, you know, the what's Martin Freeman's character in Black Panther, or get yourself
damn. And you know what? I swear the timing of this, my son and I were in Walmart not 2 or 3 hours ago, and that figure was hanging on the pegs, and he goes, "Oh, that guy." And even then I was like, I didn't look, and the name was right there on the front of the package. And here we are trying to remember his name. It's
of course, that's why you have to buy that figure. Now you know you have to, because now he's your Psykill. He's your Psykill for your Hollywood Boulevard display.
Yeah.
Has Marvel Legends put out a Mantis? Did they ever do a Mantis?
Yes, she was a Build-A-Figure in one of the series from the second movie.
Small Build-A-Figure.
I know, and at the time, there was a lot of comments like that of why,
but never got a re-release, even like in their 10 years where they did a lot of those.
I don't think so. I've kind of fallen off following the MCU stuff. Again, with the prices, I'm trying to stick with my X-Men, my classics, but
Just to
I don't
finish your
think so. I think
Ravagers.
I think that's been
That's
it.
your only goal, right? Once the Ravagers are done, then you're checking out.
Yeah, yeah. Until the next big thing hits.
What could they
I can say
possibly
that
do?
between movies.
Yeah. you don't. There's so much coming that you're going to have to get.
I know, but there's other stuff I had to
you
get.
got to save money on a HasLab, so that was a benefit.
A couple of HasLabs that I wanted to go, that I kind of wanted but didn't make it.
You're not going on the Hiss?
Oh, no. Okay, Hiss. The one on my mind is Ghost Rider. Right, but I saved money on the Rancor last year.
Oh yeah. But you got your Galactus in finally?
Yes, I haven't even opened the box yet.
The self-restraint or just your lack of being at home is incredible.
That's true too. Maybe I'll wait till Christmas and open it up and be like, yes.
I mean, it needs to be a live stream. I mean, now you've built up to you finally unboxing this thing. How many people have asked you to this point, have you opened that thing finally?
There's been a few. And I'm like, hey, there's been other stuff to open, I know,
but it's not the thing that's like a yard long.
I know. I don't know why I haven't opened it, but maybe because it's so daunting. And when I opened the Sentinel, I made it it became work trying to shoot it in front of a camera and everything else. So I guess I kind of psyched myself out with Galactus, thinking, my God, I'm going to have to pull that Unicron box back out here and cover it up and then open Galactus on top of it. And because I haven't opened Unicron either. What about a pulley
system? What if you lowered it from the ceiling?
You know what? My thought was, since everybody's already reviewed it, everybody already knows the deal. Everybody that has gotten Galactus has gotten Galactus. So I think I'm just going to open them up, play with them, and take like a 10-second video of, God dang, that's a big figure. Yeah, and that's it.
You should just release it as a short.
Yeah, that's it.
Just be a short. It's like, it's good.
Yeah, because on top of that, I don't have any place to put them at the moment. So
mine's just sort of sitting back. But I'm displaying them now with the retro Silver Surfer to make the scale even bigger, because the retro Silver Surfer stands in a stoic pose like you'd expect the Silver Surfer to. So it's fine not having the articulation of the Legends size figure. So it's hard to place. It's going to dominate and block anywhere it goes.
Oh, definitely.
And you don't want to put it up too high, because the ratchets on that thing are incredible. They feel rock solid. And
after
that's
the
thing that lulls you into a false sense of security about something like that. Because it might be something like maybe 6 months, a year later, 10 years later, you never notice the slow and steady droop, and then suddenly it just decides to ratchet down to the next ratchet, and it's a 5-6 foot drop.
See, I'm that guy with the 24-inch Transformers on the top shelf, and
that's
Megatron
all delicate pieces.
Yeah, Megatron took a tumble one night, and
what broke? Did anything snap
nothing
off?
Nothing. I mean, his head popped off and something else popped off the other direction. I was already missing a finger. He came without an index finger, but that company doesn't make Transformers anymore, so I'm kind of out of luck there. But I put him right back on the shelf. He did more damage to the Mezco Iron Man and something else than himself.
Were you present when it took the tumble, or you just found it?
I was on the other end of the house, and I was telling this story today. I was on the other end of the house. My son was further at the other end in his room, and it was like midnight, and it was just a because I have hardwood floor in the.
That was like the perfect storm of destruction.
Oh yeah, we both came popping out like, what just hit the house? And it was that, because what had happened is the Mattel T-Rex tumped forward. His tail hit Megatron in the back.
It was just enough of a bump to.
They both went off both sides.
I've told this story before. So I have this shelf. I'll show you up here. So that shelf right there, which is lined with Hot Toys, the Sideshow fertility idol that they did, the 1-to-1 Full Metal from Raiders of the Lost Ark, There's a ton of stuff up there. Big, massive shelf. And I'm on the phone with a friend and just talking on the phone. And what I didn't know was the shelves that I thought I had put up very well. One thing that I thought was a stud was actually an empty cavity.
Oh.
So it had been working its way on one side away from the wall, unbeknownst to me, until it reached a threshold where it could finally disconnect enough. So it basically disconnected from the wall and leaned forward to create a slide for everything that was up there as I was on the phone. And if you've not heard, like it seemed like 30 straight seconds of an avalanche of collectibles coming down in a solid wave. Like it was an incredible sight. and it kept coming off, just kept going. And then you just see everything laying there. And I was very happy how zen my reaction was, because at that point, what could you do?
Yeah, I mean,
the
what
damage,
happens.
if there was damage, was already done.
Yeah.
And the thing that I could see was one side was still attached. So there was like a big, there's a Brock Sampson Venture Brothers statue that's up there from Sideshow, big, massive thing that now I'm looking at going, I hope the other side is attached. Because now I got to, the reaction I had to do was wade through the pile of stuff that I'm going to have to sort my emotions out on later.
Yeah.
To save the things that are in the precarious position, but are still left up there clinging to mint condition at that point.
Now, were you in the room at the time?
Yeah, no, I was.
Okay, so you're watching it.
I was right in real time as it happened. And it was the most incredible sight. I hope you never see in your life.
Was it like slow motion? Kind of? Or is that how you remember it?
The thing that I found most impressive was that from, that's probably about 7 feet off the floor, that shelf.
Yeah.
It seemed like there was at one point a solid wave down to the floor before it stopped falling.
Yeah.
Because, there's the density to how things are displayed. And to see that happen in real time was, may you witness a heartbreaking miracle like that at some point.
My two youngest used to hang out when they were younger. They'd hang in the room and count how many figures were on the wall or on a certain shelf, or how many Darth Mauls or how many of this character or whatever. And then it would slowly go into kind of a, well, if we slap this one here, do you think it would knock the whole shelf down and then come down in domino? Or would this? And I got into where I would think about that of, where would you hit it to knock them all down? Or this or that, and it never did it. Never did it.
But that dinosaur heard, and it tried, and it only got that Megatron.
Yeah. And what caused that dinosaur had been up there for a long time, but I'd just gotten the DC collectibles Batman versus Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Michelangelo in Batman costume, and apparently in the movie he sits on a T-Rex head in the Batcave. And
so
I thought,
too good a display not to do.
Oh, that's perfect. I put it up there and he was straddling and riding it. And I was like, man, that's awesome. That's what caused the tip forward. And
but
so it's all Michelangelo.
But you got that moment of beauty of realizing your dream of seeing that up there. It was up there for you.
I'm pretty sure I took a picture too, so I hope I did at least, because he's never going back up there. That's why Michelangelo's my least favorite.
What more damage could he do at this point? Come on.
Yeah, it's done. It's done. And I eventually found the Mezco Iron Man mask, because Megatron dumped and kind of turned into the next shelf.
It just took some stuff with him?
Yeah. So Iron Man took a tumble and everybody else. Yeah, it was pretty cool, actually.
Well, now it could be worse.
Yeah, it could be worse. And a lot more expensive. Was there any damage, or was...
The surprising thing was, the only thing that broke was an Electric Tiki Mighty Mouse statue. His tail broke. Everything else, I don't know if everything cushioned itself as it was coming down in the solid wave. So it just moved as a solid mass.
Yeah.
Even that fertility idol also came down in it, and it didn't break it. And there's all the fiddly bits on Hot Toys.
Yeah. I don't even touch Hot Toys.
So the fact that none of that was lost, there were no broken bits of armor. There was, there's Iron Man armors up there. The Mark One armor, the Hot Toys
Yeah.
came down in that fall, and that's all fiddly bits.
And then some of those Iron Mans are, metal, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh no. I mean
Yeah.
the War Machine, I think that I have up there, the Mark One War Machine is metal. So
I can't even imagine.
but I'll never forget the sound.
Yeah. That's, oh man, having that on video would have been amazing too. I mean, it's sad, but amazing.
Oh, listen, if I could watch that again and again, I would.
I guarantee that would kill it on YouTube or somewhere.
Well, one day when I'm all over it, we'll recreate it.
Yeah. When you're done.
String. Yeah, when I'm done, that'll be the last thing anyone sees of the collection. I'll just be enveloped by the wave. That's the hoarder's moment, when it's just
that's right. Bury me with it.
Yeah, we think he was crushed by the fertility idol, ultimately. But we can't rule out the War Machine. It is metal.
Yeah, it's going with them.
Yeah. Oh no. I mean, I'm sure that, I look at folks that have collections in earthquake-prone areas. And, I know, occasionally, even not being an earthquake-prone, there's sometimes there's something that happens that gives you a little jolt.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm near a military base as well. So sometimes they'll be doing war games and you'll get a little, and you're like, I pack that stuff really dense, and there's a lot of precarious things that are on a super specific balance that I'm worried about.
Because I got to ask this week about, what I use for stands. And I'm like, I'll leave it to fate. That's just,
no, I mean, when you find that spot and you're like, what stands means less things.
Yeah, exactly. I got to get them in there.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I'm not sure how dense your collection has gotten over the years and how much you store away, what your ratio is.
It's gotten to where I can't put new stuff up. It's gotten to where we're talking of building something outside, but that's also for this worktop stuff too. You know what I mean? Well, right. This worktop, but
really it's just a way to get you out of the house.
Yeah. Get the bedroom back, because this is actually the bedroom.
Reclamation project is what it is.
That's right. Because every now and then it's like, sure would like to have a closet back with stuff. I'm like, that's my review space. That's
you understand? Yeah, and this is the backup display, and this is the staging area, and this is, and I gotta open that Galactus. I gotta have room for that.
One more kid moves out, that's my Masters of the Universe room, and no.
You said it. I think your true intention just came out.
No, because even when my kids move out, they don't actually take their stuff with them. They just, just in case. But that's okay.
But then they're staying in the Masters of the Universe room when they come.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's not a guest room.
Don't touch anything.
It's the Masters of the Universe room where a guest is able to stay.
That's right. There's a bed,
but don't touch anything.
The wall. Yeah, there's nothing else.
Don't you domino anything in there.
Exactly.
How bored you are.
As much as you want to. Nope.
And that leg better not roam while you're sleeping and kick anything either.
Oh man, no.
And also the shelves are overhanging the bed, so if anything tumbles, it's going to be awkward.
Right, exactly. or knock somebody out. Because
what was the last large thing you bought? Was it the Galactus? Do you now have an active concern about I can't do? Like, good thing Black Series vehicles for Star Wars didn't become an active ongoing thing.
In fact, I'm looking right over at the corner with the TIE Fighter with a snow speeder on top of it, just sitting because I got no place to put it. And then there may be something on top of that in front of some 3D printed, like the indoor bunker and Mandalorian throne and an AT-AT leg. It's all over there in the corner, just kind of stacked together, because where am I going to put that? The Sentinel's standing over here on the floor.
Once you start utilizing the ceiling, it's like, well, it's a flying vehicle. Well, then it should fly.
Well, that's always been the idea, and it worked for the TIE Fighter, but a lot of the times when you hang a ship like that from the ceiling, you're just looking at the bottom. You can't see the good part.
Well, I mean, you can get a good angle on it. You can get an attack angle that allow you to get a good view on it.
Some trench run.
Yeah. I mean, like, I got the classic Kenner X-Wing now I've hung from the bottom of the shelf. You can see it.
It's hanging down enough though, right? I mean, it's coming down below.
Yeah, it angles enough to where you can see Luke in there piloting. So now, I'm utilizing the underside of shelves for additional hanging space. If it's a flying character, now it's flying. Like if I have whether it be Captain Rex or a Captain Marvel, if it's now on the edge of a shelf in flying pose on a stand that's attached, because I have them clipped now to the edge of shelves.
Yep.
So they're in flight mode, dangling off the side now.
My favorite is the females in Marvel Legends that can fly, because their hair hangs down, and they usually have like crooks where I can just put a thumbtack in the wall and balance them on that.
My favorite thing is binder clips, because you can hide a support rod behind one of those. See if I can pull a binding clip out. Show you real quick.
See, I also picked up a metal.
You got that on the edge of the shelf there. You can thread one down here. You got good support here. So that's not going to give at all. If you don't need the bottom, that folds into the underside of the shelf.
Or the bottom keeps it from side to side?
Yes. Yeah, because you can lock it in and thread it through the thin part, but you can also do a loop with fishing line or a zip tie, anything that, or wire to keep whatever the stand is in place or the direction you want it to be without it sliding.
Right.
So that's my edge of shelf display.
Because I have binder clips, but they're small that I use for dio stuff.
Yeah, it's the 1-inch ones.
That's what my brain went to. I didn't. I forget. Out of sight, out of mind, because I don't think about stuff like that. But now that I do.
Yeah. Now, I mean, the density. Now you need to start thinking about.
Yeah.
Well, Storm shouldn't just be standing on the shelf. Storm should be
exactly
flying off the shelf.
And the brood need to be crawling around on the wall.
So many other any Spider-Man now is hanging from fishing line.
Now, my main Marvel stuff is in a metal kind of shelving unit with holes where you can adjust the shelves. So I've put like Hobgoblins or Green Goblin's hat thing. He's hanging in one of those, and the Spider-Mans with the magnet hands and stuffing their feet through the everywhere, trying to but I like the binder clip thing.
Anyone watching and listening to this who doesn't have this sickness might think this sounds odd.
Yep, because it's hard to picture for those who don't do this kind of thing.
Yeah, to any collector listening though, these are top tips.
Yeah,
and you're welcome.
Oh man. Hopefully Sunday, because I've been to, well, especially Veeb's house. He's got the basement and he's got everything spread out and nice and you can see everything, and I'm like, I can't do that. Like I got to stuff it all in.
Yeah, it's archaeological layers. There's excavation that can happen.
Or new stuff I've been going in boxes until I'm gonna have to do some curating. I think
we all think that.
Yeah.
But then we still get the thing, and then we find, if I just move that just a half inch over, I could slide this down. And then that's
because I need these 27 stormtroopers over here.
Yeah.
Because
they retooled the body.
Yeah.
They got to get the retooled body. I mean,
27 more.
It's got these joints I'll never use because he's just going to be in a static position because it's the only place he'll fit.
I'm replacing the old ones, but the old ones need to stay up there too, just to fill out the arm.
Because it's army building. I mean, you can't manage. I mean, you got to balance.
It's not a sickness. It's not a
no. It's a feature.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go. No, this year I've had to do a deep dark look at.
I mean, don't forget, Galactus can fly. That's all I'm saying.
True. That's true.
And he can stand up. Certainly contemplated if I could find a nice wall stud and a nice bracket that would fit around his waist like a flight stand. Because when he does that sort of hovering, it does it like he's standing just in air. It's not like the feet are pointed down or anything. He's just hovering there.
Alex Ross style, kind of. Yeah. Well, I mean, he does it in a lot, but that's the picture I go to.
Having him just looming off to the side, maybe backlit by some LED lighting.
Yeah. And the perspective was always awesome, so you want them up a little bit. A seatbelt maybe?
I think it's even a zip tie. Even if you get one of those nice,
Yeah.
strong Velcro zips that you can get that are, a long strap. I think the Velcro strap would.
You know what I was about to ask if he had a separate belt piece because I could just go in there and look at, open it, but I'm not there yet.
Oh, you're gonna get there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
I'll get
feel you're gonna
comfortable.
get there. You have to do it before the end of the year.
Oh yeah,
If you
definitely.
if you don't do it by the end of the year, why'd you get it?
Well, on top of that too, I didn't prepare either. I just ordered Firelord during the sale this weekend. So I don't even have all his heralds.
What do you miss? But you have the Terrax, and what was the
I
other one that came out?
I didn't get okay. I didn't have all the heralds I care about because
Now, come on, the Terrax run in Fantastic Four was great.
oh no, I have the original Build-A-Figure Terrax. I don't need that 2-pack that's coming.
Oh, with the newer character that
Yeah.
he's
The forgotten one or
yeah,
the one
the
I
one
never
that
knew
we
about.
almost forgot.
Yeah. The one I never knew about in the first place, so I can't
The
forget him.
ironic box set that they sell.
Yeah. I mean, it's cool looking, but I'm good. I'm covered.
I mean, then you can get someone design a 3D printable harness that we could strap to the back of
Hmm.
Galactus that you could attach all his heralds
Yeah.
around him.
Because he's a display to himself, right? He's got the stands for 2 of them that can.
He's got the hands for 2 of them.
Yeah.
So, but all of them have the ability to fly. So as
Yeah.
long as you have them all flying around him, then that part is sorted too.
But then you think about it, that's taking a lot of wall space that could be used for more shelves.
Or it's utilizing space you didn't hang a shelf, and it's just, listen, who doesn't want Galactus in their bathroom? That's all I'm saying is just him hovering, judging, ready to.
uh, have somebody staring at you.
Or come on, in the kitchen. What better place than for
See?
Galactus is in
Yeah.
the kitchen, ready to devour?
Put a little apron on them.
Put a chef's hat. Can we
Hmm.
have a custom chef's hat for that scale of Galactus?
Have we never thought about he's actually wearing some kind of alien galactic chef's hat? Is that what this is?
Yeah, maybe he's been a chef all along.
Yeah. See,
Can we get the kiss the cook apron?
we are figuring out the hard questions tonight.
All I'm saying is Hasbro, more accessory packs for these
I'm,
figures.
now I'm thinking of some kind of center of the room thing, hanging down from like, well, not the ceiling fan, huh? It'd spin too fast. Just have him hovering in
I
the
mean,
middle.
yeah. Make it like a show. Make it like a
Yeah.
Bellagio, sort of like have some fountains going up around him. Like
As
Laser
mine's still
Floyd.
in a
Can we
box.
have the Galactus version of Laser Floyd that just
If I could afford all that, I wouldn't be worried about buying what I buy, you know.
I mean, they have those cheap laser star projectors that just put,
That's true.
generic stars around.
Glue some go 90s, glue some glow in the dark stars on the ceiling
Oh,
and stuff.
yeah,
And
totally.
yeah. It's good to go.
I can't wait for the Galactus rave that you will
Oh,
shoot in
dude.
your 60-minute short when you flick on the lights to your Galactus display with that thumping electronica.
Yeah. Just have him standing there all boring style, and as soon as you flip off the lights, just
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Devourer of worlds
is proud to present Galactus and the Heralds.
culinary showstopper.
Someday. And you know what? Yeah, I barely use my kitchen anyway, so
Yeah, see,
it's
perfect. You might as well colonize that. Start putting everything in there.
There's already shelves in the pantry. We get rid of all this stuff, and
But make them open displays.
yeah.
What's the point otherwise? If you have space, utilize the space.
See, I'll use the house for the collection and hobby and work stuff, and we can build something outside just to live in.
Yeah.
Just need a bedroom.
People
and a
love
kitchen.
those tiny houses.
Yeah,
there must
exactly.
be something to them. Just get one of those sheds from Lowe's.
Mm-hmm. As
That's
long as
good,
we have a
right?
TV out there, and then I have all this space.
Yeah, I mean, you still have a functional kitchen and restroom in the house. That's fine.
Yeah.
You walk 10 feet.
Yeah. If you need to go to the bathroom, just walk across the yard.
Yeah, like you would inside. But now you're just walking across the yard. It's fine. I don't
I'll
see
put a
any problem.
sidewalk.
I think this is all perfectly valid
Legit.
arguments.
This is acceptable. Perfectly acceptable. I'm gonna go tell my wife right now.
Yeah. Well, while we wait for that, let's get to your number 5 choice.
Oh yeah, we still got to talk about this, huh?
We're gonna so I did right before we started, as I've done with every guest before you. I've reiterated the thing that was said in the initial outreach about being on the show, which was about ranking your choices. And to a person before you as well, there was a look of panic at having to make that judgment about actually ranking the choice, because you already made the choices of what 5 would be, but now you're having to put them in an order and say which one is furthest away from your number 1.
Now that, because that, oh man, even the rank, even picking 5 figures was like, well, this is today's,
And also this ranking is for right now.
Yeah.
This ranking could change. Your emotions about these things could change.
It's changing as you're talking. Because I looked down and I thought, oh, wait, maybe he's number 1 and he's number 2. Damn it.
As it should. I mean, now you're having to look at it and go, which of these toy children do I care least about first?
The least. Out of these 5.
Like anyone does with their children, where they go, you're the least. I love you all. You're the least.
Well, mine's probably not going to be hard to guess, but I think I have a wild card in there that I actually haven't shown on camera before. So,
and you do have the ability for honorable mentions. If there's anything that comes to mind that you're like, this didn't quite make the list, but I do want to mention I love this.
Oh man, there's all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff I could bring out for honorable mention.
I'm throwing it out there.
No,
you have that ability. If you feel like number 6 is looking from the wings right now, going, I thought you loved me, Daddy.
No,
I thought I was part of the family, and you said I was special too.
We get past these 5, and we're talking shelves of. There's a reason why I have one display of Star Wars. That's all my mains, and then I have all the secondaries on another display. Just in case.
Okay, well, let's go with number 5. The child you'll be fine if they move out of the house first.
Now, number 5. It may be kind of it's all shiny and new, and I just opened it this week, and I love it so much, but I put it at number 5 because of that, because it may.
So it hasn't had enough time to fully work its way into your heart, but you still love it.
So this, for my Black Series.
Very jealous. That's the new
Clone Wars Darth Maul.
Season 7. Siege of Mandalore.
I just opened this week. I got it from Star Action Figures in the UK because I couldn't. This whole wave. I haven't reviewed a full-on wave all year except for the Ahsoka wave, and it was only like 4 figures. But when this one started popping up overseas, I was like, I need this whole wave. I need all of them. So I went out of my way to order it. And now that I have this in hand, it's hard to beat the Phantom Menace design for Darth Maul, but this looks so good.
So how much of that is because you can't get a lot of reuse? Certainly the legs you're not going to be able to reuse from anything. So
no. And then
is that the Sith Apprentice, the comic version chest? Did they reuse that?
I was sure. And the neck looks identical to that Apprentice. And I said in the review that the chest was reused because they have this cut across the mid torso that doesn't do much of anything because of the tunic.
Right.
All the movements at the waist. But Out of the Basement YouTube channel, Justin from it commented on my video and said it's not reuse because the Sith Apprentice has nipples. I haven't verified that because it's in the other room. And I can't, well, I guess you can, and this doesn't have those.
So he's just smooth sailing.
Maybe they altered it. Yeah.
Now I'm going to look this up. I'm going to look up the Sith Apprentice.
Okay. Because I cleaned off my space earlier
and see what comes up. Not the zoom I thought I was going to be doing on a photo.
That's right. Hey, does Darth Maul have nipples?
Also, kudos to that channel for a keen eye.
Yeah, because I think they're in a, well, my area doesn't really get new stuff like this early. Backwoods, Arkansas. If it's not Walmart, I'm not getting it early. But I think they've already had them in hand and maybe compared.
I mean, I've
But
been
yeah,
surprised. Have you also been surprised at how much stuff that you thought would be reuse in recent months wound
yeah,
up being new sculpts or tweaked enough for you going, well, what did you really save in doing reuse?
because in that wave too is Axe Woves, who I said I will have an update video going up tomorrow. But I said that he was all reuse of the Death Watch Mandalorian except for the belt and the head. And for some reason,
I mean, I don't know if you can
Hasbro,
see it. There is a little tiny nub
is there?
to the side
That's,
of the pec.
and that's not on here. So
So this is a no nubbin.
did they alter it just to keep
Darth
it from
Maul.
kind of pushing the tunic out?
Or I guess, concerns about rashes or
Maybe, yeah. Sensitivity,
yeah.
The only bad thing, I mean, they even painted a little blue and gold here on the front of the belt. But my problem is, and I don't know if it's easy to see, but the red on the chest is brighter than the red on the head.
Really?
It's like two different shades of red, and it's more noticeable in person.
Wondering how
But
much of that was the original. So how is because this was a figure that came out in the vintage collection a year ago now.
it's great. Yeah, yeah.
So, and now we don't know with digital sculpts how much of what's going on is just upscaling and
Yeah.
downscaling sculpts that they're doing.
And I don't do vintage collection, so I can't compare side by side. But I was at Celebration in May, standing there looking at a wall of vintage collection, and I saw this in the vintage collection version going, it was tempting. I was like, that is an awesome design. I would love to have that in action figure form. Do I want to buy a 3 3/4 inch figure? And I didn't. And then they announced this. And I was like,
and then you thought, I'm going to go home and make a custom.
oh no. Which that's an automatic guarantee that they're going to make one right afterwards. And I couldn't have done this.
We need to start putting in a request with you to get other figures out.
Exactly. It's almost a game. I'm going to start a custom, but I got to finish it. I got to put in all the work before they go.
No. Yeah, yeah. They can't. They're waiting for you to do your feature.
Exactly. But yeah, this is number 5 at the moment. That's it's a good figure. The only thing, there's a very iconic where he's sitting on the throne of Mandalore with his leg up, and he's got his
that cocky pose.
Yeah.
This swagger. He's got his swagger seat.
Yeah, this figure doesn't have that much swagger.
So what is the articulation that's missing that would allow
that? Double knee and almost that impossible ability for a leg to kick up to here without being an import of some kind, or a Spider-Man, because the Spider-Man has nothing there.
What is preventing it? Is it the bottom of the tunic?
This has the crotch piece right there. Tunic doesn't really get in the way, but plastic gets on. Oh, sorry. I'm not used to holding camera this way. Automatically went to the review pose down.
So if you had a second of that figure and you weren't concerned with cutting away the plastic, I'm just saying you're going to do it anyway.
Yeah.
Could you cut away enough to give it the ability to do that pose?
I think you could.
Because you're just chopping into the plastic enough to give it clearance, right?
If I just chopped into right here, in fact, if I remove this, chopped away the crotch piece, and then put it back on, it would cover in neutral position. But on the knee, you're gonna have to take off a bunch of the back of the upper leg because the bagginess of the pants.
It's basically just your throne swagger figure at that point. You're making a statue. You're making a statue at that point.
Yeah. But I have a throne that's doing nothing.
Yeah, you have to do it. You have to get another one.
But I'm gonna wait. But I'm probably gonna wait for Black Friday 2023 before I start buying extras of Star Wars figures.
You say that.
I know, dang it. I say stuff.
You're gonna be staring at that thing across the way, and you're like, I can't. What? No, I have to
do what I say. Do what I say, not what I do.
Yeah. Also, I think both of us, our definitions of what constitutes a good deal anymore are wildly out of proportion. I mean, now it could be, oh, it's $22. That's a great deal.
If just over the weekend we were Foosh casting Sunday, and GameStop had the new GI Joe Classified Series Dusty for $22.99, $2 off, and we were just like jumping
10.
on
I'll
it.
take 10. I'll take
Yeah,
10.
and it's shipping now. Heck yeah!
Free shipping over 100.
I ended up not getting it because I couldn't get up above GameStop's free shipping, because that's another thing. I ain't paying shipping. That's
Oh, I mean, I saw Target's, what are they doing? The buy two, get one. And I'm looking at it going, what two could I get? And I'm going, no, you don't need
yeah.
the two, because you don't want any of what they have in stock right now, or you already have it. Why are you looking for two
Right.
figures you don't care about to get one?
That same weekend, I got shipping notice and arrivals for Sushi Chef Obi-Wan and the Scarif or the Shore Trooper stuff they had on sale. Which I guess now that I think about it, I should have bought it returned, the original.
Yeah. Oh, the fact that
price,
they like suckers to everyone who pre-ordered.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not a fun feeling.
Yeah. I was almost gonna, because I skipped on the Ferrex Imperial Trooper or officer or whatever they had on sale at Target.
He's the one who's basically dressed like the AT-ST driver,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, but in black. So, but I skipped on him originally. I saw him on sale. I was like, do I need 3 of them? No. Yeah, no. That sale's still going, right?
Yeah, I think it is still going. Yeah, I look every once in a while and then go, I shouldn't look.
Because they said it's all, when I look, it's in stock at your local store. So I'm also avoiding going to the actual.
I mean, I also collect TVC, so for me, I can find other ways to justify, like, well, it's got this TVC I want, this Black Series that I want, this is an exclusive. But like, I still haven't gotten the Galen Urso, just because I felt so bad when I got the Antok Merrick.
Yeah.
When I saw him in person and saw that, oh, of course they're going to reuse and use the Luke X-Wing body, but he's so tiny. Compared to all the, it looks wrong. It's comical.
Trapper Wolf's on that body,
but it's Dave Filoni, so you can almost be like, it's like, it's cuddly little Dave Filoni as an X-Wing pilot.
And I guess it does kind of work for oh my god, it's gonna be one of those, because I just psyched myself out, the rabbit
Jackson,
yeah, but it works there too.
But you also can't have him. I had him next to like Cobb Vanth, and Cobb Vanth is like a head taller than Antok Merrick, and it looks like, bring your child to the Rebellion Day.
They just finally need to do an X-Men, I'm in Marvel, an X-Wing. And we can
scale to the new scale.
Yeah, and just give us sticker sheets where we can make it any X-Wing, blue squadron,
the designation.
Yeah, Red 5, everyone else, and then just give us X-Wing pilots.
We're just so I don't know if you've seen any other episodes. This has come up before. This has been the thing where I keep wondering about Hasbro Pulse and why aren't there accessory sets? The idea that to me seems like one of the cornerstones of what Pulse should be as a direct market sales position is, give us a lightsaber pack, give us, an extra blaster pack, give us props, give us ponchos, give us a poncho set. There's just a bunch of generic ponchos. Give us a bunch of X-Wing helmets that customizers can do whatever, or have the decals, like you said, with them, that you can make a mini pilot. The line, like, you make money from us. Like, if you're already gonna milk us,
right? Exactly.
These are tooling things you already have. How much does it cost to run off lightsaber molds that you already have? Just a bunch of lightsabers. And who hasn't broken a half dozen lightsabers over the years and needs a couple of replacements?
Because I blurted out heads, but then I realized, no, you can't do that. You got to sell the individual characters for full price with the different heads, And another thing is army building. Why haven't they put stormtroopers up? And then I realized Return of the Jedi 40th anniversary, sell them for full price on the retro card. They can't put stormtroopers up.
I mean, I don't think they're ever going to put out like a pauldron, because Paris forbid they can't sell you a figure that just has a different pauldron.
Yeah. I don't know. It's all the marketing that
I would love
and
to. I
plant.
would love to know the pauldron number, because I think the pauldron number, if we actually took a second to look at it, and that being the only distinctive thing between releases,
Yeah.
would be sobering as a collector.
Well, I'm just looking at when I look at bootlegs or knockoffs, it's like you can get it with or without pauldron, no pauldron, different
Oh
pauldron.
yeah, I mean, so many.
Yeah.
Or the disappointment of like that Bad Batch Captain Rex that came out, to where you can't. The only thing missing from having a proper Captain Rex is the correct pauldron. If you take that poncho off, like you
And the
could have
punch,
done double duty with that thing. You could have included that as a swappable piece,
but didn't they have pre-orders for a re-release of the Captain
and they
that they
canceled.
canceled?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
So the 1-2 punch of doing that.
yeah, and on top of the poncho being kind of
Yeah, it's not some of their better.
I didn't get that one. I think that may have been okay, maybe I wasn't super 100% completist up until that point, but I was pretty close. And then that was like, no, I can't
I think
do
the
it.
sign was on the wall.
Yeah,
With
yeah.
where we're getting to when it comes to some of the
Yeah,
things, and yeah, the prices just in general.
and
So how is
prices.
the face sculpt? How does it play out on the Darth Maul? In
They actually changed it up because on its Sith Apprentice. Well, I can't remember.
Well, he's obviously much older and
Yeah,
a bit more gaunt, and
right. It's like the same shape, but the horns are slightly longer, slightly sharper, and he's got more of a not as angry look. He's still angry, but he's
determined.
not show no not as many teeth and not as furrowed on the brow.
This is calculating Maul as opposed
Yeah,
to feral Maul.
yeah. Kenobi.
I mean, you got to
But
put him
yeah,
on
it's
the
cool.
throne, right? You got to be on the throne.
I know. Dang it. So number 5 is my first version of this Darth Maul.
To be swapped out with the throne version.
Yeah, and then I'll have to find a place for the throne, and
Maybe it's a hover throne. So
hang it from the ceiling.
it's, telling you, it's a catch-all for everything.
It just floats.
Yeah,
I'm
just there.
I'm gonna
It's
end
like
up with
Thanos' throne.
yeah, exactly. Just floating in the. Oh no, I never picked one of those up either. I need to do that someday
Well,
because I
again,
have
now
so
you
much
know how to
room.
display it.
Okay,
So what is your number 4 choice?
I think we've. I don't know. Well, I don't know. We were talking about this, but I'm gonna put this at number 4.
This is Mark II.
This is
Black
Mark
Chrysanthemum?
2. Yeah. Because I was gonna go back and I'm still working on putting this one back together to give to Veebs because I have the head over there somewhere. But yeah, this is and because it's a custom, I knocked it down the line slightly. But in terms
but
of
why? Because
I know,
my thought is, emotionally, it is the things you care. It's your ranking.
Right.
I'm not
Right.
making a judgment that it's not a store-bought release, because it's how
Yeah.
you feel emotionally about the thing. Where
Because
was it before you knocked it down?
out of all the figures that I've held, I've probably held this one the most in the past, year. But there's just little things. One, I'm waiting to see what they do. Two, there's little things on the back that I still have to tweak. I'm not quite finished. I need to do it didn't fit this body as well as it did the other one.
Now, were those from a customizer kit?
Yeah. This is one of the newer custom heads where they tweak the eyes a bit. And then
So the base body. So what are the components of it?
let's see. I think this one is the Marvel or Diamond Select Chewbacca with about an inch cut out of the torso and then split down the middle, widened, custom head, custom armor, Black Series hands.
Because the main difference, if anyone obviously saw their comic book attempt at Black Chrysanthemum reusing Chewbacca, is that Chewbacca is a thin Wookiee, and there's a bulkiness to Black Chrysanthemum
most of the time. And I've said this many a time. The Black Series Black Chrysanthemum that's out right now, he's looked like that in some comics, like Dr. Aphra or well, I can't remember all his appearances, but at the same time, he looked a lot more like this
Right.
in a
That or the
lot
Bounty
more
Hunters
appearances.
comic, or yeah,
Yeah,
any of the appearances he's made.
because I do like that. It's on the shelf in there. I hit it with some dull coat.
No,
It looks
Hasbro
good.
just got a really raw deal when it came to timing on.
Oh, dude, you know, it's like, hey, oh my God, Black Chrysanthemum in Book of Boba Fett's awesome. We're
I'm
gonna
sure
give you a
someone was
black.
like, "Hey, in comics, they got another Wookiee. It just, we can use them. We can repaint the Chewbacca and put it out in this comic series, and
Yep.
people will love it. I'll go with their Afra figure. It's going to be
Nope.
great."
Nope. And I have it with Afra, and they've already announced they're making this one, but it's and I think that's where they kind of shoot themselves in the foot. I talked about this. We were talking about this wave. It's all new sculpt. It's all characters we want and stuff. But then they'll go months announcing carbonized and credit and repaints, and
The
it's
thing
like, no,
I
you
don't
gotta.
understand why they're so precious with information.
Yeah,
Like they've gotten to the point where the frustration comes from, it's like, either just don't tease it. Say it when you can say it,
yeah,
because the tease, I think, like, well, particularly if it's coupled with things that people just aren't excited about. Like, I honestly would much rather have silence and then just give us all the news.
yeah,
It doesn't have to be a game, because it's not. You look at the live streams and it's not fun for them. You can tell
yeah.
no one is having fun on those live streams. They all look like they're being held hostage, having to
Right,
present this information, knowing that the fans can be downright awful and hurtful in ways that should not be associated with toy collecting.
right.
And to see the reactions to those streams, like, if it's not comfortable for them, don't make them do it.
Yeah, yeah,
Don't
yeah.
make them be on camera if they don't want to be on camera. Don't do that to them.
Because that same formula works for other teams with the.
If you have a team that is keen on that and
Yeah,
comfortable, then
yeah,
by all means, if Steve Evans is out there, being the hoorah guy for Marvel Legends, because he's telegenic and loves being in, and has the energy and
yeah.
enjoys that, let him be out there. The
For
Joe
the GI
team has folks that let him be out there.
Yeah,
But if you have folks that are, you just maybe, I'm not comfortable on camera, or that's just, I'm not a public speaker, that don't make them sit there like they're being punished to tell you about the new stuff that's coming out. That's not
right.
worth it. Hire
Yeah.
somebody, get someone on the team, bring Steve over, bring some of the Joe folks over, and go, we're
I
gonna talk about
believe
Star Wars toy.
I believe Steve came from the Star Wars team.
Yeah, because he
That's
was
who I
part of the
talked to
Black Series
when that
development.
when they first brought in the photo reel about a year after Marvel Legends. It was Steve I talked to at San
Because
Diego.
he Steve was a guest on Force 5. You might
Oh
want
yeah,
to check that out. That was a fun conversation.
nice.
Went a lot of different places. But yeah, that was one of the things, was that he really lobbied for, like, we got to bring that to Star Wars. That's got to
Hmm.
be, and having that debut in the Star Wars line was like a big thing,
Yeah,
personal accomplishment for him, that he, was very much very happy that he was able to do.
especially when they're going for those realistic looks for.
Oh, and
And
such a game changer.
yeah,
To think that the Black Series really had been at its nadir when when the photo reel finally came in.
because oh man, well the first, what was that, 2000 or 2013 was.
2013 was the introduction to the line, right? Yeah, because it
Yeah,
was like right after the Disney purchase, and then they sort of recalibrated and launched the sort of like, well, now we're going to do these deluxe under
yeah.
this new aegis.
And then you could see the especially the eye paint. If you don't know the eye paint on a realistic figure, it's like
Yeah, I mean, you
it's not
saw
worth it.
sort of, it's amazing to look at those early figures and see how much pack-ins they had. When you talk about
Hmm.
swappable hands and
Yeah,
props, and like, they started out as a definitive collector's line of like, do you want all this stuff for R2? We're gonna put it all in the box. Do you want 57 hands for Han Solo? We're gonna put it all in the box.
hmm,
And to see how that has gone away,
yeah.
I think probably, what would you say for you has been like one of the worst periods of, or the worst Black Series figures, where you just went, oh geez, what happened here?
Well, oh man, now you're making me think back because Rogue One got all redos because of that, didn't they?
Yeah,
But was it Force Awakens where they started kind of
drifting a
articulation?
bit.
Yeah, and paints and
Well, the Poe
everything
Dameron was
else.
from that period, right? The sort of infamous Poe Dameron.
Yeah. And well, Han Solo just got an archive edition redo because the first one was it was, but at the time we weren't comparing to that. At the time it was like, oh, these are kind of GI Joe paintish, but we weren't, didn't have photo real to compare to.
Right.
And that's what people go back to old reviews and be like, hey, this looks like shit, why didn't you say that? I'm like, because at the time
Yeah.
it
Yeah. If
wasn't.
you had nothing to compare to on a
Yeah,
mass market figure
yeah,
as to
we didn't
what it
have
could
this.
be.
Exactly. Yeah, but now with photo real, it's like, yeah, those old figures are kind of
Yeah,
terrible
when the
looking.
comparison is like, well, it doesn't look like Hot Toys. Yeah, Hot Toys is
Yeah.
$250. Of course, it's
Oh, I
not gonna look
love
like
that
Hot Toys.
comparison. Oh, Hot Toys is way better. It better be.
But
Yeah.
there is certain sloppiness that came into just the application of things.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We
Because eyes
go,
started drifting off and it just dots. I
yeah,
always go to eyes when this conversation comes up because that's my defining thing, I think, especially on a line like this
oh
with
yeah,
live action
particularly when you're thinking
characters.
about that. The only regret I have about plastic-free packaging is
Hmm.
knowing how often I'll sit with 7 figures in front of me at a store, going, which one is giving the emotion that I want? Because they do.
Right.
You can
Right.
assign a different emotion to every figure based on subtleties of eye
Yeah.
placement.
Which is better with the photo reel when they're printing everything now. When they were painting, you never knew. But the windowless packaging isn't affecting me much because I
Order
don't
so
buy a
much
lot
online.
in person.
Right.
So everything comes online.
Yeah,
Everything
then
comes
but it
sight
is a lottery.
unseen.
But if you do
Yeah.
see something in person, your first instinct is to go, if I'm gonna choose one, I'm gonna choose the one.
Yeah.
Although sometimes you do go for the one, like I do want a side-eye Luke Skywalker that's judging me. That's
Especially when it's so different from everybody
yeah,
else's.
I totally want him to be up there staring in judgment off to the side at me. That's what I
Yeah.
want. Thank you
That's
for
my
that.
that's my 02 variant for Power of the Force.
Yes. I want him to resent being on the shelf. That's what I
Yeah.
want.
I want to feel bad when I walk into his presence.
Yes. I
No,
will
I
get
didn't.
I won't hand him that lightsaber. I'm not. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna just go back to the Falcon.
No, I like that for alternate heads sometimes as a, to just make it more dynamic, but yeah.
Yeah.
You're yeah, most of the time.
But you know that if it's just slightly wonky,
Yeah.
you don't want the wonky one. You don't want the one where that it can be a fraction off
Yeah.
in its placement.
Plus plus that's the hardest thing for us to fix. I can paint little silver things or buckles or straps or something, but if the eyes are messed up or don't look right, I can't paint those
Hey,
anymore.
you're
I'm
talking
too
to the kid who fixes Bespin Han Solo figure as a kid with a ballpoint pen,
Yeah,
and that
yeah.
was a mistake.
I mean, I've got these now, my eyeball water slide decals, but
Oh, what was the last thing you used it on?
the Diamond Select Lord of the Rings Gandalf.
I've never had good luck with the water slide decals at all. It's always
Really,
been, yeah.
it's taken some year after the in fact, we'll get to that here in a minute.
Decals are
But
not my friend. I had
it
so many childhood traumas with GI Joe unboxings at Christmas.
oh well, decal, I'll wear the adhesive off a decal trying to
Just lift and
put it.
lift and
Yeah,
yeah,
that's why I kind of like the water slides because I have time to
adjust
mess with
them.
it. Yeah,
No, it just,
because
yeah, there's so much GI Joe trauma. That's where I really just lost my, because that
my
was really sticky. If I remember correctly, the GI Joe adhesive of our childhood was,
and and they were thin, and when you went to peel them back off, they'd curl, and then
oh,
you
because they were transparent. So
yeah,
oh,
because then you had Transformers and Star Wars. My dad did all the. I remember at Christmas him spending Millennium Falcon putting decals.
whoever in the the base was applying decals in my GI Joe universe really should have been reassigned, because there was something going on. There's a lot of
the,
day drinking. I don't know what was going on with him.
the year we got the Ewok Village for Christmas, we putting decals down, and we didn't get the fire pit decals for whatever or some or it wasn't. It didn't make it onto the figure or nothing. And one of my brother's friends was like, "Oh, well, you weren't good enough for that year. So you didn't, the whole Santa, if you're
Right.
good, you get this, you must have been bad at some point to not get the fire pit for the Ewok village. And in your brain, you're like, maybe I wasn't good enough. So yeah, it's stuff like that'll stick with you.
Have you gotten that sticker since? Have you been trolling eBay for years? Like, I'm just going to get that fire pit sticker. Somebody's going to sell it.
Nope. Never got it again.
Santa, if you're listening right now, and if you think Robo's been a good boy this year, then the Ewok fire pit, just the sticker.
Yeah, he's going to bring me the Robin Hood set.
Yeah, he's going to bring the Prince of Thieves.
Yeah. Dang it.
You also get a Gamorrean monk, if that is any consolation.
Oh, man. I remember seeing those and thinking, I know that, but I don't want Robin Hood stuff.
It was probably the first time you really considered reuse in lines.
Yeah. And thought, well, it's kind of, what year was that? Was that
Prince of Thieves was 90 or 91.
Yeah, because I was about to say, I think I was mobile at that point, driving or something. So maybe I was at Toys R Us looking at it going, oh, they probably hung out for a couple of years too.
You were comparing the eyes on the Friar Tuck figures, right?
No.
Which one do I get? Which one?
No, back then I was, oh man, yeah, that was high school. There wasn't a lot. Yeah.
So what happened to your childhood toys? Did you retain them, or are they all gone?
My brother has Transformers and Masters of the Universe. And when I got back into toys in 95 with the special editions and Power of the Force 2 and everything else, that was after, a couple of years of party and no toys. I got back into it. And I ended up with our childhood stuff, and then I ended up selling it along with, did I sell it before to pay for new figures? And then I ended up selling. I did the 3 3/4 inch until 2002. And then I moved up to Marvel Legends. Size-wise, so moving up.
Your comic book.
Yeah.
Love.
Because
overtook.
Yeah. Because during the 80s
was also the prequels was doing to you as well. Did you feel a little bit of like you hadn't yet come to appreciate aspects of the prequels enough to like, I'm going to continue collecting this?
Yeah, maybe it was during the whole. Well, I don't remember hating the prequels because I was still going. I was still there, opening night, going. But I think that was the year of Spider-Man Classics and
when Marvel Legends started looking good.
Yeah, and at that time, and I did that until 2012, 2013, somewhere in there. Of if I was collecting one thing, I can't collect the other thing. I have to focus on this. So I got rid of all the Star Wars, moved to Marvel.
Is there anything that survived the purge?
Not Star Wars. Wait, well, no. I've picked one thing back up, but yeah. But in fact, the guy I sold it to, I guarantee all my no, not the vintage stuff, not my childhood stuff. It's gone. I was gonna say when I got rid of the 3 3/4 and stuff, it's probably in a box in a warehouse somewhere.
Could you get it back if you were desired to?
Probably, because it's been some years, but I think we were up there one time and he was like, "See that box up there? That's your stuff." I was like, "Oh," because it was all. Well, it's probably not all of it, but I was carded collector from 95 to 2002.
I mean, even if you don't get it back, it'd be worth it to do a video where you just go through that box. Like, hey, can we pull down the box and see all my old stuff?
Just see the old stuff. Because I had a room that I put pegboard on where I could move the hooks around for different things and hang and...
Is there anything that you can think of that is it sitting in that box that if you could grab just for emotional reasons, like I would like that one thing back?
I did customs back then. Even though I did carding, I would buy extras for customs, but I didn't have a loose collection, just the custom stuff. If I could get some of those, that'd be cool. Because I made like a Talon card and a Maydeen. Before, of course.
Even then they knew.
Yeah. It's been happening for 25 years. So, but if I could get some of the customs, that'd be neat. But
so they could still be in that box. If that box was just tossed all together and is sitting on a shelf.
If nothing else, there was a lot of cool stuff, but if nothing else, I'd want a full set of the first series of the muscle.
Yeah, the
figures.
Herculoids.
Yeah, yeah. Because on top of that, before we even started dating, my wife worked at Walmart. And before I started collecting, I was eyeballing them, because I worked at Pizza Hut, we all hung out and stuff. And she hid me the C3PO. And I bought
Nice,
it.
shiny.
And that was it. And that was it. That was the start. I like to remind her of that too.
So that emotional beat from your relationship could still be sitting on a box.
Yeah.
On a shelf right now.
That C3PO could be in a box on the second floor of a warehouse.
I mean, you kind of have to, at the very least, get your relationship
you know what?
C3PO back.
I hadn't even considered that until right now, just because, I mean,
and this is why I do the show.
That's right. Now you're gonna get me in trouble.
With who?
No, with me having to go back and ask, hey,
for a box that's been sitting there with obviously no use for all these years. It's not like it's moved. Also,
I'll have to see.
Like Power of the Force are the rarest figures on Earth right now. The Power of the
That's
Force
true.
figures.
And it wasn't. I didn't even realize that until I was in Minnesota last year, I think, and we went to a store and they had just all kinds of.
Yeah, a figure for Power of the Force too.
Yeah. That and a Darth Maul Taco Bell cup topper.
Oh, come on. I mean, you got to get all those emotional beats.
Because I remember going to Taco Bell the opening night of Phantom Menace and drinking that whole thing. Yeah. And standing in line for hours going, why did I drink that large Mountain Dew before standing in line? Yeah.
Well, then that was all you thought about for the entire movie.
Until we got inside. No.
Why is so much of this beginning taking place in water? Why? No.
Oh yeah, that's true. because that's one of my biggest fears is underwater stuff. So of course they had to throw that in there too.
Why is Naboo all waterfalls? What's going on here? Stop it. Okay, finally, Tatooine, desert planet. I can deal with this.
But I was a much younger man there then too. So I could.
You could last to the.
Yeah. Now I haven't seen Black Panther because 3 hours.
No. Oh, you see it 4 different times to catch the thing that you missed.
And go to the bathroom different times every time.
Yeah, streaming has a whole new meaning.
Yeah, exactly.
Viewing movies for you.
My thought was, it's been out for 2 weeks. It's got to be on Disney Plus here soon. Dang it.
Was that your thought or your hope?
That's my hope.
If I can avoid going to the theater at this point.
Yeah, now watch it be next year. So.
Maybe you need to make a custom Black Panther movie and then they'll put it out faster.
Or intermissions. What happened to intermissions?
But what was the last film that had an intermission? So
yeah,
they didn't even give us an intermission in the Lord of the Rings films, and they really needed. You needed an intermission right before Helm's Deep. That one is the one. That's the only time in the theater that I have actually left the theater to have to use the restroom.
I try not to go.
With the circumstances where I just couldn't make it.
Yeah. So you're of that mindset. If you paid for it, you're getting.
I am seeing every frame of that film.
That's right.
I do not care. And then in the age of Marvel post credits, it has become an even bigger challenge. But I am up for it. I will not leave that theater.
You see people me leaving, and it's like, you paid for a ticket, didn't you?
Yeah.
Sit down. I feel bad for you.
How dare you?
That's right. You disrespect this movie like that?
We made a solemn agreement before we entered this thing. Look at your ticket.
Yeah, silent agreement.
You stay to the end.
At 10 years in, everybody should know. Everybody.
I saw. I hope that this is no spoiler for Black Panther. We'll save folks. There is no after credits tease to it.
Oh yeah. I think I've heard that. Yeah.
So went to go see it, and of course everyone stays. That knows that's like committed to it. It's like we're gonna stay, we're gonna see, stick through it, and there was none. And as we're walking out, there was this family, probably in their early 30s, a husband and wife and like a younger child. And the wife was like, "What? No, we sit here, and that's the agreement. They're supposed to have a teaser. We sit here, there's a teaser. That's the way it is supposed to be. You can't, what are you doing? This, no. That is the, no. This is, you've broken this. What are you doing, Marvel?
Because when was the last time they didn't put one at the very end? Was early?
Did we not see one at the end of Endgame? We just heard the Iron Man anvil sound.
Okay, yeah.
So there was none at the end of that. It's a little. It's more an Easter egg than it is a.
Yeah.
It's like, how good are you with Foley? Do you remember? Sounds?
Plus, at the end of Endgame, your feelings aren't hurt for hanging around.
You'd saying like a shawarma scene would not have played well at the end of Endgame.
Yeah, no, yeah, I don't think.
You don't want to have like what happens after the funeral, just like all the casseroles out, and they're all sitting around the table at the lake house.
Have you? Oh man, I don't even know if I want to get into that, because that's a whole nother conversation we could keep going with.
What is it? What do you want to?
Have you heard the theory about the kid being a Kang variant? The
Iron Man 3 kid?
Yeah.
Or Tony's kid? No.
Now, never see his parents. He's already, he's kind of in the know already. He's just there.
He's precocious.
Yeah.
As you would expect Kang to be.
Yeah. It's just.
No, I hadn't heard that.
It's just one of those things when I heard it, I was like, I usually don't get into that kind of stuff, but that one kind of, because I love it when they go back and tie stuff that happened way back, or
but anyone who's not committed, by the time we get to Secret Wars and they're dealing with not only time travel but also multiverse, and you're going to be seeing variants in different periods of time and weaving through films and realities, if you're not committed to what is happening right now and following the threads, that's going to be a nightmare for folks.
Man, my dad went into Endgame and came out going, or well, in the middle of it, he's one of those guys where it's like, who's that? Who's that again? Who's that? Dad, not right now. We're in the middle of it.
Did he see Multiverse of Madness? That must have also been a.
I'm not sure if he's seen that one yet. He likes Guardians and he likes Ant-Man. So
has he seen the Christmas special yet?
No, I don't think he knows it's on there yet. So
that's your gift to him.
Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna go over there here next weekend and be like, look. And he goes, I don't even know. How do I even get to Disney Plus?
Oh, so now you're not complaining about the Psykill figure I bought you as a kid.
That's right. I never had Psykill. Well, no, wait, actually, I may have had Psykill.
Did you just get a scooter? Was that what you were?
No, I never got scooter. I had the Porsche, I think. Again, that transforms like the bug. Just
once we get past Psykill, Scooter, and Leader One, I have no idea the characters.
I was watching
in my head.
When I bought that, I was watching clips at the airport waiting for the plane, and I forgot there was a main female bad on the villain team, and I was like,
sort of like a Baroness, sort of.
Yeah, and she was just screaming the whole time, and
that's what the cartoons did to most of them at the time. There was going to be.
I do not remember this, but I don't remember a lot of cartoons because then Scooter popped up, and I was like, oh no, yeah, there may have been a reason I didn't watch this. But
at least he didn't say snarf all the time. That
is true, but even that's kind of endearing at this point because
it isn't everything now. I mean, we're talking about Psykill.
little nostalgia.
The fact that we're talking actively about GoBots shows that the walls are weak, and
you just never know what you're gonna like. And plus, I haven't watched a bunch of my childhood cartoons for fear of of realizing it may not be as good as I remember.
You're saying you're not going back to Shirt Tales? You don't want to see what if Bogey holds up?
The only thing I've watched is Transformers, and that is, it's got some silliness, but it holds up for the most part, I think.
Yeah, I don't think G.I. Joe does.
I haven't went back to G.I. Joe.
G.I. Joe plays as a comedy.
Yeah.
Now, more than anything.
Wait. Oh. Hasbro is streaming that on their channel. Maybe I did watch the first arc.
Is that the Weather
Dominator?
Is that the first arc? Was the
first or second? Was the first the teleport beam, or was it the?
Oh, geez. Because
Didn't they build a big thing?
They did 2 pilot, like 5-episode arcs, right?
Yeah,
It's the
yeah,
something Matt, right? It's the
where they had to go to different parts of the world, underwater Antarctica and
yeah.
something.
Yeah, it's like the DuckTales pilot. It was
Yeah,
all the different
Snake Eyes pulling a Spock. I will
yeah.
take this radiation for the rest of you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, but I'll be back. I'll be
Yeah, yeah,
back
yeah.
next.
Shortly. Maybe I did watch some of that, and Roadblock fighting vines, and
Yeah, G.I. Joe was very big on transmitters being the MacGuffin. It was something that was going to communicate with a satellite to do something.
yeah, yeah. Even the movie,
Or
even the new
Cobra
movie.
was trying to do something with a satellite or
Yeah,
hijacking a satellite. They love satellites.
I
Something
I
about
forgot that the
global communication being a thing in the 80s. Like finally we can do live telecasts.
yeah,
Like Cobra was breaking into the airwaves all the time. Like when weren't they? Like, oh, I just wanted to watch Andy Griffith today.
yeah.
5 o'clock, Cobra Commander's back on the TV.
Now I don't know what Barney's gonna do. Come on. Oh, it must be Tuesday.
Oh, this was the episode when Sam and Diane, the whole thing was going to
Oh
happen. And
man.
this guy with his hood, Raven, and the mask guy behind. What the heck?
Oh man. Yeah, because was the newer movie with Channing Tatum like a satellite with a steel rod that would shoot down into the earth and
Yeah,
whatever?
that was like a boring device or something. I mean, I get it.
You said it.
That whole movie was a boring device.
That's right. Snake Eyes with a mouth. Get out of here.
Oh, best forget.
I was gonna say, well, I kind of like the second one better a little bit. I mean,
the
they kind
second
of
one
redeemed
when they
themselves.
actually leaned into the
Yeah,
like, listen, just give them masks and let them like Cobra Commander doesn't look like Cobra Commander. Just this what they're here for the cartoon.
yeah, yeah,
What are we doing?
yeah. Why don't I mean, if you can make 1990 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles work, then you can make anything work.
That Hasbro has had so many tries to get their cinematic universe off the ground and failed so and the Transformers movies are all disposable. They made a ton of money. I'll give them that. They made a ton of money.
And they're interesting to look at.
Yeah, but how many people are revisiting the
Yeah.
Do you have like, hey, the family's together for Thanksgiving, let's watch the Transformers movies?
Sometimes if it's on and you're flipping, well, who flips channels anymore? But if you happen to see it, it's like, oh well, I kind of
but now you're kind of watching going, wow, this happened.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is a whole thing. Shia LaBeouf is your action hero. Okay, that's
Or Mark Wahlberg.
And yeah, it's the same cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
Hey, you Transformers have mothers? How's
Do
your
you
mother? Yeah, I
know? Say hi to your mother. Yeah. But going back to the vintage toy things that I actually kept, the only thing that I have is Mask. Could you imagine a live action movie with Mask?
Well, you would think it's one of the more straightforward things in the CG age to do.
Yeah.
I mean, you're basically just having gimmicks coming off of cars. You're not having to make them robots.
Do Fast and the Furious with superpowers.
I mean, now that you say that, hasn't Fast and the Furious essentially become Mask?
I think I did watch the last one when we were on vacation. We were at the hotel that night going to sleep, and which one they go to space? They put a car in space,
and
then they drive it back down, and
just like Armageddon. Remember, it's the same basic premise. Is you have guys who drive cars, and you send the best guys who drive cars into space to drive the cars.
And we were dead silent watching it, and then we finally kind of looked at each other like, "What happened? What was that?"
Watch it again.
Yeah. Wait. I gotta watch the next one because John Cena is his brother. That's crazy.
Oh, I want to see who The Rock doesn't make eye contact with in the next one.
Are they fighting? Are they mad? What's going on?
I challenge anyone watching this right now. Where is the fan art? Replace one of the character posters and put them all in masks.
Yeah.
Just give us the version of Fast and the Furious as Mask.
Because who did that? Well, there was a fan trailer for Thundercats where they had Vin Diesel as Panthro, and they used actual scenes and changed it up. I was like, this is amazing. I would watch this. Let's bring it on. Yeah, Brad Pitt would totally play Lino. Yeah,
I have not seen that fan trailer, but now I'm gonna have to look for that fan trailer.
really.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just a YouTube thing, but somebody did a pretty good job of taking movie scenes and changing them.
I mean, I haven't, so much of that stuff I haven't, like, is it the Master of the Universe line that's doing like the robot chicken figures, the joke characters? Like, what was the dentist? Didn't they release a figure of the dentist?
Yeah, I think back when it was classics,
It's
I
like
think that was
Molar, I think
some
was
years. Yep. And I can't remember who else. I think that's as I was getting out of classics because I
right.
only did the first few
Like,
years
give
of
me the Donald
Masters.
Glover Stormtrooper from Robot Chicken. Was it Gary? Gary the Stormtrooper? Give me a
Was that
Gary
Donald
the
Glover?
not Donald Glover.
No,
From Scrubs. Donald Faison.
oh,
Donald Faison.
yeah.
Give me a Donald Faison, Gary the Stormtrooper, and his daughter for his Bring Your Daughter to Work Day.
What was? Wait, was that wasn't Gary though? Wait, yeah, it was Gary when he was driving the Death Star. Was that
Yeah, he's the same. Yeah, same. Yeah,
when he hits the brakes and
and then the kids all thought they were gonna get out of school early because the
yeah,
Death Star was gonna slam into the
yeah.
planet. And it's like,
That's probably my favorite one.
or in the bathroom when he accidentally starts the fire in the Lars homestead
Yeah,
with
they
the
come burning
candles that
out.
they have and the towels.
Yeah, I need to rewatch a
Or
bunch of
Seth
that.
MacFarlane, Emperor Palpatine. Just, give him his desk with a telephone and a go for Papa Palpatine. Give us
Or
the escalator. Give us the
that's
escalator to use all those stormtroopers that you bought.
yeah. Because I think somebody's recreated that. Plus, they did it at Celebration 17. I think it was
Oh, when they
somebody.
recreated it on the
Yeah,
escalator.
yeah. That's pretty funny.
Have a
I,
sound
and
chip on it and have it just continually cycle.
and it's hard not to hear Boba Fett with Rat Race.
Yes.
Uh,
And go, right? Breckenmeyer.
yeah, 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 yeah,
Breckenmeyer.
yeah.
Yeah. Now all those. Yeah, let's get him in the Weequay that he was stuck inside.
Oh man, yeah. I need to. It's been a while since I've seen the Robot Chicken stuff. Again, I said flip channels a minute ago. No, with the way it is now, we just put on a show and watch it for six.
Yeah,
It just stays on in the background.
Yeah, or YouTube, or like a channel,
Yeah.
or someone's live stream that's going on for a few hours.
Live stream or whatever YouTube wants to show me. I've been watching Wayne's World 2 clips for
Just the
the
clips,
past few days.
just random clips out of
Yeah.
order.
I could go and watch the movie, but nope.
Hey, maybe someone has made a playlist of those clips that makes the movie.
Yeah, exactly. In order, but you're missing everything in between. Because with Wayne's World, I need to watch both of those again too.
You just need the jokes. You just need the highlights. You don't need interstitial scenes of them driving there.
Yeah. Because I watched the Pentaveret a couple of months
that's
or
the Mike Myers, the one he did for Netflix, was it?
Yeah,
Amazon.
it's like he's still doing the same old jokes, and I'm still laughing. It's just,
I mean, the one thing that Mike Myers has always had was commitment to a bit.
Yeah. Yep.
So, he's always been full force with doing the things that he does.
But that's right up my alley, I guess, because I'm a Wayne's World kid.
Where's the So I Married an Axe Murderer figures?
Yeah, exactly. Heed! Build a figure Heed.
Everything else has been done.
Yeah.
I mean, I think still one of the greatest McFarlane releases was the Bob and Doug McKenzie that they did.
I never got that, but that thing haunted my Kmart forever. There was so much dust on it.
But they're so good.
Yeah.
That they come with all of the beer crates, all the boxes. It must have like 17 bottles.
I'm not sure I bought anything McFarlane until he started putting articulation in. So it's been the past few years.
The thing about McFarlane was they always had great sculpts that felt incredibly overpainted.
Yeah.
And all the plastic felt brittle. Like it's a plastic that feels like it's ready to snap at any moment. Like it had this lightness and it just felt like cheap,
Yeah,
thin plastic.
because my a buddy of mine had Mandarin spawns, and I don't remember ever really picking them up and messing with them because that was that time. It was during the party time before '95, or
Right.
no? Was it around that time? Was it around '95?
When he would have first started doing the figures?
It was earlier than that, right?
No, I
No,
don't
it was
think.
about then.
I think it was maybe late '90s when the McFarlane toys really
Was
started
it?
in. Yeah,
God,
because
the
I think it
'90s
was
all run
post.
together.
It was post the HBO animated series, wasn't it? When he started to have money to be able to start the company. Because like the heyday of his toys was that sort of 99, 2000, 2001,
Maybe it
2002
was.
period before the bubble burst, the first tech bubble burst, and a lot of money just disappeared. And
Yeah.
the first
God,
sort of
yeah.
reverberations in the toy. And then he had another good period through the mid 2000s when when everyone was doing everything. And then the end of when 2008, when that economic bust happened, that was like the
Yeah,
death knell for so many of those novelty lines. And
because I would hunt Marvel Legends. In fact, I remember it being Marvel Legends Wave 6 with Phoenix and Cable and Deadpool. I was stalking Toys R Us, and I would go over, and the McFarlane end cap would be over to the side of the Marvel and the Lord of the Rings stuff, I think. Maybe right there.
yes, because Toy
Yeah.
Biz had Lord of the Rings, right?
Yeah.
So it would have been
And they were doing
Marvel
Marvel
Legends
Legends.
and yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah, that
Oh,
was later.
dedicated end caps like that of just
God,
was it
when
Mike Case? Mike Case just did the video of the Canadian Toys R Us that
yeah.
he went in and it was like, I don't want to see this. I don't want to see what we should still have, if not for
I'm
like the worst element of our culture and the way the world works, to destroy a toy store that we all had for generations.
yeah, because when Marvel Legends started, it was that one aisle, and it had the Marvel stuff
And the
and
fact
this
that
and that.
everything could have
Yeah,
an
but then they
aisle.
started splitting it up into the X parts,
Oh.
and you had to go
Well,
walking around.
when the movies were really
Yeah,
taking off,
yeah,
so you had the comic side and then you had the movie side.
yeah.
Like these are the movies figures. If you want just the straight up comics ones,
Oh man, Toys R Us. And I don't remember going to Toys R Us before I could drive. So again,
well, that's because it was a minefield for parents. Who wants
that's
to
true.
take
That's
a
true.
kid down where every aisle is a "Can I have that aisle"?
Yeah.
That's not the place a parent wants to take a kid. That is like
Hmm.
that's a sometimes treat.
Yeah. And being where I am, going to McDonald's was a sometimes, you get all A's on your report card, you get to go to McDonald's. So going to a toy store, I guess, was,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know,
I mean, that's yeah. You don't want to invite chaos into your life.
right,
Yeah,
right. Ours was a go to town on Saturday type thing.
yeah. Who wants to say no for a half hour?
We're going to Walmart and that's it. And but even Walmart had toy aisle.
Yeah, but it was an aisle. There was an aisle, and then you're done,
Yeah,
and then you're at
yeah.
hardware.
But man, you think back to then, it was a packed aisle when it was. Oh man, when it
I mean,
was
but
like,
I think our views are skewed now because of also the pandemic barrenness. Like to even
yeah,
imagine now walking down a fully stocked aisle when you could have seen that 4 years ago. We could have walked down an aisle that didn't have gaps
yeah, yeah.
to it. But now, I mean, uh, Target, you can walk down and go, did they just not don't have toys anymore? What's going on?
When I was talking about being at Walmart 3 or 4 hours ago, it's the same thing that's been there for a month. I was
Yeah.
walking down it, I was like, yep, I'm out.
Or
That's
things just randomly thrown into a spot nowhere near, like they did some TVC Star Wars exclusives that you couldn't, were sold out online, couldn't find them.
yeah,
And then you do one of those, I don't know if you do this as well, but as a collector, you're walking down the aisle, but you are meticulous. Like, I'm just going to look everywhere. I'm just going to
yeah,
glance at everything and do the scan, because you never know if someone has just set something back or something's in the wrong place. And
hmm,
they, like a half aisle away, stocked just the exclusives, just threw up like whatever the shipment was, nowhere near the other Star Wars figures.
right,
It's just boom. I guess there was an empty spot, and they're like, we'll throw them up here. But they were all there. And that was just a miracle to see something that was a sold out. Because now I don't, you've recalibrated to where if it's sold out online, it doesn't exist anymore. It's
Right.
just, it's no longer a thing. But to see things in person and stocked is a shock when I go into stores now.
I guess it was, but it's been some years back where I would make a pass and then you make a second pass, just in case, checking behind the boxes on the bottom. I haven't done that in a long, long
Do
time.
people still hide things? Is that still a thing? Do people,
I
or do
don't,
they just go ahead if they're going to get it?
yeah.
It used to be.
Why? I mean,
Which is
or taking
weird
it
because
to,
everyone knew to look too. So
yeah, or go check the ice chests in sporting goods, because there may be something there.
or behind the Barbie dolls, and that's where
Yeah. Yeah,
someone has
because nobody's
decided
going to
to
look
put
there
their
for.
Darth Vader,
Mm-hmm. Or layaway.
yeah, or slid completely under into like the dust crevices underneath
I,
the
I,
shelves
and I've never checked the where you lift the ship, where you lift it and
just
look
to see what's
under.
there.
Yeah, no, I've never done that either. Because I've always been afraid that somebody's going to turn that corner and just be.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say somebody's under there.
Yeah. Oh no, that somebody's
Hey,
like,
put
I
it
live.
down.
Yeah. My
What are you
dress.
looking? You looking for the Vader? Here, take it.
But I'm keeping the rest of this.
Put
It's
the cover
mine.
back. I'm on break.
Yeah. You got to pay a toll. Oh, dang it. I ran into the shelf troll again. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Did you pay him?
No, he didn't have anything I needed.
Well, that's why you gotta
Dang
pay
it.
your tithe to the shelf troll.
I, I, but you're right. Past couple of years, it's just been, pre-order it, forget it, wait for it, comes in. And
Eventually.
eventually it's gotten worse. But, and
Well, it got
jumping
worse
in.
until it got crazy in the past month.
Yeah.
The
Even,
fact that everything is showing up at the holidays is just like the worst thing economically that could be happening, I think, to collectors that are already on the fence about reevaluating
mhm.
their commitment to lines and buying things just because of the economic realities, to suddenly have all of this stuff hit.
Which is great for,
Oh, it's end of quarter. Like, hey, we got a bump.
oh,
And
yeah.
it's also great to have the thing, sure, but
That's another reason to pump out the HasLabs at the end of the year too. But it's,
but you can't have multiple HasLabs all.
yeah. But even Mezco's been shipping Predator, Alien. We're about to take the money for The Crow, which I've been waiting for a year or two, and no 89 Batman, but
And
still,
NECA has a whole bunch of stuff coming out like right now too, don't they?
yeah, Secret of the Ooze, and is that shipping?
And the Alf we're all getting, right?
Yeah.
We're all getting Alf. You're getting Alf. You got to get Alf, right? It comes with a cat, doesn't it? I think it comes with a cat.
What's probably going to happen is I made a custom. Well, it's also bigger. NECA kind of scales larger. I only buy their turtle stuff.
What is the scale on the? Is it scaled to?
I figured it was all 7. It's gotta be 7 inch.
If that, then it's scaled to like a Hot Toys 1/6 scale, right?
No, it's more of a. Well, it's just like a larger than a Marvel Legends, but not 1/6. It's more like 1/11th or something.
I'd be curious to see what it, like, if you could put it next to, because it is a puppet and also a guy in a suit.
Well, I don't know the exact height, but if it's 7-inch scale, it'll be about 4.5, 5.
Because what's great, I don't think people haven't really talked about this much. Maybe I should do a video of it because I noticed it because I'm also a Muppet fan. Was the Diamond Select Muppet figures scale to the 5-inch line? Really? Yeah. So if you took, what do I have that's an actual human character that's here? I have a lot of, here with Tarkin. But Gonzo and Tarkin. So if you think that this is, if he's puppeteering, yeah, that is the perfect scale for Muppets characters. If you want to incorporate Muppets into your Black Series and Legends line, get the Diamond Select Muppets figures.
It's too late. That's been some years though, right?
Oh, no. They have been re-releasing them as box sets.
Shut up.
So
Shut
all the
up.
ones you thought you missed, you can now get. You can get the Electric Mayhem. You can set up Animal behind your Marvel Legends.
I wasn't the biggest Muppet guy. It'd be neat to have a couple for that situation, but I was always on the hunt for was it Palisades?
Yeah,
Came with the
I mean the Palisades ones were
popcorn
fantastic.
cart. Who came with the popcorn cart?
Scooter,
Scooter.
because it was from the ostensibly from Muppets Take Manhattan, where he was working as an usher at the movie theater. So he had the props that came with that line were beautiful.
That's yeah, because I always wanted that popcorn popper or popcorn cart.
Um, yeah, they had a lot of stuff that came from, but that was also one. All the props had that brittle plastic
Oh, did
feel
it?
to it. Like it
Because
had that much more sharp plastic. Like if you pick up a Marvel Legends figure, it feels like a rubbery plastic.
yeah,
There's
yeah,
it feels like there's a rough and tumble durability.
which some people complain about, but it's not breaking. Well, you can also get too rubbery on some of the joints and stuff, but
Yeah,
yeah.
but they're getting sharp sculpts out of these. I'm not, complaining about how.
And and man, and I know they're up to $24.99, but even still, and reuse and everything else. But I hate to say it, you're still getting cool figures for $27 or $25.
I think the problem was just the amount. Like I think that's the saturation point where people are reaching the
Yeah,
breaking, is that it's just so much coming out. I understand, there's also the mentality of I want it all now. What are we waiting on this figure for? Because everyone's, the figure that one person likes may not be the focus of the figure that the other person wants.
exactly. And that's where online conflict comes from,
Right.
because some of those people think, I don't like it, it shouldn't exist.
Right.
Why did they make this crap?
Yeah, or why they push that to the other wave? Why couldn't it be in this wave? So I can get it.
And that's where I've gotten to, here's my X-Men, here's my classic stuff. I'll take it where I can get it and then skip some rest.
Right. But certainly being more discerning with, do I really need that? Is that a real necessity? Do I need to build a figure? Is it really a character that I care enough about? Because, I have a completionist mentality. It's like, I don't want just loose arms and legs
I know,
of an unfinished figure sitting around, but do I need to buy all of the figures in this wave? Do I need that ninja character I don't care about?
Yeah, exactly. And that's where I am. If I want to build a figure, I'll get all the figures, even if I don't want them or not. But there hasn't been a lot of build figures either that I didn't build Controller. I got Speedball and I got US Agent.
Now, do you keep the bits? Like, I might build this, or do you like anyone else need these when they're building it?
I'm getting too many boxes of random, especially with the customizing too, I'll have bodies and heads. So
you never know where.
Limbs. So I need, again.
Have you tried?
We haven't moved
all the stuff that you have incomplete Build-A-Figures, and just seeing what you can make out of Franken-figuring.
Maybe I'll just shove it all together and see what happens.
See what comes out.
Yeah.
There, there's I'm challenging you to do a Franken-figure play date where you just have whatever box of incomplete Build-A-Figures.
I guarantee I have like 6 right legs, no lefts, or something like that.
Give it 2 right legs.
That's true.
It's a Franken-figure. That happens.
I can do whatever I want. But that's another reason to have an outside space, because I'll sort stuff as I move it out there.
Right.
And I think that's the problem where we
have the bin of.
Yeah. For the first, we've lived here for 13 years, 14, somewhere in there, which means we haven't sorted stuff in 14 years.
Right. And obviously doing Fwoosh has taken off during that time as well. So
yeah. This is 20th anniversary of the forums. And then, I didn't jump into YouTube until way late compared to some of these other guys, so.
And that seemed like a reluctant jump. I watched some of the early videos, and you can see the evolution of how comfortable you become.
Yeah, I was real enthused at first.
Yeah. You seemed like you were doing a live stream for Hasbro.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I was odd. I was short straw. The other guys, they had jobs. They had jobs that made them money. and everything. And I was working a job, but I was working at a metal shop down here for,
She had a little more flexibility too.
yeah, I had time, and it's a little bit cheaper to live around here and stuff. So, and despite me not wanting to be on there, I enjoyed learning the video stuff, how to edit and everything. And as it went along, I was like, oh, I can do this,
And
blah.
have fun with it.
And you can, yeah, and you can see where that turning point is.
Oh no, without you can definitely see where you decided,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna, this is a character now. This is
Yeah.
my presentation character.
I can say maybe I ramp it up a little bit for videos and stuff, or in person or at shows or something, but that is more me. And it before that was me playing a character, because I was afraid of people wouldn't like the accent or couldn't understand what I say, or oh no, he's having fun. I wanted it straightforward and
Getting
just
comfortable with being on camera.
yeah, and that's been a biggie. Once I started doing news, oh man, that was nerve wracking. Once I got in front of the camera,
Yeah. Oh,
but now, but now, whenever I edit something and I'm thinking that is dumb, I'm leaving it in because and then I'll be nervous about it till it actually posts, and then that usually goes over.
Well, it's when you get to that point of doing enough things like this, when you're like, oh,
Yeah,
everything else can just conform to what I want to do
yeah,
for this, and I can be comfortable because I know I'm doing what I want to do with this,
yeah,
rather than what do people expect? How am I supposed to be on camera? What is this
exactly.
supposed? What do they want out of this? Rather than do what you want to do, and the folks that want that out of a thing will be the
Yeah.
audience that you build.
And every now and then I'll get comments of, oh, you're too positive or too silly. This last one, I got a comment of, you know what? It would take 2 minutes of Googling instead of you claiming you don't know what you're talking about, or Robo don't know and stuff. And I'm like, you know what? I got pissed off at first when it was like, well, maybe I could. And then I got self-conscious. I was like, have I taken it too far? Is it too? And then I realized, you know what? This is one person out of 40,000 views on this video. And
Yeah,
I'm like,
but it's always going to be that one that is the one that you
yeah,
go, wait a minute, do I?
and it lives right back here.
Yeah.
I'm still talking about it 3 days later,
Oh,
It's like,
I've spent an
yeah.
equal amount of time doing all these things, and
You get 2 negative comments, and then you go back a couple days later, and there's 150 comments on there of people, talking about what you talked about, or this or that, and I'm like, it's hard not to focus on the
yeah,
negative.
because it's still there. It's still there. It's buried.
Yeah.
It's nested within all those other comments.
Yeah.
And other people read it. Like, did other people read that and agree with it, but not mention it?
Oh yeah, that comment had 3 likes.
Who are they?
I must change my whole format.
Yeah,
but no, character wise, this is this is actually me comfortable at finally, the past couple of years. This is how I would talk to
the videos. I mean, you can sense a point where you're just.
This is how I would talk.
Anything like this, if you don't enjoy doing it, this is not a thing to do.
Goes all the way back to the first. If I ain't I'm at that age where if I ain't having fun, it's not worth doing it, So I'm just trying to have a little fun before
and there's
shuffling
too much
off.
drama and
Yeah.
and work that's caught up in what is a rat race in any of this stuff, any content production, which is a horrible word and a horrible phrase.
I know, influencer.
Yeah, I mean, when people come to me and go, well, should I do a podcast? How do you do a podcast? Like, do a thing that you like, and if it stops being fun, don't do it.
And if it doesn't take off at first, just keep doing it. If you're having fun,
if it's a thing that you love, then just
keep doing it.
And if it doesn't affect you negatively, financially, emotionally, to continue doing it, like if it's not destroying your life to continue doing this thing and you love it, don't worry about the audience. Let it find what it's going to find. But if that's all you're chasing, and that's the metric that is forever in your mind, like, why isn't this hitting? Why aren't people caring? Should people care? Like, I'm doing, I do enough stuff outside of this. Like, this is fun for me to do this as a side thing, to have these conversations. And I wanted to have this. The only reason I started this thing, which adds extra work on the thing, was just to have conversations with folks and to justify all the things that I'm getting. And have a forum to go, like, I should talk about these things that I'm doing because I'm excited about them and it's fun. But if I look, I don't want to look at view counts because it's not a metric that affects me doing it.
I I fall
It's a
into that hole
bonus.
every.
It's a
I mean,
bonus. It's like great, people
yeah,
care.
yeah, and it's nice to know, or well, I usually come off as more if I can distract somebody for 20 minutes out of the real world, everything that's going on, then when somebody posts that hits me here more than anything else, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. I mean, I had fun doing it. If you have fun watching it, then I'm pretty happy.
Right. Or I
Till
didn't
that
know about that thing. Or that's a fun thing. I'm glad I know
Yeah,
about that now.
yeah.
Or we just want to spend time with Robo. This is just their
Yeah.
this is the
Or
moment of
the
the
yeah, or
day.
the breakfast pictures of, okay, I've got my cereal, I got my TV,
Yeah.
we're ready to go. And I'm like, oh man, that's worth posting on Saturdays all
Yeah.
together.
Or
Yeah.
people are looking forward to, like, it's part of the routine. Like, well, I know,
Yeah.
while I'm doing this, while I'm driving to this place, I could stream this person has uploaded their new video because this is their day
Hmm.
when they upload it. That'll pass that amount of time in the day.
Yeah.
Because and the greatest, I certainly, you and plenty of other folks, there are tons of stuff on YouTube that I have on, but I don't watch,
Yeah.
which, considering their visual reviews of things,
Yeah.
is a weird thing to try and reconcile in your mind. But to go like, no, sometimes I just leave it on and listen to the commentary
Hmm.
while I'm driving, but I'm just listening to what's being said. And sometimes I go, oh, I should go back and glance at the thing later to go and see what they were talking about when they're talking
Yeah.
about this particular paint thing on here or whatever. But it's because it's an easily queued up thing.
Yeah.
It's dead simple to find all this content out there. And then people gravitate, hopefully, there are people that gravitate sometimes to the negative side of things, that just want to hear the rants, that just want to hear the vitriol, that just want to hear the hatred. And
And you know what? There's a side, because again, I skew positive and there could be downfall.
which is a weird
Yes,
phrase for that to be a
I know.
thing that people would
I,
take issue with as well.
But a lot of people think positive doesn't mean critical, And you got to have that critical, how are companies supposed to improve or keep in this if you're not critical? Which, it's not like I don't point out negatives. It's not like I don't make fun of companies when they screwball something. But there's also this. I think of it as, hey, if you want, if there's content, I mean, there's watchers for that, obviously. They have views and that's their thing. It's when that, oh, well, you're not like this person, so you suck. And I'm like,
Yeah,
no, just flip the channel and watch him, and
yeah,
I'll do
yeah.
this over here.
You
What?
have other options. You can go
Yeah,
other places. You're
yeah.
not locked in here.
This is not politics or religion. We're talking about toys, and
You
there's no
well,
reason
some
for.
people treat it
Yeah,
with the same
yeah.
kind of
I
emotional
don't.
attachment to it that is not healthy.
I don't get into the whole turf wars thing or this or that. If something's controversial, I'm just going to talk about toys. That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah. There's too much drama in
Yeah,
other things for
yeah,
it to be it about toys.
yeah. I
And to
do
see the
this.
HasLab the
Oh,
conversation about that HasLab, and
yeah.
also the conversation, going back to the predicament that I still think is unfortunate what Hasbro does for the teams, putting them out front and center, for folks who may not be comfortable doing that, was the commentary around toy reveals and such that is deeply hurtful on a personal level about people's
Oh,
appearances and
oh yeah.
their. It's like, what are you doing? What,
No,
this is
I, I
this is
don't
the
even leave.
life that these people that you want to live, and how you want to present yourself out in the world is like, this is an important part of your day. Like, I'm gonna
Yeah,
get up, I'm gonna brush my teeth, and make some breakfast, and I'm gonna be hateful online, I guess.
yeah. I don't
Oh,
even leave the chat open on live streams. I don't. There's no way.
yeah, no, I mean, it's seeing that scroll by on those HasCon
Hmm.
streams was just a litany of garbage.
Yeah.
Fast
No.
scrolling through that, it was a testament to the worst of humanity.
Yeah. I'm just. I'm just watching the stream. If I'm not into something, I'll go make something or start customizing or something and wait for something that I am interested in. Especially like PulseCons or HasCon or
Yeah, just give us the
What?
news. We're here to see the news.
Yeah. And if they're interviewing somebody that's interested in the toys or doing something, or
Yeah, but if
whatever.
they're not, I can find something else to do. It's okay.
Yeah.
There's other things in life.
At least you're not at. Oh well, you you notice who has never been to a convention before and had to sit in a panel through through an hour ahead just to have a seat for the next panel.
Right.
You're in a panel for watches or something, thinking, get to my
Also,
toys.
if you were sitting in front of them in a panel, would you be shouting the stuff that you're
No,
saying in this chat stream
no,
right now? No.
but that's the internet.
It
So
is.
yeah.
That's a real shame. So your number 3 choice.
Oh yeah. Okay.
You're middle of the pack. So this is dead middle.
This is more a sentimental thing, and it's not even because it's vintage or a figure I cared about as a kid. It's just something I ran across during my convention circuit years, and that is a vintage Admiral Akbar with a Obi-Wan Kenobi robe on. Now, I can't even remember which show I was at, but
Oh, your internet froze. Oh, are you still there? Oh, there you are.
okay.
Hey, froze
I
for a
didn't know
second.
if that was me or there it is. It is me.
I'm gonna blame Akbar for that.
Yeah. Oh, I don't even remember what show I found this at, but it's been on every trip since. Just because I just remember looking in a tub of loose figures and wondering, why the hell does he have that robe on?
Yeah, there's a lot of choices that led up to that moment.
Yeah. And it's scuffed on the front. It's not the greatest figure. It's just, I don't know. I put it in my backpack and it's been in my backpack since. And
So
it's
now
got me
is it
home
like a
every
lucky
time.
charm?
Yeah.
Now is it just it's your
It's
travel
got me
buddy?
home every time. So because of this.
Is
But
the cape in one piece? Is it torn at all?
no. Oh yeah, it's up here on the left
Just
shoulder. It's torn
but not
just
all the way through. Just that
no, it's
little.
just barely ripped.
I mean,
Like
he looks suave. He can
like
pull it
it's been
off.
oh no, that's a lie too. There is a rip here, but even that's not all the way through.
So it's just the starter tears.
It's just got a little snap. It's got a little plastic left right there.
But that's character. That's
But yeah, and I don't know. I look on the bottom of the foot. It's either an M or a
oh, so it's got the
W.
full Toy Story.
Yeah. So somebody cared about this, or I paid $3 for it. I can't remember. That's, but it was somebody's figure.
But it speaks to play.
Yeah.
Like it's not a collectible mitten box. Preserve it as like, does it have the original weapon? Does it have
No,
this is a
it's got
kid who's like,
nothing.
oh, it'd look cool with that. Or
And
even a
and
person, even an adult who says, oh, it would look cool like that.
yeah, but I like to think that this has been like this since 84,
83.
83, 84, somewhere in there.
Yeah, it was 80. It was like when everything was clearanced.
Yeah,
They bought up
Was there an Obi-Wan though? In that would
in the I think everything was available on the line in
was
those
it?
final months. I mean, that was the one thing that remarkable about the Star Wars line originally was that most of the stuff was kept in circulation
Oh
throughout.
yeah.
I mean, you don't see that today.
See my Vader as a kid, I remember that being the only figure the head broke off. I don't know remember how. So my mom glued it back on.
I remember
And
that being a really wobbly connection. Like that thing
was it
would get loose quick. I think mine had a wobble to it.
that? And we were using a cardboard box as a Death Star bridge or something. So we had a Imperial officer or the Death Star commander and someone else and all that. And my mom threw it away, not knowing there was figures in it.
Oh, geez.
And
So that went the figures went with it.
and throwing away here means it went to the burn barrel back in the 80s, So they were gone.
But they had a Viking. A Viking
That's
funeral.
right. But on top of all that, Akbar is just a cool figure. It's a cool design. And it reminds me after messing around with 6-inch figures for 20 years, this seems very tiny, small. Like, I don't know. It reminds me
But
of,
so does it feel like childhood? Is that
yeah, yeah,
immediately evocative of that for you?
in kind of a way, because, I was smaller then. So the figure seemed bigger, So now messing with 6-inch figures, it's kind of the same. Like when they put a retro card on something, it's like, oh, it's big for me. But this is small.
So when you
And,
play with
and
the Black Series, that feels like, oh, I'm a kid playing with a toy. But when you hold that, that feels nostalgic.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Like you're actually having to reflect on, oh, I'm actually bigger now.
Yeah.
I'm an adult now.
I'm 40 years on, and it shocks me every time I pull this out, and look at it and think, man, those were tiny. And to think the mask figures were smaller,
Oh yeah, I mean those
Yeah,
were, and with so many little bits.
yeah, but so cool. But yeah, and then oddly enough, this week I got in the 6-inch retro carded Akbar in this deco.
Are you gonna put the Obi-Wan cape? Can you get the Black Series with the vinyl cape and put it
Yeah,
on?
yeah, I've got one of those. I've got two of those. Because at
I
that
mean,
time I was like, oh, I need a carded and a loose.
I kind of after this, I kind of need to see a short
Of
of you putting
coming
that.
full circle.
Yeah,
Yeah. And then I put him in the bag. And the first trip I go on, the plane goes down. It's like, damn it. No. It's because of Akbar.
I mean, look at this. Now Hasbro even did that. First, they're taking your lead on customs. Now, in your Lucky
Oh,
Charms,
no kidding. And I've never shown this on. Well, maybe there was a live stream I showed this on. Maybe.
they know.
But
They know. They
yeah.
got it. They got moles. Have you asked your
Out of,
kids? Have you
what have they
asked?
done?
Have you checked to see who's informing on you?
Nah, you never know who's watching live streams. That's because they've done how many of those vintage inspired figures? 5, 6, 7?
With the actual deco? Yeah, there's
Yeah.
not that many.
Forlom, Zuckuss, Boba Fett, Greedo, Obi-Wan, Akbar.
Yeah, that had the original paint jobs.
I think there's a few more. There may be a couple more.
Are there?
Maybe not.
No, I not no that was the original deco. But those are the
Because
ones that are so drastic
yeah,
a
because I started,
difference.
and that's why I get those, because one, vintage nostalgia tug. I'm a sucker. Even though I stopped buying a lot of the retro carded stuff, when it's just the figure that we already have on
Right.
a different card, I
Because
can
you're an
pass on
opener
that.
anyway, so
Yeah. Now I have all the Star Wars and most of the Empire, but now the prices are up. Return of the Jedi's coming. I don't need. Well, I'll need Chewbacca, but
are you saying you don't need the carbonized 2-pack of the TIE Fighter and Imperial Guard?
you know what? If that Imperial Guard was separate and was $25, I'd dig it for the red. Makes it look armored and shiny,
Yeah,
even though
but
it wasn't like that in the movie, but
I would want
not
to
that
swap
shiny.
out the shiny head on the original cloth body. Just swap out the head.
The vinyl's kind of cool looking too, though, but it's not as
Yeah, I mean,
dynamic.
it looks like his rain outfit.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
this is
yeah.
an outdoor Imperial Guard.
That, or he's about to upholster some
Yeah, yeah.
some-
Or he
a
works in the
seat.
kitchen.
Yeah. See,
Yeah,
it always goes back to the kitchen.
as it should.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Now I need to see. So I eagerly await at least your photographs of.
And you know what? I wasn't planning on opening that Akbar, but I may have to do that.
Well, you'll get the second one of that when you get the second Darth Maul.
Dang it. Hopefully it'll sit around until, again, Black Friday
But that speaks to
2023.
something about the uniqueness of the Akbar in the Black Series, which the one thing that the Black Series is not good about is like the relative dearth of aliens. Like I think the one thing about that scale and about its rightful reuse policy when it comes to being able to make characters possible. So that
Mm-hmm.
means you're going to get an average human body type that's going to be used again and again. If it's a head
Mm-hmm.
swap, they're more likely to do it as far as
Mm-hmm.
like, well, it's just got an alien head. It's good to go.
Yeah.
But you don't get the weird aliens that make up Star Wars.
Yeah.
Like,
And then
you don't get Dexter Jetster, sort of hefty, like this is a figure that's just going to be this figure. There's no reuse of this.
But then we turn around and get Zeb, and we could use that as a Jedi,
right? But we haven't yet.
Yeah, yet. But you never know what they're planning years out.
Hope, but that's the one thing you never hear them talk about, like address. Like there's always that weird cage. We can't talk about things, but it I would love if they said you're not going to get aliens. We're just not going to do the weird, super unique aliens.
Because Zeb was also around current media. Yeah,
and you also you couldn't do that crew. I'm sure as a license, you couldn't.
Yeah.
Somebody's going, where's Zeb? You can't do everyone but Zeb.
But I doubt we see a Muff Talk or a Man-a-Man or anytime soon.
That was one of my like for a pack. Like, can you imagine Black Series just putting out that pack?
Now, was that a mail away? Did you have to go through some kind of hoop to get that?
I do not believe so. I don't think it was a mail away because it would have had the exclusive on it or like a fan thing.
Right. It's not like the Frito-Lay Ghost of Obi-Wan or
like the
Bomar Monk.
What else did they do? They did the Figrin Dan was a mail away originally well. And it came with all the instruments with it. And then the what else was? Because they did the fans' choice stuff for a while too. Because they did Wooher, the barman in the cantina as one of those initially. Then I think they released it in the regular line after that. So they had like the version you could order from StarWars.com first, and then it got like a wider release. But I don't think that. And then they also did like the preview figures. Remember when they did the Mace Windu mail away? But yeah, I mean, that would be great in a Black Series to have that as a 2-pack.
Now, was there also a white hairy creature in Rogue One, or was it?
You're thinking Solo. He has like they did a regular scale, 3 3/4 scale figure.
Did they?
It was I think he was one of the rebel soldiers on nope, you know what? Rogue One.
Yeah.
Rogue One, I think. He's on the beach.
Was he a gunner?
Yes, like has like a gunnery backpack.
Yeah. And they were talking like he was supposed to have, or it was supposed to have a bigger part, and they reduced it down to, even in the movies, they cut back on aliens a lot.
Well, I mean, look at Andor. I mean, Andor is like very few aliens. Like, what is that? The show has a thing against featuring aliens. It has great aliens in it.
Yeah.
I mean, what we got was it Dr. Quadpaw? Is that the name of the 4-armed doctor we see in it?
I forgot. Yeah.
He's in that.
Was that his name?
Yeah, I think it's
Quadpaw.
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't learned. New names take a while to sink in for.
But when they're gimmicky, you gotta learn those. And then the 2 aliens on the beach that capture them that are arguing about what to do with them. The 2 big bulky aliens.
Yeah.
And then besides that, it's really just a bunch of background characters you'll see every once in a while, but certainly not a focus, which is fine. I mean, as long as you feel their presence there,
right?
But
because even in the original movies, they did there's the cantina, there's Jabba's palace, and then there's sprinkled. Right? I guess.
I mean, look, we can't even get another re-release of Jabba.
You got to think
that's done
with a Return of the Jedi. You would think.
You would think something. You would think so much with like I don't know what the strategy is.
I don't. It's hard to predict what's going to happen.
I didn't think it would be so re-release heavy so far. Like I haven't seen something that has totally blown me away as an announcement.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, we finally got 9 Num. Like here it is. Look at it. Like here is actually not a pipeline image, but here's a 9 Num. Here it is.
I want to be able to finally use that commercial.
I want people to rush to go buy those General Landos that are sitting
because nine numb.
Yeah, maybe I mean, you packed them so heavily, put them out just to move the General Landos, which is a great
Yeah.
figure. And
Mm-hmm.
whatever the release strategy was for the numbers they put into cases, it's horrible that it gives a worse story than is the case when people
Yeah, I
realize
know.
how many of those were in cases.
But I'm tempted to buy. Come full circle, make a Maydeen out of General Lando, but
it's the only way we're going to get one in the line. So you're
I
taking one for
know,
the team.
I know, but then we get all these new sculpts. Well, like this, another reason why I got this new wave was all the new sculpting and the new characters and
Or a
stuff.
Mon
But
Mothma, an actual Jedi, Return of the Jedi Mon Mothma. You would think
yeah,
this is the era of Mothma. Let's celebrate.
because we're getting Andor, right? Yeah,
We're
They showed
getting
one.
like the first outfit we saw her in
Yeah,
Andor.
which is kind of it's got the same feel, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's
But
got
it's not.
like, but the hairstyle is completely like they can't reuse the head. It would have to be a brand new head for.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm this close to 3D printer just because.
I was so close. Finally got one. The filament one. Didn't get a resin yet because the resin stuff frightens me a bit, just because there's so many things you have to worry about as far as fumes and
another reason for building.
Yeah, but having already experienced it with the filament printer and the things, I'm like, well, I'll just run that off.
Yeah,
I know it would be a slippery slope with the resin printer as well, because there's so much wonderful stuff out there.
And a lot of people
as a customizer, because I can't paint. I'm horrible at painting.
Right.
So having a beyond functional ability to paint, you would have a field day with the models that are out there.
Because I was just getting into, I mean, a lot of people were doing digital sculpts, selling the prints, but these days with so many people having printers, a lot of them just went to selling
the STL files. Yeah. Oh, you froze up again.
The files. So
there you go. You froze up again. Just a second.
Okay.
Yeah, selling the STL files.
Yeah, just selling the files. That does me no good. So,
but you see how many of them are out there and what's out there.
I know.
And the prices on printers has gone through the floor.
Now, what about? I mean, supplies for printers.
I mean, the resin is what the real cost of it is, because it's the same thing with the filament, is because you're going to want to make so much stuff.
Right.
It doesn't last long because you are producing so much stuff. I mean, granted, it's you can see it. It's still going to be cheaper than if you're buying it from people who are printing it out for you, because they're trying to recoup their costs.
Yeah.
So, and shipping. So it ultimately is far less than if you're buying from other folks, but it is a slippery slope.
And I'd like to say that, I'm just buying it to print out heads to put on my customs, but then
you say that, but then you're printing out weapons, and you're printing out, boxes, then you're printing out, Mando. Yeah, you're printing out a throne. You're printing out,
I've got.
Then you look at like what Landspeeder Luke and like the set pieces that he's doing, and
that throne is from Landspeeder Luke from last year or so. Was it last year? Somewhere in there.
Did someone print it out for you, or
that he printed out and sent it? So it was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I've been staring at his Patreon, knowing that I'm going to eventually just have just too much, even with the filament printer, because things like that, set pieces, will look fine coming out of a filament printer.
There's someone right now selling files for scale ATST. It's like you have to.
Well, I mean,
each part, and I'm like,
what? I'm assuming you're familiar with Mighty Jabba's collection with that channel.
You
should, if you're curious about 3D printing. It's a beautiful channel. So he focuses his collection on Jabba and Jabba's throne room related items and characters. But one of the things he did was he 3D printed a life-size Jabba the Hutt.
No kidding, life-size
Jabba the Hutt. So he commissioned the sculpt. So he had the sculpt, printed it all in sections,
And then
And like if you look at the just like the bottom section when he was assembling the base of it, it looked like a kid's swimming pool.
really,
Because you got to think Jabba's probably what, 7 feet wide, eight
yeah,
feet wide for the
enough for
tail,
3 people, right?
and is at least a 5 foot tall character. And to see that process and know what's capable, but then he's printed off a Hot Toys scale 1/6 scale like Max Rebo band, and printed off
Yeah.
retro figures, and and the thing is that you also get into is you can scale all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could take that Landspeeder Luke Mandalorian throne and theoretically do a life-size version of it and make yourself.
just in
It's a lot of
just in
assembly.
panels.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's part of the reason I haven't jumped in yet, was I don't know where it's gonna, something else to learn to distract me from what I do now,
Yeah. And it is, but as you said, there's so many modelers out there that are doing amazing
Oh, dude.
things.
Just alone, Casting Cave does the paints, but Fan Plastic 4, he does the Jim Lee X-Men heads. I don't even care about Jim Lee X-Men, but I want all those heads to replace that.
All I want is, if he's watching, all I want is that Fantastic Four and Doctor Doom for me. That's all I want. That John Byrne Fantastic Four and Doctor Doom. That's it. Just get back to me on it.
Yeah.
That's all I
Yeah.
want. It's, you know what? I'll print them out on my janky filament printer with its print lines. I don't care.
Yeah.
But I like the idea that I can, what Hasbro has to deal with. You have to arrive at a design that is like, as broad, as appealing as possible
Mm-hmm.
to folks. You can't just do like, this is all Jim Lee style, this is all John Byrne style, because you're looking for mass market. You want people's mental, this is good enough. This is a good enough representation of this character that I want in my collection, without alienating anyone to where it seems like a niche design.
Yeah.
But that's where Fantastic Four is like, no, you want that one that looks specifically like a John Byrne, Reed Richards? Here it is. But then I'm just going to show you a picture of my beautiful model, and you're not gonna have any ability to get it. Don't do that to us. Don't.
Yeah, dang it. And that even printing out parts and pinning them together, I don't mind them not moving or not moving much, because most of the customs I do,
they're going to be on your shelf anyway.
Yeah. And I don't go through all the trouble of shaving down the articulation in order for it to not scratch or rub. And when I paint it and I move it and it scratches the paint off, I just put it where I want it and paint it.
Right. It's also, you're not staring at it with macro eyes when it's on the shelf. Exactly. You're 4, 5, 6 feet away going, oh yeah, that's a cool figure on my shelf.
So if I can print out all the parts of a figure if necessary and just glue it together and paint it up.
Yeah, or people are using magnets, like you're using the rare earth, and then you don't have to, it's got enough grip that and you can articulate enough to move an arm up and down or move a leg to adjust it so it's not falling on its face.
Change the pose a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, not going full on action, but yeah.
Yeah, or even doing like, as you've done, just simple head swaps. Like, oh, hey, the Walgreens Fantastic Four is good enough, but I would love that John Byrne style head on it.
You're right.
That would be good enough for me.
Yeah. I mean, I was a big Excalibur kid.
Oh, Alan Davis Excalibur?
Oh, dude, yeah. All the way up through Cross Tom Caper, and then it kind of...
give me an Alan Davis Nightcrawler.
Yeah. Well...
Or Kitty Pryde.
Or... Because that Excalibur set's okay, but I've got this body waiting for a Captain Britain head that's the actual helmet,
Right.
Not the...
Has anyone sculpted it yet? Has anyone done a sculpt out there?
Fantastic Four has a sculptor.
Son of a...
Yeah. He's got the
community.
He's got the whole team.
And isn't he designing for Hasbro now, or one of the companies? Isn't he?
Super 7, he does some sculpting, and I think some Four Horsemen maybe, or
neither of which has the Marvel license.
Some freestyle. or freelance freestyle.
Like the Coke machine.
Yeah, yeah. He can do whatever he wants.
Oh, man.
Oh, the X-Men Mondo.
That's a other, yeah. So the super expensive.
Yeah, which is cool
Yeah,
looking,
aren't they
but
doing X? He's doing the X-Men figures for them, right?
yeah, the
The
animated,
animated.
yeah, which I already don't. Jim Lee's not my favorite, and then you get into the animated flavor, and it's even further down. I was never into the cartoon, so
But he does such a good representation that I
I
have to
know.
respect the on model nature. I mean,
Oh,
that
dude,
for me is when things are on model, then I appreciate that
yeah,
immensely. When you go, okay, you nailed it. You got
yeah.
this. There would, the compromises that were made, I don't notice them enough to where I don't go, this is like, I think, for me, Marvel Legends size aside for this year, I think for me, top figure of the year, just because of how well they nailed it, is She-Hulk. That Disney Plus She-Hulk for me looks spot on to, like, if you want an on model representation, we're like, that just stepped off the screen and you nailed it.
I I skipped a lot of that wave, but I got She-Hulk just because it's such a good looking She-Hulk, and I don't have a good She-Hulk, but it's still in the box over there. I haven't opened it up yet.
When you take that thing out, the fact that it just, from the articulation
Hmm.
on the body, the fact, with the pinless and how they pull it off, and the fact that it clearly is not, like, I haven't seen this body on any other character of you that height, because she
No,
stands at least a head taller than any Marvel Legend. But
plus
just
that
the
uniform's got to be unique for just
yeah, and just
her.
talking about, the eye focus, it captures the character. Like, she's
Hmm.
judging me sitting on the desk.
Yeah,
Like,
I
I think this for me is like a top tier just work that they've done. And the fact that the hair lays exactly like they didn't go for anything weird with the hair. This is not like
right.
a mid, she's swinging her head around hair.
Windswept. Yeah.
Yeah, or like she fell off a cliff.
Hmm.
uh
She's mid jump.
that, and the other figure that's impressed me recently was the
I
Howard the
haven't got
Duck.
that. Now it doesn't move,
Well, his
but
legs don't move, the arms do have the full articulation that you would hope
yeah.
for, like, a little bit.
So it's better than Spider Ham.
Yeah. Oh no, it's not like practically a PVC figure like that
Yeah.
Spider-Ham. So, you can get plenty of emotion out of him. Yeah, it's just the legs they didn't even bother, but the feet you can certainly adjust to get him to stand right and, sort of cock his head.
No
The head
waist.
doesn't
Or
have the
right.
greatest. The waist does rotate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So as far as compromises to make, and so if you're standing on a shelf, he's got that nice slack.
Yeah.
But again, he's just gonna just be in a state of. But it's one of those things where you go, hey, I respect you did a one-off, because you're not going to be using that Howard
No.
body for anything else.
And I'll probably end up with that too at some point, but
Yeah, that impressed me when
because it's Howard
they.
the Duck. I may
You got a Howard the Duck figure.
I
It's
may
just,
have the original in there in the tub somewhere.
yeah, and it's just, who knew we would get to the point
Right.
where we would get, and he comes with an animated Paul Rudd head in a jar.
That's right. See, I
So,
forgot about that too.
so if you want an animated Paul Rudd head to stick on anything, crack open
So,
that jar.
oh man, I only watched What If once. Was Howard in What If? Was
Howard is in, I think, the zombie. Is he in the zombie episode, which is
is
where the
that
head
why?
comes from, or is he? You know what? He's either in that one or he's in the party episode with
Okay.
Party Thor.
Right.
That's the only ones he's in, because he's not in the T'Challa Star Lord one.
I need to go back and watch that series again. It's just
But it's good that this is, it's enough to look like the live action MCU version too. So it does double duty of not just being the animated version, which I think the Red Skull from this line does a good job of.
yeah.
Like, it's
Yeah.
probably the best Red Skull they've done.
Little Bright is the head. Little Bright Red, or am I thinking of the other Red Skull?
I don't think it's as bright as the one you're thinking, which was when what the villains line, like the
Yeah, the
comic in
new.
the jumps in the green jumpsuit
Yeah, yeah,
one.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not as like makeup-y dark
As
CG as
the
the Captain America with the first Avenger.
Did that come with the Tesseract, or did that come?
I think that had the Tesseract. Wasn't that a first 10 years release?
Maybe, because
Because that movie didn't have, because they weren't doing the movie figures then. They didn't have the license, right?
has it been that long ago? Oh, it's been that long ago.
Because that was a Paramount release for First
Was
Avenger.
it? Was it?
I'm pretty sure that First Avenger and the first two Thor movies were both Paramount releases.
Really? Oh God, see, I can't keep track. What was that? 10 years ago?
Yeah. When was the first Avengers movie? Was 2012, right?
Maybe, yeah.
So then
Because
Captain
Iron Man
America
was.
would have come out before that. So you're probably talking 2010, 11.
Yeah.
No, well, First Avenger was the last one released, right? Or Thor 2 was the last one released before. Because Iron Man 2 came out before Avengers as well. There was a whole lot that came out in that period between 2008 and 2012. Like you had to assemble all the Avengers. You couldn't have Avengers before you.
Oh well, yeah. That's had to have come out before that.
So yeah,
But
all of those first standalones for all the main Avengers had to have been out before the first Avengers film came out.
yeah, because I always lose track of when or
Yeah,
what came before what. I I got the whole timeline in my head, you know.
but it's just it doesn't seem like that many of them came out that fast, or the fact that we had the Iron Man sequel out before Avengers even hit.
Yeah, yeah. Because I went to the theater with my parents for Avengers, but we're only dealing with five characters. You know, we got to Endgame and he was lost.
Yeah,
So
and
yeah,
an Incredible Hulk film that was a Universal movie that didn't
yeah.
even have the actor that would be the Incredible Hulk.
And they still can't do a Hulk movie,
My,
can
no,
they?
my understanding is that this coming year is when they get the rights
Is it?
back, which is
But they can't
why
do.
She-Hulk's ending sets up that the World War Hulk or Planet Hulk, World War Hulk, I think.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Scar. I forgot
Yeah,
about that.
so they're finally free to.
So so they're kind of jumping because World
Yes,
War Hulk was Thor.
right. So they're going back to Sakaar, I guess, to tell that
Yeah.
tale during his off-world jaunt during the course of She-Hulk.
Because did we ever? Oh man. Okay. Yeah. I don't even remember how he got to Sakaar. Because he was in the Quinjet, right? And
He was
then
in the Quinjet, and I guess he probably just encountered that butthole in space. Was that what
I
they called
guess,
it?
just
And just sucked him up and dumped him in Sakaar, because that was
yeah.
the dumping ground of the universe.
Maybe they do something to where Hulk's the big bad, or
They do like a maestro thing.
yeah, or everyone turns on him or something.
I mean,
Because that's what happened in World War
or there's
Hulk.
just a weird paternity suit that we're just going to see, like
That's
a Jerry
yeah.
Springer episode on Sakaar.
It's like I got to go back to Sakaar court.
Hey, if they get Jerry Springer in the MCU, reprising his role as like cosmic Jerry Springer,
along with Goldblum.
oh yeah, oh no, clear. Let him play the Jerry Springer character. Let him be
Yeah,
back on Sakaar hosting a
yeah.
talk show.
He doesn't rule it anymore, but he has a
But he makes his ruling within, and he has a little
yeah.
parting message just to send
Well,
everyone away.
maybe they're setting up something like that because didn't the holiday special or Christmas special it said
Collector's
collector still alive, right?
That
Yeah,
was the implication I got, because otherwise, how is he going to sell them nowhere?
yeah. So
Which
maybe with all
considering the state that Thanos left it in, was a bit of a
yeah,
fixer-upper at that
and he
point.
okay, well, he was an illusion, wasn't he? And when it wipes, isn't he gone?
Is the implication I thought at the time was that he's just dead in that cage? Like,
Oh yeah.
That he
Oh,
would have been in that cage, but the illusion was that he's in there communicating with them.
oh man, I need to
Doesn't mean
watch
he couldn't have
Infinity War again.
survived that as well. He could have just been. I mean, he
Yeah,
is, one of the what do they call the those?
elders.
But it's not an elder in the MCU. What do they call him in the MCU? Do they come up with a
Oh,
phrase for that?
well, no.
Because it
Have
was
they called him anything?
is what? It's the collector, grandmaster,
The
ego's technically one of them. The champion,
champion.
the runner, the gardener. Who
I
else
never
was in
got into the
Thanos'
others.
quest?
I only remember
Who
the.
else was in Thanos' quest?
Now, was it at the end of Infinity War? Was it Howard the Duck or Cosmo with the collector? Now that I think about it.
It was Cosmo that runs up and oh and then in his broken cage,
Yeah.
Howard the Duck makes a smart Alec comment to him.
Yeah.
But Cosmo runs up and like licks his hand or something.
Yeah.
So it was a twofer.
I would have thought he was dead. Or I would have kept on assuming he was dead.
Maybe there's an odd couple situation. Him and the Grandmaster. They moved
Yeah.
in together. They both need to find a place. They've both been divorced from their former roles.
maybe it's a
Two divorced elders are living together.
Of course, with I guess with Celestials and all that coming back into play, they could play up the whole cosmic.
I mean, you introduce now Eternity. You've got the Living Tribunal. You've got all of the big cosmic elements.
Yeah.
About Order and Chaos have also been mentioned.
Master Order and Lord Chaos.
Yeah.
Was it Lord? Yeah.
Yeah.
I always got them confused.
Yeah, and you got the Fantastic Four. If there's any side that's going to be exploring the whole big universal weird elements of things.
Yeah.
That's
I hope they just jump right into them. I get it, but I hope they just jump right in and.
Yeah, I was actually I my hope now, because it seems too perfect, and they don't have to introduce the character, but I'm surprised they haven't laid groundwork with Latveria by just saying Sokovia is now Latveria. You had a broken country. You had this weird Sokovian come back in and like redeclare it as like this, the former country of Latveria, giving it back its old name. And you're like wondering who, because you have the perfect Eastern European setting that was already fake within the MCU to reestablish as Latveria and just have it as a background element.
Now, has it popped up on a map or something in one of
where it's located?
Yeah.
No, I think we've seen maybe those general CG type of epicenters of things happening.
So much they could do. And like you said earlier, with them introducing time travel and alternate and everything, they can do anything. They can
do a Fantastic Four that disappeared in the early 60s and suddenly pops back from the negative zone.
And just like Spider-Man, we've had a couple of movies with the Fantastic Four being established, so people know the story. Just have them pop up.
And it's it's a story they can tell in different contexts.
They've been in the negative zone.
Yeah. Because they're just scientists and explorers, and above all else, a family.
Yeah.
It's very easy to drop right into that dynamic.
Hell, at this point, have Franklin and have them that far along,
Valeria
with kids and yeah.
I mean, but and you've already laid the groundwork for that in Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah.
You already had Reed acknowledge that he's a father. The only thing I'm curious about is the casting now, because it was a bad position to put whoever, if they decide to recast, like, then don't give a point of reference of another person playing that before you introduce. Like, I'm fine with recasting. I'm fine with whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
But it's unfair to a different actor to go, by the way, people are going to be comparing it to this thing we did a couple of movies ago because we thought it would be a fun little Easter egg. Fun, like the other fan. It's a fun.
Total fan service. Yeah.
So that, I think, so I kind of hope they stick with Krasinski just because it would be unfair to a new actor for that comparison to come in. But if
Plus, he
they change
works.
it, I'm fine. Then whatever. Just
Yeah,
you roll with whatever it's going to be.
him and Emily Blunt both work for.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, just let them bicker. Just bicker
Yeah.
and love each other and have fun. And
How much of a stretch is it for them to, you know?
what a phrase.
Yeah. Oh,
Uh,
see, I did that on purpose. That's why I make the big bucks.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
No,
That's how you get the blue background. I get it.
that's right.
No, I'm curious to see where they go
Yeah.
with it all. But this is going to be just a weird time. This is the you're in for the ride now. If
Yeah.
you have to commit to the MCU now. Like it's hard to just be a casual viewer because there's so much lore being
Yeah.
built up and so many weird places it's going to that you just this is the true test for the casual fan.
And I see that a lot of, the past couple of years, casual fans have fallen off because they're not as, I mean, it's hard not to, without Captain America, Iron Man, the
Right. And the
biggies,
rise
but
of the Disney Plus shows, and there's so much content. I mean, there
yeah,
is just so much to where if
but
you've
we're,
fallen off, like, well, I haven't watched anything in a year. Oh,
yeah,
well, you have these 5 movies, you have these 3 series, you have.
yep. 8 hours of this, 13 hours of
Oh, do
this.
you remember the days when people go, let's do an MCU rewatch?
Yeah. all you want to watch it in chronological order or
Yeah,
release
yeah,
order?
we'll do it over the next week.
Yeah, yeah. Nope. Not anymore. Not unless you're laying in bed for
Yeah,
2
yeah. I mean,
weeks,
and
3
when you know
weeks,
that
month.
things are going to be integral to like
Yeah.
Loki, like you're not
Yeah.
going to understand what's happening with Kang.
Yeah.
I mean,
Or when they pop up with what are they doing? Thunderbolts? It's like,
yeah,
well, you better watch some
can't wait to see
Hawkeye and
Harrison Ford. And
yeah.
I love that. So clearly Thunderbolt Ross was important enough. They were like, but we just can't write the character out. So
Yeah.
if we're going to bring in a replacement, let's bring in someone. And I know, Harrison's only stipulation was you got to make sure I die.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I don't want
And
to be
it's
doing this
perfect.
forever.
You set him up for 2 movies. So you establish that he starts the Thunderbolts. He has a big death scene. You got the coup of having Harrison Ford. He's like, I got to die.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's met. You have a big moment of goodbye.
Yeah.
And Harrison gets what he always wanted from every movie.
I get paid. I get to make talk show appearances,
And
and then
I'm sure
off.
his kids, grandkids will be like, are you gonna be in like a movie we watch?
Because, yeah, what's Indiana Jones?
Yeah, what is that? I hate kids. I hate you all.
Yeah, damn kids
That's
coming
not how
around all the
movies
time.
work.
Because one of the things I've had to wrap my head around is actors and comic artists and all that not being like super fans of the stuff they work on. It's like when he was at Celebration 2017, it was like, what do you think of this and this? And he's just like, who cares? It's
just,
I mean,
what do you want from me?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was real pivotal. Like he caught himself.
I go back to my trailer, I smoke a little
Yeah.
bit, and I go to sleep.
I'm getting paid to be here. I forgot. So, yeah.
Yeah, he's remarkably down to earth.
Yeah. And I get it. I mean,
he's not caught up in the myth and mythology. He's not Shatner. That's like, well, this is my thing. He's not out there looking for an ego trip on these things.
Ford's not booking a space shuttle.
No, I'm sure he's making bookends. Like there's probably if you want shelves, like if you want to talk to him, like invite him over to make shelves.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
or
tell
do
him
magic tricks.
Make a nook. Can you make me a nook?
And
he'd be there in an instant. He's like,
yeah,
you start to hear that star talk, I'm out of here.
No, it's cool.
Birdhouse.
I think it was like well, I guess it was Minnesota Con. Fabian creating Deadpool, and he's like, yeah, and he's just like, yeah, it was a job. I'm like, wait, it was Deadpool. What are you talking about?
Still a job.
Yeah, still a job. I got paid to do it.
I got paid for it then, but I don't get anything now. Also, Rob Liefeld's going around saying that he's the only one and forgetting what actually happened.
And then model some underwear.
Yeah, hope he's enjoying his Levi's. Was it
Yeah.
Levi's? Was the button fly that he did
Yeah.
the ad for?
Yeah.
That was
God.
the worst element of the rise of the image, folks. Was just
Yeah. Crazy days because I watched a documentary the other. In fact, I watched something about Todd and Rob.
was it for the anniversary? Because it's the
Well,
image anniversary, wasn't it? It was
no, it
five.
was back then, and Stan Lee introduced them. Stan Lee was like, "Hey, these guys," and then he went off to the side for an hour, and then they came back over to talk to Stan for a minute, and then it ended.
Was it a
But
celebration of like maybe their first 5 years,
they were
like a
just drawing.
reunion of them?
It was more like a, "Hey, here's how we do art."
Well, it's good to know you can book Stan.
Yeah,
And a
that's
hey, here's these kids. What do? You
yeah,
draw.
yeah. And I'll
Have you
hand it
ever
over
drawn
to you.
Spider-Man?
No, it was Spawn and somebody else. I can't remember, but
Spawn. I can
crazy
create a
stuff.
story. Did I create Spawn?
90s
Surely
were
I did.
awesome.
I created creation.
Everything. If it's in comic
Everything.
books.
If it's been made, I did it. Oh,
Oh, Stan.
Stan was. Have you ever met? Did you ever meet Stan?
No, but once I started doing conventions, it was
I
on.
talked to Stan numerous times. I got him to read "Twas the Night Before Christmas," and I got him to read "The Raven."
Yeah,
And they're on YouTube. You can go listen to them. And that remind me, I forgot to let people know that's about the Raven, because every Halloween I'll remind people that that's out there. But now "Twas the Night Before Christmas," because Stan the Ham.
yeah,
But the weirdest thing that I still have saved was getting a voicemail message from Stan, and pressing that button on a playback, and it's like, "Hey, is KenPlume there? It's Stan Lee. I'm calling you back. If you please give me a call or maybe email me. Here's my email. I hope to talk to you. And by the way, Merry Christmas."
yeah. That's awesome.
That's a key. That's one of those ones you go, that's a keeper. That's a forever keeper. But Stan was everything, every bit the character you would hope Stan would be.
That's awesome. I've been close. I was standing at a party. I was standing at a party right by the stage where he was talking, but
You should have went up. He would have pretended he knew you.
beside Tyler Main. It was like 2006. Oh no, it was the first year Hasbro took over Marvel Legends. 8, 7, 6.
Was it 2000? Because they just did the anniversary for Legends, right?
Yeah, but that was 20 years.
That's from the start of Legends at
Toy Biz. Yeah. Yeah, and Hasbro threw this big party in San Diego in a bank, or an old bank.
So
and then
you
they
had to go into the vault, and
you had to go downstairs, put your cell phone in a basket to go in the vault to look at these figures that never came out. That like first appearance Storm, and
it was a different time.
it was crazy. And then go back upstairs, standing by Tyler Main, listening to Stan Lee. I'm like, what is going on?
And Stan's like, are the hors d'oeuvres coming around again? I never got the little sliders. Could the
Yeah.
I made sliders in 1961.
Oh man, to go back.
Yeah, well, that's why take advantage of the folks you can see now.
Yeah.
It's certainly a lot of people like that. Like,
I was a lot more shy back then too, so.
But now you're a gadfly, bon vivant. You're wandering around the conventions as a
talking to everybody.
Yeah.
If you had told me this 10 years ago, I would have been like, nope.
Is that Robo over there? Should we go over and say hi? No.
No.
I'm scared. We should only go say hi.
That was me back in those days.
Did you bring that toy for him? Yeah, I brought that toy for him. He's eating a slider right now. We shouldn't bother him.
No, I like that stuff. I like talking to people and meeting people and hanging out. And now,
yeah, it's good to have it back after the pandemic. Well, not back. I said that I haven't mentioned yet. So no. You've done it. I have not taken the risk of going back out.
Well, I did Celebration and but it's been fairly clear the past couple times, but we only did a couple shows after that. I haven't been doing little shows.
You did what? You did San Diego, right?
Yeah, and then
PowerCon.
in PowerCon
And that was it, right? As far as
for this summer. But after 3 years, it was like,
jumping back in the deep end.
yeah, it was crazy. It was like, oh man, I forgot what it's like to be around people.
Yeah, you were at the San Diego where everyone's freaking out, going, "Wait, what is this? How does this work again? What's
Yeah,
happening here?"
yeah.
Oh, by the way, your number two choice.
Oh, yeah.
So
Let's get
now you're having, this is the ultimate judgment call for this moment.
Yeah,
In this moment, you have to
because
choose.
it comes down to one is it's not my first foray into imports, but it was the line that got me into buying overseas stuff. And the other, well, we'll get to that. I'm going to leave this at number 2 is the SH Figure Arts Han Solo with casting cave head upgrade.
So even then, it wasn't quite good enough.
There's
that
something about
could improve upon it.
Yeah. It was still Corey.
What gets
There's
you
something
more?
about a hand painted figure.
What gets you more? Is it fidelity in sculpt or the paint job on it that means more to you?
I think those kind of go hand in hand, you know? You can have a beautiful sculpt with a crap paint job on it, and it's going to look terrible.
As we've seen with some of these re-releases on Black
Yeah.
Series. When
You spray it gray, and you're like, whoa, that likeness is dead on. But with the factory paint on it, it was like, ooh, no, no.
But they made of wax.
But saying that, I think a good paint job can hide a little bit of the sculpt and stuff. With you shadow it up or shade it, but you get a balance between the two. This sculpt has a slight smirk to it. It's just Han Solo in general.
Do you like when your figure sculpts have? Because some people just like a static. Give me a neutral face. Give me don't lock it into an expression. But for me, sometimes the expression defines the character to where
someone like Han Solo, yeah,
or
you got to have some.
Like I think one of the best Black Series choices was that head for Wrecker, for that Bad Batch figure.
Yeah, because it's Wrecker.
It's like we've had enough grim Tamara Morrison clone heads.
Yeah. And I think that's where it comes with Han Solo. I have a few Han Solos. In fact, I have another casting cave head on this exact body that's in the main display. But I like the cocky smirk on this one. The other one was kind of an older, slightly older look, different. That may be the shrunk down Hot Toys head. I don't know about this one.
Which the Hot Toys head, I'm looking at it right now, wasn't their best work when it came to capturing Harrison Ford.
Well, I think Harrison Ford in general is hard to capture in plastic.
Honestly, one of the best ones. Oh, can I get him?
And Mark Hamill, both of them.
Trying to think if
I don't know if it's their faces. I don't know if it's their faces or how much we've seen them that we know every nook and cranny.
Here's the thing that always happens in these episodes, and people remarked on, is that I generally can grab things because this happens to be near me because my desk is dense with things. But in the desire to want to show an example, I'm having to disturb the display, which potentially makes a mess to be solved after the recording.
I'm listening. But I'm hearing.
We're in the moment. So, you kind of have to do it. I think one of the best Harrison Ford representations is from a company that's taken a lot of crap about getting close to the line, but not quite grabbing the brass ring when it came to a world that has a Hot Toys in it,
right?
So I'm talking about Sideshow, and I have a lot of love for Sideshow and what they've done over the years, and what they they basically innovated what we know as like the 1/6 scale collectibles line for pop culture. And this is around the time that Hot Toys did their Raiders of the Lost Ark Indiana Jones.
Okay.
But I think the superior one is the Temple of Doom Indy.
Now, he's also got a very specific. Well, I don't know. I was going to say, well, with the 5 o'clock shadow, but there's also that hair. That is a good looking figure. The only
So
side
go ahead.
the only sideshow I have is Darth Maul.
Which is also good. When
Yeah.
we didn't have a Hot Toys Darth Maul at all until recently. And that's the one thing, Sideshow is very good about that Hot Toys still really hasn't gone into, is that Sideshow released a lot of the alien characters. Going back to talking about the reluctance to release alien characters, is that you get like a Figure Dan from Sideshow, but we haven't gotten those kind of characters from Hot Toys. But I mean, come on, this the like that, and he's got like a very narrow range with that nose.
Mm-hmm.
And he has to, he has to be disappointed that he's on your shelf.
Yeah, exactly. And that's hard to capture in plastic.
Like he's a collectible that doesn't want to be there. Harrison Ford, I think if there's one way to define whatever situation he's in a film as a character, he doesn't want to be in it. Have we ever seen it? Like the one time, maybe in the movie Sabrina, that if you ever saw that romantic comedy where I
haven't seen that one.
That like at a party thing where like maybe he seemed like he was sort of enjoying himself for a brief moment, but he's always having to throw people off his plane or chase down these Sankara stones. He wasn't expecting to do that.
Yeah.
He wasn't expecting the big ball to come out and try and roll him down, and then Belloc to be out there. And
why can't I just grab an artifact and take it to the museum?
Why can't I just teach this class? Why can't I just why don't they turn in their work?
No, always gotta jump around the globe.
Why don't they just accept it belongs in a museum?
or he's just sitting there minding his own business in the cantina.
Yeah, people are coming to him.
Yeah,
to hire him.
Yeah,
he was enjoying himself.
Chewbacca messing up his vacation.
Greedo comes in and makes a whole deal of the whole Jabba thing, and then that escalates quickly.
But you know what? You think about it, he's hanging out on the same planet. I've never thought about that before. As he's not really hiding. But he's also
not treating the situation like he thought it would come to having a bounty on his head.
That's true.
Like, yeah, I lost the stuff. Like it clearly probably is a thing that has happened before. Like there's been like I lost a shipment, when it went sideways, it happens.
Yeah. That's the name of the game.
But obviously Jabba's like, enough is enough. We've dealt with this before. This is the last straw. Go get him.
Oh, I better get off the planet.
Yeah. Oh, now it seems like I killed Greedo.
Yeah. His favorite. Wait, no, Greedo wasn't his favorite bounty hunter, was he?
Now the irony is that Greedo owed me money.
That's right. I could have paid off Jabba.
Oh, okay, I guess I'll take this job with this crazy old man.
This kid.
Yeah, he's a wizard. Oh, geez.
Oh, the Force.
So I want a Harrison Ford character figure that doesn't want to be on my shelf.
And that's that one.
I want him to actively be, again, like that side-eye Luke, just judging me for owning him. So a character that doesn't capture, it's either that or the swagger,
or the swagger,
or you have that where he's like too cool to be on your shelf. He's whereas like a generic thing, he's just not.
And maybe this is this. So you're a toy collector, huh? Well, I can't get it to focus on the smirk.
I'm encouraging also everyone to go, because I know you've featured that before on your channel, to go.
This has probably been on a play day of some kind.
To go watch. We'll go watch all your videos, but go find that one to get the close up on it. But yeah, no, he's totally like, hey, you collect toys, okay? This is a thing.
Guess I'm here. Whatever.
Are you a wizard too?
No. I'm not the magic.
The toys, I just need a blaster by my side. I don't know.
You know what? I'm sitting here trying to think of quotes and stuff, and it's probably been 5, 6, 7, 8 years since I've seen A New Hope and Empire.
Well, don't do that. Just watch Sabrina. That'll
in
be
Jedi.
the only movie
Oh
you
yeah,
need
it's been longer than that since any of the Indiana Jones movies.
well, you
So,
kind of need to refresh on that. You got a
hmm
ticking clock on that one.
coming up and around.
And the toys are coming out. What was your initial reaction to the reveals on that? On the new Hasbro, was it Adventure
Why?
Series? Is that what they're calling it? What's the line
Artifact?
called?
No, I don't know what they're calling it. They,
Their
they only showed
equivalent
it
of
that one
Black
time.
Series, but yeah, they were so
It's
happy when they were doing it.
it's and why not solicit the whole wave at the same time? If it's a build a figure thing, are they
Well,
dragging it
it's a
out?
build. Aren't you building the arc? Is it the building
Mm-hmm.
artifact?
Yeah, because the first wave is the first movie. Didn't they say the second? It's going to be second movie and then third movie
So
and
what do you build in the second movie then? What's because
three stones.
yes, you build it as three tiny Sankara
Yeah,
stones.
or they're going to reuse the and I know they can't, but they're going to reuse the GI Joe Croc as a build a
Yes,
figure for for
you're building Molaram's headdress.
yeah.
Well, I guess you could build like what was the chief torturer or the lineman who was keeping all of the slaves working, all of the kids, the imprisoned kids, because he's big guy.
And a mine cart.
I mean, a mine cart would be brilliant.
Yeah,
But I don't see vehicles coming out. Like what?
yeah.
I mean, that's the equivalent of like asking them for a speeder bike. That's like, give us a mine cart.
Nope. That's going to be
So
a
that'll be the
HasLab
first thing you 3D print, right? It's going to be your
mine cart. And then in the third movie, what?
land speeder Luke. Where's our mine cart display? You know, you're going to have to see. You might as well get started on it.
Right. And then the third movie, same problem. What are you going to have? A bunch of cups? You know,
I mean, that would be great if they just packed in a dozen cups in each of them.
that's the cup of a king,
Yeah.
and that's that one and that one
And the
that
Marcus
one.
Brody is the only one that comes with the actual grail.
Yeah. And
Oh, I
we've
gotta
already
get
got
the
it.
Brody figure.
We already got it in Star Wars
And you
Black
know they're
Series.
already ready to reuse Sala. That head's already been ready to
Yep.
reuse on a new body for that.
Sala had several looks, didn't he?
In the third film, in the first film, he had at least two looks because he had like the when they were doing the dig,
Yeah.
and then he had like his casual with the family look. There was like the vest and then the third film, I think he just had a suit. Then he have the white suit,
Yeah.
but it was more like a sport jacket as opposed to like the casual rolled up sleeves vest look sort of thing that he had in the first film.
You know
Because he
what?
has that look when they're in the bad dates.
Bad dates. And you know what? I'm a liar because you talking about that and me thinking about the first movie. I watched a movie on the flight to LA just last month
Did you
when I
watch
went to
Raiders?
Disney with the family. And when that movie ended, I still had 45 minutes. So I put on Indiana Jones and fell asleep and then woke up
Was it
for
bad
the bad
dates?
dates.
Oh, you.
Yeah.
Oh, that was your wake up call. Was
Yeah. To the bad dates. And then I watched them find the and boo and
yeah. Where's that packing? Where's the little dish of dates? Why do we not
yeah.
get that?
And
If we're getting the monkey. If the monkey's
come,
coming with Marion, right?
yeah. With the pan.
And and the face printing wasn't that the big thing they focused on? Was the
Yeah. Man. And I've hated it when they do it with and going back to the just let us put a pre-order in for the whole wave. They've been doing that with Star Wars for a year or two now, 3.
yeah?
And
They have
it's
those blank slots. Like, well, what's the wave? What is the rest
yeah.
of the wave? Why?
And that screwballs online stores because they can't
Well,
because
because yeah, how are you going to sell a case when it's like, and the rest are a mystery?
well they showed the rest, but then they didn't put them up for pre-order. But I guess they can go ahead and well, I don't know. I don't know what they do. But with the Star Wars stuff, you put what they show up for pre-order, and then when the case is finally revealed, you have a bunch of cancellations of people reordering with the stuff. So, and I've heard from retailers, it's like, no, this is
I don't. It's
terrible.
just it's a weird game being
It's,
played. Like I'm trying to remember because I wasn't monitoring this closely. Like I would love to know what it was like pre-pandemic. Like was it as squirrely? Because I understand a lot of supply chain issues and them not being able to bank on maybe deliveries, like, all of these factories being behind and overtaxed, and maybe that's why, like, we can't announce this thing for pre-order because we can't fill those orders until
Yeah.
after this is done. So we don't want that pre-order, or what the window works like with retailers, because isn't there a whole thing about, active stock beyond a certain point, the systems automatically register it as, why isn't this sold yet, and
Yeah.
discount the stock. So you can't have it if you're not going to be able to deliver the thing now for so many months beyond the normal date. You can't solicit it together.
Yeah, because, man, I'm trying to think back to.
Or just do smaller waves. Just acknowledge that that's the case, and like, okay, this wave is 3 figures. That's the wave.
Well, see,
That is the wave.
this is the first wave I've done a review all at the same time, this big, since November last year. And I guess the wave in May was Ahsoka, was 4 figures.
Right. That's the Mandalorian Ahsoka, right?
Yeah, Mandalorian Ahsoka, and then a couple more Mandalorian and Bad Batch Omega.
It seems like
At least,
forever ago.
but it was May.
That seems like forever ago.
I know.
Seems...
So me trying to think back
but
to
also, there's been so many
pre-pandemic,
waves since then, and so many pre-orders outstanding that it's all just sort of.
and that wave that I reviewed last November was wave 33. This is wave 44, and I'm like, what? No, that can't be right.
It's very sobering when somebody mentions how many figures have actually been released this year across
when it feels
Black
like
Series and TVC. Yeah, when it feels like, well, what has come out? It's like a handful of things, right? Like, no, you bought dozens of figures.
Yeah.
Over the course of this year. Sucker. You did it.
Here and there. Here and there.
You didn't even know.
Yeah. And it feels like I've grabbed about Star Wars.
It's boiling a frog is what collecting is now. They're just slowly raising the temperature on us.
Now, if you collect more than one property, I mean, Marvel Legends releases are insane.
Yeah. That I'm able to be a lot pickier with. Particularly now that I'm like, the Build-A-Figure, you're not going to sucker me in that way. I can't do it anymore. You're not going to get me anymore. I don't need Khonshu that bad.
But G.I. Joe, everything's new. Everything, I guess
now they're trying to sucker people in with those great animal sculpts. Now it's like, I'm looking at it even going, I really don't want, but I kind of want an alligator.
Yeah. Or a wolf. That pack's worth it for a wolf. Just because
no chickens in there. I don't care.
Yeah.
Like when you used to pass like the Schleich, the PVC figures in the Toys R Us aisle, and you're like, that's a really good looking, badger.
Yeah. And maybe I need a badger in my collection.
Yeah, why not? You got a platypus? Which G.I. Joe came with a platypus? Which one had a platypus? Is there?
Maybe Animal Man needs some give
me like a kiwi.
I always eyeballed the dragons and the unicorns and
no, for me it was Smurfs and how well they did a cow. Which Joe has a cow? Is there anyone like which was Farmer Joe? You realize now in my head the G.I. Joes are basically military Smurfs, right?
Shut up. Don't.
Right? No, but they are.
No, it is.
You got Brady Joe, you got Brawny Joe, you got Baker Joe,
you got Woodsy Joe.
They're the military Smurfs.
But that just falls back on the whole. Okay.
Hawk is clearly Papa Smurf.
Oh well, yeah. You could take that all the way back to the Greek pantheon. Everyone has their own.
The original Joes are just as limiting. They have their why am I forgetting her name now? Smurfette. They have their Smurfette. Scarlet is their Smurfette.
Or Lady J.
Yes, Lady J though came later. So Scarlet was the Smurfette of the original Joe line.
And Baroness.
Yes, and Cobra Commander is a pure Gargamel. Come on.
Are you saying Destro is Azrael?
Azrael was the more competent between the two.
That's true. Okay. No, when did Smurfs start? Was that?
Oh, Smurfs was, Peyo, I think, was doing that in the 60s.
Really? It goes back that far?
Oh, yeah. Oh, that goes back a ways.
So I didn't pay attention until there was a cartoon, and
I think that was when, yes, when Hanna-Barbera licensed it to do the cartoon. And I think even the PVCs had started in Europe before they made their way over here. But yeah, that would have been 79, 80. At the very least, it was 80, because I remember getting them when my family was stationed in Tustin in California. My father was stationed there, and getting them from the PX as a treat. You didn't want to make that connection in your head. I'm sorry,
No,
but now
no,
it forever is stuck there.
yeah.
But the grand thing, because who knows? I hope he would watch this, but I can't wait until you share that with Veebs.
That GI Joe is a. He probably agree. He's probably more into Smurfs than he is GI Joe.
And that may be the best connection he's ever heard.
Yeah,
that justifies so much.
Yeah, because he wasn't a big GI Joe kid at all. And honestly, I didn't buy a lot of the toys. I watched a lot of the cartoon, but I didn't get many vehicles.
So that's my. Anyone watching this, go through the entire GI Joe lineup, identify what their job is, and then put Smurf after it.
Find their Smurf counterpart.
Yeah. Oh, Desert Smurf.
Weapon Smurf.
Yeah, Airborne Smurf.
Ninja Smurf. Yeah. But you know what that makes me think, right? You know how Disney did the mashup of Disney characters in Star Wars? Now I need
you want to see Smurfs as GI Joe characters
with a snake eyes visor, and
I would see Gargamel with like the battle helmet on. Come on. I'll get those Smurfs.
And a blue robe.
Look, you got the sibilants. You could work in the sibilants.
Yeah.
Every time he says Smurfs.
Yeah. Did Azrael talk in the?
Or is it just a sort of kind of?
Yeah.
It's words, but it's a cat word.
Like I said, those cartoons I haven't seen in years.
Well, now you're gonna watch it with a whole new appreciation.
That's right. And now Smurfing's half the Smurf.
It works.
Yeah. Oh, wrong.
So your number one choice in the moment. This is your number one.
My number one is because.
And was it by how much of a long shot was it? Like, was this a definitive number one no matter what? Or is this a variable on the day?
It took me a little searching to find. Not find. I mean, it's always been one of my favorites, but just. And it's not even a character. It's a trooper. But I don't know.
It could be like Gary. They all have characters. You could just.
I mean, it is. But it's the Bandai model kit action figure Stormtrooper.
Oh, curious. You went with the model kit.
Yeah, because when we got the first Hasbro Stormtrooper, it was cool, you know? It was a Stormtrooper, but you could tell that it was kind of, you know, awkwardly off, even though they packed all the articulation into it. More articulation than you can move in a Stormtrooper uniform. You know what I mean? Which is cool.
So it was over articulated.
Yeah. If that's I mean, I like being able to get them down and stuff, but the armor doesn't work like that. When we got the model kit, this is like, well, on top of, was this the first one? Or was Vader first? Stormtrooper was the first one, I think, and then Sand Trooper came along later, or the Pauldron one came along later. But then I put this, when I first did the model kit, one, it's an awesome Stormtrooper. Proportion wise, the helmet's down. On the regular Stormtrooper, the neck's a little short, so the helmet sits on the shoulders. But then I get a vintage vibe from that, you know, how
that was connected, fused to the.
Yeah. So when they came along with the Sand Trooper, it came with a longer neck, so the Pauldron would fit in there. So I needed Sand Troopers to replace the necks of the Stormtroopers back. But it was the shinier white, much cleaner than the kind of, was it grayish, yellowish, maybe, of the Hasbro white. And then, you know, with the decals and the options and this pauldron with the white on it, I have a buddy that, hell, we used to go hunting at KB's. We went and found Monkey Face Monkey Face Leia one weekend at KB's. He always wanted to 501st do a Stormtrooper armor. Well, when he finally did it, he had a white pauldron. So this particular model kit
holds a deeper meaning.
Is him. Yeah. So all those factors together on top of...
What's his name?
John?
What's his first name? So he's Stormtrooper John.
Yeah, Stormtrooper John.
Yeah. He talks to Gary all the time.
I can't remember his TK number, but yeah, on top of seeing all the inside engineering, you know, the butterfly joints, you had to plug them in, and the joints and the halves and putting the pieces together. It was just fun. I wish they still made model kits, but they don't hardly make them anymore. So it's just a good looking Stormtrooper.
Have you made any of them? Because they made a Mando one recently, right? And
I've made
Boba Fett.
I have the box over there, and I got it like 2 months ago and then forgot about it. So I need to build that at some point.
Are they generally in scale with each other? Do they keep to their own internal scale? Or are they all over the place?
They run together. They all look good. Is it? Yeah. And they're mostly fit in with Black Series. The Boba Fett's run slightly large compared to, you know.
Which one's the larger ones? Is it Mafex or SH Figure Arts that run large?
Mafex runs big. I sneak the Bobas into the Black Series display because of how good the Mafex Boba Fetts are. But everything else is a little big. Well, I don't know. Their Kylo's good too.
Have you got them customizing your Boba Fetts yet?
Yeah.
Who is the one that Landspeeder Luke is talking about all the time that does the custom Tamara Morrison heads?
Someday.
That are, yeah, no, it's again, it's a slippery slope. It
is.
Also, especially once you have that resin printer, it's going to be just the end for you. You're never gonna.
That's true. But I don't paint. I don't paint eyes anymore, but I can get by on these decals. I'd rather just buy, you know, painted.
What was the last one you bought?
Painted head sculpt.
Yeah.
Did I buy? I've got a box from Corey right here. He sent. There's the other Han Solo head that I have on the other SH Figure Arts. He's made it slightly larger because apparently it runs small. So he redid it and sent one. But then
again, that's a slippery slope. The fact that you can scale these things.
I know. And then a Storm.
Oh, that's it with the hair more down.
Yeah, like first appearance.
Very John Byrne and
yeah.
I'm forgetting his name now. Dave Cockrum. Very Cockrum look.
Because he's been doing a slew of, and he knows that if there's an X-Men head, go ahead and
close to that.
Put it on my tab. Because that's and go ahead and send it. And then somebody else did the head sculpt for oh no, I'm gonna have to remember his name. The bounty hunter, half robot
from
the comics, from Star Wars.
Is it Valance?
Valance, that's it. Somebody sent a head sculpt, but it was too big, so Corey shrunk it down a little bit.
Again, it's like magic. It's like magic. You know how many Javas I printed? I printed like 4 Javas trying to get the right size scale of Java because it was a great sculpt. And then I'm like, this is still a little too big. I'll make it a little smaller. And then it's like, this is too small. I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger. And then I'm like, I used a lot of filament.
Can Java be too big? Well, I guess he could be too big. Huh?
And then also I don't paint, so now we just got a lot of white Javas sitting around.
Really?
Oh yeah. And then I have, because then you're like, can I do a tiny Jabba? Then I'll do a tiny Jabba.
Yeah.
And not only that, so that was like a nice Jabba, modern Jabba. I'll do the Kenner Jabba too. Let's do the Kenner Jabba. And
Oh, and it articulated and
oh yeah, on
everything.
the
Huh?
arms too. The arms will articulate
Yeah.
as well.
So what's your full size? Oh, do you have them all right there?
No, I don't have the
Okay.
the larger one. The larger one, well, I was trying to get the TVC scale.
Oh, gotcha.
Because that was impossible to find. The TVC modern version of Jabba, they only released it twice in 2 exclusives that were massively expensive exclusives. It's never been like a standard release.
Rancor?
The Rancor was one, and the other one was the Sail Barge. So,
oh Jesus, yeah, that's
the only time it's been available, and all it is a scaled down version of the Black Series. In fact,
that's what I was going to ask because I saw it over your shoulder.
The little one is
because I eyeballed.
So I finally got this on eBay. I finally got the TVC.
Oh, gotcha.
Which you can see is just like the mouth articulation is gone.
So it's not connected, and
yeah, but it's the exact same Black Series sculpt, and they fixed the tail so it has the scar on it, which was missing from the Black Series version. Doesn't have.
I wouldn't have. Now that's going to bug me, huh? Do I need to go in there and ship it?
You need to go gouge your Black Series
because I've got 2.
Well, then you definitely need to fix it.
Yeah,
a little tail scar on it.
I guess
that's a little bit of just putty, right? You can just build that up.
Looks like it even has the layer lines under that, right? Inside.
Yeah. It literally looks like when you would do a scar for Halloween makeup.
Yeah.
Like it is above the curve of the, like it doesn't gouge into. It feels like it's just 2 flaps.
Because I've been meaning to take the second one and paint it anyway. Just give it a kind of a more subtle transition from.
Then or a little like a wash on it.
Yeah.
But so that was my idea, was initially just to find a 3D model that someone had done. And I used one, again, check out that Mighty Jabba's Collection channel for his 3D printing stuff. Is just amazing what he's doing. But I used the model that he
right
used
now.
for his full size and shrunk it down. And it's just so the one that I printed runs probably about 30% larger than this one.
Yeah.
Because then you find like it's impossible to know what the actual scale of these things are. Like to my eye, I always thought that Jabba was bigger than this in relation, but I guess Bib does lean down.
That's what I was going to say, doesn't he?
But also the modern TVC figures are much smaller than the classic Kenner figures. So if I was using my basis of scale being the original Kenner Jabba, it's all over the place.
Man, I eyeballed that Rancor set forever at Toys R Us, thinking
did they get down to like ridiculous levels of discount at a certain kind of clearance.
I was only wanting to try to shove the Rancor into my 6-inch stuff, and at the time 6-inch hadn't really got really deep,
right?
But it was just a cool looking set, but I never pulled the trigger, and I didn't pay attention to the price.
I think some people said that it got down to like $20 some odd in clearance just as it sat on the shelves.
I think I ran across one on Amazon for 400 and something the other day.
Looking at the Black Series, like I've been like the figure I'm still chasing is an Afra, because I don't want to pull the trigger on how ridiculous the prices are on eBay for it.
Well, now you can just wait for the jacket one, right?
But that's not the version that was the initial appearance. So I kind of want the initial appearance of Afra. So it's one of those ones that you keep looking at going, come on, just re-release it. Like that was them making that announcement. I'm going, you jerks. You could have just archived that version. That's all we wanted. That and the B2 and the BT and the was it 010?
000?
Yeah. It 000. Which I got the 000. It's just the BT, because the 000 is 000 is the
protocol
unit, right? No,
Yeah.
000 I'm missing. I have the R2 unit.
Oh, you
So I
don't have the
have BT.
protocol.
I'm missing the protocol. And BT,
You,
my local shop got it as a trade-in.
really?
And yeah, just came in on a trade-in, and I had trade. I was like, yeah, sure. Yes, of course I will. That thing that came in. But that's the other thing I don't understand about Hasbro is like, if you know, you can look on eBay, you know the prices of these things, you know what's hard to find.
Yeah.
Why aren't these the things that are prioritized for an archive release? Because you can see what the market says there are not enough of.
Yeah.
Do we need to see what you're re-releasing 4 months after the other release you did of certain things?
Yeah, but an archive Afra would affect the sales of the trench coat Afra.
But would it?
Not if they wait a year and do the archive.
But will they? Which now you can't bank on.
That's what like I was saying.
If they, because then you're getting into the game that they're playing with us
Yep.
of, well, what's going on here?
You can't predict.
I
need to look through my
the
stacks.
Tarkin. I'm glad I waited on getting the Tarkin off of eBay.
Yeah.
Because that was going upwards of like $60
No
to get
kidding.
and yeah, and I just wasn't gonna pull the trigger on that. And then it's like, oh yeah, well, I will wait 6 months on an archive release. Then I will wait with my pre-order and hope that eventually comes out.
Oh, that'll come out. In
But
fact,
it is weird what gets the archive nod from them.
I've got a Tarkin right there in a box.
The original release. I was
Yeah.
surprised the archive they went ahead and included the torture droid in it, because they've been
Which
cutting
is,
so many of those things out.
yeah. But that's a character to itself, right? I mean, it's better than, well, I guess they could have put the droid on an archive card and
Well, I mean, but they've done archive releases and not given like the second head, like what the Anakin archive release didn't get,
Emperor.
and the Emperor didn't get his second head in the archive release.
Yeah.
So that line of what gets the full re-release of goods and what doesn't, like the Han stuff has never come out again, right? The stuff that was on the initial, all those extra hands and
Oh, the original with the
yeah,
belt, and
yeah,
he had
none
the
of that's
stormtrooper
been.
belt and
And the
everything.
R2 never got all of the extras that were released with its first.
Did that not come with the Star Wars card, the dirty version?
But it didn't come with all of the, because he had the scopes and the all of the clamps and all the fold outs and the jets. He came with everything in that box.
Did the jets come with the original?
I'm pretty sure the jets came with the original,
which is a shame. I hate that figure. that's
well, I mean, it's the whole completely wrong scale, right?
Yeah, I mean, and they're still running with it.
The fact that they've done so many, like seeing their announcement recently for TVC, as a TVC collector as well, that we're doing a brand new phase 2 clone trooper body. It's like, you've just released dozens of clone trooper variants, phase 2, that now, with like that, you knew you were working on this,
right?
You knew this was something that you were doing, and yet you gave us every variant under the sun, and you gave us Fives, you gave us Echo, you gave us all of these, but now you're going to say, by the way,
now we're going to give them to you again.
Yeah, you ready? Ha ha. We're not going to give you that Afra. Ha ha ha.
but then they do an archive C3PO that skips all the good stuff of the last few versions and goes way back to the first version.
Yeah. But I think that all comes down to the lack of communication from them. Like, there's obviously a reason why they're doing that. That's the pack-in with the Chewbacca.
Yeah. That's the best one.
Which, again,
if they had released,
you can't find. You can't.
If they put this on the archive edition with a clean paint job, with these eyes and these limbs, all day, I would have bought 3 or 4.
I would love to know. That's all if I had one thing from Hasbro, is like clearer communication. Because if you can't do something, there's clearly a reason internally why you can't do it. Just say it. Then the speculation's gone. Like, I'm fine, like, the release of the Hutt Slayer Leia.
Oh, yeah.
Like if it's a choice that you guys just don't want to do it as a company, that's fine. But
Just say it.
just say it. It's not that hard to just say. Just go, yeah, we're not comfortable putting that out. So you can stop asking for it. It's as a company, we're not
Right.
comfortable with it.
But that's a definite, that's a
Yeah. Well, then
heel.
don't put the team out in public.
Yeah.
And don't make them be a public face.
Yeah. Yeah.
If it's not gonna, if you are gonna put them in the firing line of the fan community,
Right.
it's not necessary. We don't, let it go back behind a PR firm again. We'll get press releases that say what's going on, and that's all we'll hear. And when we hear that, that's what's going on. It'll save you money. You don't have to do streaming. You don't have to hire DJs. You don't have to do.
Well, for a couple of years, and I didn't think they were going to jump into shows as fast as they did because of how much money they were saving by not hauling all that to San Diego and paying those prices and
right
for what they save on streaming. But yeah,
particularly when most of the reveals have happened before the show.
Yeah, and then during you honestly, I mean, everybody knows, but I didn't even go to the Star Wars panel at San Diego because there was
nothing really new that hadn't been released. On
right? Top of, they put it directly after Marvel, and you leave the Marvel Legends and to get over there, and the line was already around of
everyone who had been waiting while you were in Marvel Legends.
Yeah. But at Star Wars Celebration, I didn't go to the panel either because I went up there and I was like, "Is this the line?" And they were like, "Yeah, it goes down and around, but good luck." I was like, "Oh, okay. I guess I'm not getting into this.
You're gonna need it."
Yeah. So I went back downstairs and just watched them put the stuff into the case as it was announced. They were watching their phone, and they were like, "Oh, okay, this is going in here." I'd take a picture. Done. Okay.
Was it Celebration that also accidentally showed the card back on some of the TVC stuff? See what was in the Andor wave of figures, but things like that where you're like, just come out and say it. Don't be cagey with.
If it's no.
Okay, so if you're gonna put a thing in front of a fan, it's like putting up a construction scrim at Disneyland or Disney World.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's gonna be on tippy toes, looking for some kind of crack or holding their camera up to snap whatever's back there.
Right. Or if a leak happens, just roll with it. Don't.
We can't say anything about it. We can't confirm or deny anything's coming.
Or be like, hey, you need to pull that down. It's like, it's out there.
It's the internet. It's not how the internet works. It's not how the internet works.
No, shut it down.
Yeah, Han told you. He tried to tell you. This is not how the internet works.
Oh, man. I don't know. That's why I don't talk about a lot of leaks and stuff. It's always tiptoeing, and people already know. So it's like, and I don't know any more than most people anymore. So
yeah, I mean,
I just like talking about it.
Yeah, the discourse on that is just, you're gonna get confirmation one way or another, even if it's just because the figure shows up in a store.
I mean, I feel bad. Yeah, because they have plans. We're gonna do this big reveal, and when all that leaks before a show like that, then they go to the show, they show this stuff, and people are like, "That's old. We knew about this last week. What do you got new?" It's like, oh, whoa.
Yeah, but I think that's the ultimate problem of being secretive like that and being cagey.
Yeah,
is you're setting yourself up for that moment.
Yeah,
because they know the fan community, they know they're voracious, they know there are leaks. There are leaks overseas. A product that gets photos taken or announcements made.
Which they've locked that down a lot more than.
But it's not locked down completely. There's still
that
comes out where they haven't done a terribly good job of controlling the narrative, knowing that people want to hear the information. Like, if you have a figure that's in production, just let people know. Just let them know as soon as that thing is in production. Say, hey, this is coming. We can't tell you when the pre-orders are going to be yet, but we're making this. This is in a factory right now. One day you will get this thing.
Yeah, but sometimes it's things we don't even know exist. yet because of
Well, yeah, granted, if it's like, a major
right.
plot spoiler, then yes, that point.
Because
But then you can say that that's why that figure is being held back, because that's,
yeah,
this is a show reveal that we can't reveal yet.
because the most perfect one that jumps to my head every time, the timing, just everything. Remember the week that the heavy Mando showed up on Mandalorian? And
Yes.
then that figure went up for order and shipped that week from Best Buy or something like that.
Was it a Best Buy?
Yeah. Just amazing. Oh, here's this character I
You're
like.
excited, right?
There's a figure. You have it within a week before the next episode.
Yeah. Yeah, like it feels weird to be like, oh wait, Kenobi figures are showing up now?
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
when are the Andor figures? The Andor thing is what I'm really excited about right now. What's happening with Andor?
Because when I was doing this review of the newest wave, I was looking and I was like, holy, I forgot about Andor characters that they've already solicited.
I mean,
That's already out.
looking at the Bad Batch, like we're already to complete redesigns of their looks for season 2. Like, where are those in the pipeline right now?
Yeah.
Are we going to get those? Is that going to happen? Does that mean we're never going to get an actual release of Crosshair to where people can get the Bad Batch version of Crosshair?
Oh, have they pipelined season 2? No? Yes? No.
Yes.
I can't remember pipelines.
I thought they pipelined Omega's season 2.
Yep. Because she's wearing some funky helmet thing.
Yeah, she's got like an actual, like, I'm part of a team uniform rather than her pilot uniform.
But the rest are essentially just orange
They're
stripes.
repaints. It seems like they're all repaints.
Yeah.
But
almost like they were made for toys.
I would love to know what happened with Crosshair and the shipment on that. Bad
was that about the same time as Rex that got canceled?
I think he was one of the ones that was supposed to be in that re-release, like on the package. Like, I don't know why they didn't transition, because those were supposed to be straight re-releases, like the Wolf figure, right? Like, it's in the Black Series packaging. It's just like you got more of the original release.
Yeah.
Like, why those two didn't just automatically transition to archive releases? Like, hey, listen, we're canceling these right now. It's because we're putting them on the archive packaging. We're not putting them out in the old style packaging. I mean, but Crosshair was in Galaxy packaging, so I don't know why that would have been an issue. Rex was in the old Black Series packaging, but Crosshair was in the new packaging.
New, as in, the color schemes?
Yeah. Rather than the old square black and red box. So
yeah. I thought you were talking about windows and no windows. I was like,
no. Yeah. So, why not just put them straight to archive? Because nobody got that. Did anybody get that Crosshair outside of a handful of folks, that Bad Batch version? I mean, the Imperial you can pick up.
Was it hard to get?
Oh yeah.
I say that because I don't even know where I got mine. I ordered it from somewhere. Had to have.
Oh, it's a nightmare to find that Bad Batch Crosshair.
The Imperial version was easy though, wasn't it?
Yes. Because I think, wasn't that a Walmart exclusive? Yeah. So all of those eventually.
Because with Walmart, they always screw me, because I put my pre-order in, but then they come in stock and start shipping to people who order them right then.
Oh, like, so we just got a new order. Like, it's like the goldfish of.
Yeah. So I put in a new order and don't think about my pre-order, and then my pre-order ships like
Well, we figured you were patient because you've been waiting all these months, so you'd be fine if we filled these other orders first.
Right. You weren't wanting them as bad, were you?
That's Sam Walton V, right? That's saying that in the fulfillment centers. I'm working my way up.
Whenever somebody says that, I always my grandma used to talk to Sam at the store, because.
Oh yeah, you're in like the heart of...
I don't remember what the number of the store that was down.
Dog? What's the name of the dog food? What's the
dog food?
Yeah, because the dog food is like named after his dog. Like,
oh, really?
Dog, yeah.
I
didn't like, I talked to Sam today, and Skipper was running around the store,
and his brother Bud. Yeah. Bud had a discount outlet beside Walmart over here.
So he was the discount outlet for his brother.
Was it his brother? It was. It was somemew connected.
That sounds like a family dynamic that we know a lot more about.
Somehow Walmart was connected to
I'm
Buds.
always getting my brother's hand-me-downs.
I was I was looking to see if where that
Yes, it's Sam's brother Ollie.
but no, yeah, my grandma, Sam would come down and help out at the store and, cover whenever people were out or it's just
Boy, he
not the
didn't
same
really
these
pass that
days.
ethos along to his kids, did he?
No, no. By the time I came along, it was like, oh, that's not
Yeah,
how
no,
it,
that's that. Yeah, they wouldn't be caught dead in one of their stores.
that's not how that runs anymore.
Shopping at Walmart? No, I'll never go into one of those filthy places with filthy people. They're your employees.
When I was a
Yes.
kid, when I was a kid, Walmart was the toy aisle and the big old overalls when you walked in. The big old uh
Oh, like the aprons?
no, the overalls.
Were they? Is that the uniform that the employees wore at the time?
No, over the men's section there was this huge.
Oh, so it was a lot of like work clothes and
Yeah, 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 yeah.
got
But it
it.
was a
Like
huge.
essentially Dickies. The whole
Yeah. Well, it was just the denim.
because everyone would do their work shopping and
Yeah, yeah. But these were huge. I mean, it was like
well, that's what I
extra large.
remember. Walmart was also known for is like if you weigh a little bit more than
Yeah.
the average person, and you've expanded out of Kmart. And I speak from experience. You expanded out, then Walmart was like your last stop before mail order.
Cuz cuz I don't ever remember going to Kmart when I was a kid. Not until I was like a
See, we didn't have
teenager.
Walmart until later. The thing that defined Walmart to me was it was the 24-hour store and the ability to go in at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
to go to a
And just
toy
have
aisle at 3 a.m.
mhm.
was
And,
what defined it.
and you had to go in about that late because the stalker. Because I never wanted to mess with the boxes on the skids out at the end of the aisle.
No, but we always thought about it. You were like,
Yeah. Oh yeah. You,
can I find an
well,
employee? Can you just open that? Because I can see on the side it says it's the thing that I'm looking for. Can you
yeah.
just
Yeah. Yeah. But you would hover around, look at the boxes, and if there was nothing, you didn't have to come back that night. So
yeah.
I'm out.
But if you saw something,
Yeah.
you're like, we oh, and you got the employees like, no, you wait. It'll be. I'm not to that yet,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
here with money and I'm ready to buy that thing right there. It's that thing.
In fact, the only time that's ever worked for me is whenever the Avengers, the in-game Captain America exclusive.
They opened it
That
and we saw it there and they opened it.
that it had the hammer behind the shield in the package. And I was coming back from a show in South Texas, stopped in Dallas, and the box was right there. And the dude was like, "You need anything?" And I was like, yeah." I mean, he was like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah. Take however many you want." That's never happened at a local
He's like, I don't even work
Walmart.
here.
Yeah. It's like, but it was also
Anything else
early.
you need, I'll open all of them if you want.
It was early afternoon, and it was early too. I was happy to find it.
But also that period in the 90s before eBay, like that was the huge change for going to stores. That was when people saw a market out, when it wasn't just people who wanted the thing
Yeah.
showing up. It was people going, well, if I grab all these things, there's an app. We might get the guy from the flea market, but that was not someone who's buying up thousands of dollars worth of
Right.
everything that's there, and also knowing the value of things, like what to camp out on.
The
Once
Hot Wheels guy.
eBay was, yeah, or once that was a thing that people were like, well, this is the hot figure, this is the one I need to grab as soon as that case comes in, and I'm taking the whole case.
Yeah. No. I never I never grabbed.
Before stores had to put limit signs up
Yeah.
for merch.
Cuz
Remember those times? What was it?
well, back then too, all you had was the magazines and what was coming, and the internet I guess was starting up, but not
Well,
down
not
here.
not to the extent of
No.
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 The most you had was like someone on Instant Messenger going, "Hey, I was just at my store in this state, and I saw this thing." I was like, "Oh, okay, this is a thing." I guess I'll go look at my store.
Because we would drive over to the next town, which, well, no, yeah, 45 minutes east, looking for those Jabba's dancers.
Oh yeah,
Good
the
Lord. We
multi-pack that they
hunted those forever.
well, they did all the band. It was all the band stuff, right? That's when they did the
Yeah.
3 packs of Max Rebo and
And you would call around and they'd say, "Oh yeah, I think that's in the back, but it's not stocked." So you
I'm
had to
not
wait
looking.
till,
I'm on this phone
yeah,
right now with you. I'm not walking back.
yeah. So
And
you
there's no
made the
cell
drive.
phones. There's
Oh God.
not everyone has radios.
Yeah. So these days, I'm happy to pre-order. I'm done with the hunt. I'm
I'm
I
fine if I'm at a store and I happen to walk by an aisle. Like I still have that
oh
impulse if I'm there for something else.
well, I mean, yeah, Walmart's 5 minutes that way.
Yeah.
So if we're
Also knowing
groceries
that
or
their app
something,
does not update when it comes to like Target's is pretty good.
yeah,
But then I've had a couple of experience with Targets where, I ordered on the app for something that was in stock at the store and showed up, and then it gets the message, well, we sold your thing.
yeah.
Someone walked by and picked it up off the shelf before a picker could come get it for you.
Hmm.
Sorry, do you want a refund or something else? Do you want some chips? What do you?
I've had that a couple of times. I don't get a lot of stuff at Target though, unless they're exclusive.
Right.
So
Sometimes I'll impulse if something I see is in stock, because Best
yeah,
Buy is usually good about updating their app as well. Because there is something about still, if you haven't gotten a thing yet, knowing that it is, potentially an hour from getting it rather
yeah,
than an order and a day or two later
yeah,
getting
yeah,
it. There's still something about that thing of like,
yeah.
I'm driving over there and I'm coming back with this thing right now as an impulse buy.
Plus, after a couple of years of not doing that,
Oh, yeah.
it's nice to go every now and then and look at the toy aisle. But I get to Target like once a month, maybe, just
Yeah.
to
And there's just so much stuff.
yeah.
I mean, I think the point when you needed spreadsheets for collecting and that
I I got it. I did get into the bad habit of when I want something really, really bad, I'll pre-order it at several places, and then whoever ships first, I'll cancel.
the other ones. Well, it also depends on which stores deduct
Yeah.
that cost and put that hold on your card and which don't.
Which the only reason I have a Target Red card is because of pre-orders. That's all I put on there is toys.
The
Because I can't
I mean, there's been a
handle
part
them.
of me going, maybe I should have stopped with new stuff
Yeah.
and just do all of the classic, like past 25 years Star Wars figures that I don't have,
Yeah.
because that's a finite number. That's not changing in any way.
But
There
there's
are
something
so many characters out there that are so weird. Like you're talking about,
yeah,
again,
but there's
Hasbro, you're not going to give me this.
yeah,
I can
yeah.
find stuff like this. There's weirder characters than this that are available that fulfill that sort of, wow, that's fun function.
But there's a finish line there.
There is, but I know there's so many I will never reach it. I mean, that is the other thing about how production has changed is when actually looking at the volume of figures over the course of Power of the Force 2, Episode 1, Power of the Jedi, Saga Collection, Episode 3, Clone Wars. There are
Mhm.
there are thousands and thousands of figures I do not own.
What was the Walmart exclusive wave with the Dark Trooper and the oh man, was it all I don't think it was any movie stuff. It was all video game or
Well, and they done comic book when they did the comic book releases, those 2 packs
yeah.
in the late
There was a
2000s.
weird wave right there that was super hard to get
So
right before I quit.
I know there's things to chase down. That's my end point. That's my breaking point. If I ever decide to like turn away, I can always hunt down all the weird stuff that I don't have.
Yeah.
I for you, I'm wondering how your collecting will change should you get a resin printer. And that if there's a great model out there Also for new media stuff, because we know that stuff hits on the custom scene pretty much as the new media hits. There's
Yeah.
beautiful sculpts out there.
As soon as somebody gets a good look at somebody,
Yeah. It's like, oh, you
it's
want
up.
that Luthen figure? That's really great
Hmm.
and probably a lot better than the sculpt that, or and you can paint it yourself or get it painted and it looks beautiful. And it's just going
Yeah,
to be
but
standing on your shelf anyway.
there's also something to be said waiting for the $25 figure if it's already announced,
Right. But if you had
But
the ability to download that file and go over and print out that file.
I I think if I were to get a 3D printer, it would be a lot of stuff that didn't like the weird stuff, the alien heads, the animals, the creatures.
Oh yeah. Like I want a wampa because that's a great look of a wampa. That is the wampa
Yeah.
I want to see on my shelf. Or
Yeah, because I'm thinking of somebody. We were talking about that white creature earlier that people have been taking the 3 3/4 inch Wampa, 3D printing parts and making a 6 inch whatever. I can't remember that guy's name.
the one from Rogue One.
Yeah. So
I looked it up. I shouldn't.
I don't know. I've seen Muff Talk prints, and I have a Man or Amanaman or whatever the name is. I have that around here somewhere. A print. It's it's dirty. I've got to do a lot of sanding, but
But you'll have it a lot sooner than you'll ever see it in the Black Series.
yeah, exactly.
Or an Efont Mon. Can you imagine an Efont
Yeah,
Mon coming out
yeah.
from a
And
Black
paint
Series?
jobs like that are fun, When the
I would
human type
assume you
characters,
could tell me as you paint. Yeah, I would think it's a lot more forgiving
yeah,
than
the
trying to
creatures.
capture a human eye that you know when that's wrong.
I guarantee there's prints of Max Rebo and Cy Snoodles and Droopy McCool, and
Oh
those are
yeah,
fun to paint.
oh yeah. I mean, you can see on that Mighty Jabba's channel of him
That's
and Lance Speeder Luke. I think used the same
mhm.
models and did Black Series scale.
I think he was talking about having, yeah. Well, what's he got? Oh, he's got a Rancor head.
Oh yeah, he did. He printed out the. Oh yeah, see what I mean?
And the Jabba that comes apart with the puppeteers inside.
Now that's beautiful. The class, yes.
Yeah. Dang.
I mean, there's so much out there when you start looking at what's possible.
See, because
And the fact that it's scalable, so he could take
yeah,
any of those models and go, oh, like he's done. Like I'm going to do all the figures in half scale, all
yeah,
the classic Kenner figures, or I'm going to do tiny versions of them, or the fact that you can 3D print the twins from Book of Boba Fett, the twin huts,
yeah,
and they have
exactly.
like their full litters and the carriers that come with. You can print out all of their litter bearers.
See, I would totally do that. And I would print me a Rancor, full size, part and pieces.
And then would all be sitting over in the corner along with everything else.
Yep. See, okay, yeah. Maybe I would talk myself out of huge things.
You wouldn't though. It'd be one of the maybe you'd sell them off. Maybe like I finished it. I have the joy of having printed and made it. And now you wouldn't do that.
No, I'd want it for the collection.
Yeah.
And my problem is I hate doing multiples. See, at one point I played with the idea. I went out to California and painted, or it was just a week or two that I hung out at a company and worked with, or hung out with a painter. And I was like, man, I could do this at some point. But the more she started showing me of companies and stuff, how they want, several or some want 2 copies, and you have to have every color exact match
Right.
to send
Repeatability.
Pantones and all that. I was like, I'm not into that. I just like
Oh, it's gonna stay a
painting.
hobby. Okay, it's gonna stay a hobby.
Yeah. And that's when I decided at that time, I was like, I'm not going to turn my hobby into a job. That sounds terrible. And then I end up doing this. But this is something different every day.
Right.
There's always something different flying in my face. I was gonna
You're not Groundhog Daying the
no,
same figure review every
no,
day.
and especially with conventions and everything, there's always something different going on. They're all conventions, but different people, different things to see, different places. I like that stuff. I don't mind sitting at airports. Flights canceled sucks, but you know what? I'm out and about in the world, you know? So, but today I was going to record a Star Wars figure today for tomorrow for Thursday because tomorrow we have to go. My wife's got hit. Not her car got
Sideswiped.
not even hit. It's more like paint off the side. So we got to go to the insurance place tomorrow. So I was just sitting there and a box shows up and FedEx shows up on the porch and hands me a 3-0 Bloodshot figure that I didn't know was coming. It was like, oh, wow. So that's what I'm going to do tomorrow instead of this.
Every day is Christmas Day and your birthday.
Yeah.
With things like, that you paid for that you didn't remember that you got yourself.
Oh man, some of these pre-orders from last year.
You're your own Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Is really.
And I don't even know it. And I don't remember
you're your own secret Santa.
That's why I figure whenever, I get forgetful, even more forgetful as I get older. It's just a brand new day every day. It's relearning things and meeting new people and falling in love all over again. That's where I'm going to be.
So let's say that size was not an issue. Placement, like the ability to display it, whatever. If you had the ability to do a custom figure of anything, and it could be a character, it could be a creature, it could be anything, any scale, size is not an issue. What is the one thing you don't have that you'd want to do and have in your collection?
The thing I've always planned on was the Rancor. When they showed that diorama in, was it 19? San Diego.
Yeah, it would have been 19, right?
Yeah, it would have been the last one. Before.
It was next to the Cookie Monster, right?
Was Cookie Monster around on the corner?
I think Cookie Monster was,
across the aisle. Was that year?
The thing I've learned now is that any question asked about that, it was always 2019.
Yeah, okay. But
when were we together at that thing and saw that thing? If it's a thing that you're not sure about, it was probably 2019.
Except Toy Fair. Toy Fair was 2020 because we were in New York.
One of the last things.
Yeah.
Before
they were talking about. Did you hear what's going on at the factories?
I was at a convention in Florida and then went to Disney World.
Oh, see.
At the beginning of March. And I remember the convention, the conversation was, okay, well, we got Purell at everyone's table, so just wash your hands. I guess there's a thing going around, and just everyone be safe. I was like, well,
how was Disney
at my table anyway? Well, I mean, Disney was like the calm before the storm because you didn't know.
Yeah.
Like, in the back of your head, you're thinking, well, surely adults are going to make sure this bad thing doesn't happen because we had been through avian flu and all the things that were a potential that could have come here, that things were done on a professional adult level to prevent those things from further occurring here. So it was a lot of those sort of, you would always see, like, the Asian guests have been really good about masking because they've had to live with avian flu and things like that. And you've been to the parks in the past and you go, oh, that probably is pretty safe and probably a smart thing to do because I don't like that person coughing on me right now. But it was viewed as that's not a normal thing. So that was still a thing that was happening, but you were just going about it going, I'm just going to be super safe about doing all the things that I normally do. Like, I'm going to use more Purell than I normally would. Like, after every ride, it was like, if I touched handrails, I made sure that, and it was, it's just a quick little, okay, but I wasn't masking at that point because no one was thinking that we'd get to that point in, March 2nd.
It was the end of March though, wasn't it? It
was the middle of March. I mean, it was literally like, I think March 9th when suddenly everyone was like, these cities are down. Starting to, and then it was by the end of, it was like March 20th, I think, that the Disney park closed down.
Yeah.
So it was a pretty swift sort of, oh yeah, all the plans you had, for the next 2 weeks, all the plans you had for the next 2 weeks, but people couldn't handle 2 weeks. So don't worry, it's a month. It's just, we can, if people just
year. 2 year.
Yeah. Oh, then it was like, well, by the fall. By the fall, we'll be back to doing things. Dragon Con, you'll be back. It won't be an issue. Oh, there's a variance. Oh, variants are a thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, this
That's,
isn't good. Oh, your grandmother died? Uh-oh. Okay. So maybe the spring. Maybe the spring.
yeah. And that's when I really was that about then? Well, it was home for 2 years, was right here. But that's when
Which
lock
was,
schedule in and everything.
but that
It's
must have been, particularly because, you hear it from folks like I know, like Alex Damon and Molly Damon from Star Wars Explained. Like that was for a lot of folks who are now mainstays of like the YouTube community. That was like the turning point for when a lot of their like, I'm a casual
yeah,
YouTube channel suddenly becomes, oh, like I can focus on this thing now. And you had an audience that was desperate for content and
yeah,
home to partake of it. Like, do you remember an influx coming in of like, the already audience burgeoning over those years of like, okay, you're a destination now for a lot of folks that have come here because you're a refuge.
right. And because of just being here. Before that, like I was saying, shows. I'd go to 2 shows a month. So schedule was all over the place. Do some reviews, news. Oh, skipping the news. Yeah, weekly's not going to happen this week. No, 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 no. I'll be out of town. But
Yeah, were you
and you
hyper
can definitely
aware of
tell.
the YouTube algorithm at the time where you're like,
And,
oh, this is what
and
YouTube likes?
yeah, because I didn't know until. And then when I started locking things in, YouTube was like, "Oh, okay, we like this," and plus everybody was home. You can definitely tell by the background numbers that when lockdown started, and you could see the past 6 months or so, everything getting back to normal,
But it'll
but
never go back down to the levels. I mean, you built a core
no,
audience
yeah,
that's going to stick with it, but they're not going to be as it seems like now you don't get that sudden influx of
yeah,
everyone
yeah,
because they're immediately able to lock onto the content as soon as it drops. Now it's a lot more people finding where to fit it in to their
yeah,
schedule. So you might like have a block go like, oh, I caught up on so and so's videos
yeah.
for the past month
Saturdays have stayed pretty consistent,
because
I
Saturday.
guess, because it's Saturday. But YouTube now, because of Saturday being the weekly, no matter what I post during the week, if been on schedule for 2 3 years now, it's like, oh, your video sucks. it's not, it's not being shown as much. I'm like, you're comparing it to this,
And you're like,
not
and they're
my.
like, yeah, we are. What are you gonna do
Yeah,
about it?
yeah, yeah. Do better.
Yeah,
We're
do
not
more.
showing it to as many people because it doesn't do as
Like,
well.
can you produce
Well,
like a few thousand shorts? Can you just keep cranking those out? Because we need that to
shorts.
take off.
Oh, shorts are going to take off in February. That's the plan. Looks like.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's gonna be. It's what everyone thinks about. It's like, oh, I'm gonna sit down for 60 seconds on YouTube.
Yeah, we gotta take down TikTok and Reels.
Yeah, because that's the kind of content that people come to YouTube for.
Yeah,
No, it's been very curious to see how people's channels have grown, and also how
it
comfortable people have gotten. Like, I'm sure if you looked back at your videos pre-lockdown, you would see a different comfort level
right.
in your
Me
presentation.
locking into a schedule helped me a lot by I'll do this day, then edit, post, shoot, edit, post, or have this or
And
plan
because you're doing
this.
it so regularly, you have to lock down like this is the flow of the show. Like this is how the weekly feels. This is
Yeah,
how this is going to be the
yeah.
shape of the show.
But my problem is after doing it like that for 3 years, it's like,
You want to change it up.
yeah, I kind of want to do shorts or something more. I'm no good at creating new. Once I find a groove, I'm locked in. My brain goes, okay, that's it. This is working. And when I try to think of something different, like something more cinematic or something just
I mean,
more
you've done wonders
unique,
with a prop phone. So
I, and I love what I do, and I keep on doing it, but at
and
the
you're
same time,
just this side to do an action figure theater. I mean, you
yeah, And see, I'd like to get into that more too, but that was another thing about going to shows and stuff, talking to people, riding around in vans with the same person, throwing ideas back and forth. I haven't had any idea bouncing in the past
Right.
couple of years. So that was another thing about getting out and about was, oh, hey,
Being refreshed and
yeah, collaboration, especially running around with Veebs. Hell, I drove to his house. We jumped in his vehicle. We drove 6 hours across the state to go watch Pixel Dan wrestle. Just because, it wasn't toys. It wasn't anything like that, but just the getting out and
did he
doing.
win?
Yeah, he won. He defended his championship against Matt Cardona.
I mean, it was because you were there.
Yeah, it's because he hit him with a Masters of the Universe book.
I mean, those are heavy.
He did. He nailed him across.
That was a
twice.
Dark Horse book, right?
Yeah, his own book. So, yeah, it was pretty awesome. And then he had a box of toys that he threw out and then power bombed them on them, and
That's gotta hurt.
it was pretty sweet. Yeah.
Some more road trips like that.
It was worth it. Yeah. Because it's toys and it's fun all the time, but you can't do that 24 hours a day. You
You need to change it up somewhat.
yeah, just to reset your brain.
I mean, I do have a challenge. This is a question for you. You have to give me your gut response to it.
That's all I do is gut response.
Well, this might be difficult for you.
Okay.
So you can only choose one.
Star Wars.
No. Hold on.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna make it more difficult for you with the question.
Okay.
All the rest have to go. Never to be seen again. Peely, Beef Boss, or Gus?
Oh my God. Okay, I'm not as attached to Peely, right? Gus has been around the longest, but man, Beef Boss is fun.
You thought it was going to be an easy question.
I thought you were going to ask if you could only collect one line.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't, because you have an answer for that. I know you have an answer for that.
That's one of the road trip questions.
This is going to make you wrestle with it.
We talked a whole road trip about that once, me and Veebs. He would, but you know what? It worked out because he would keep Turtles, I would keep Star Wars, but we would go to each other's houses. I'd go mess with his turtle stuff.
Now this is different. You're striking two of them, so Peely's already gone. So
Peely's gone.
Also, see, Veebs, this is the kind of question you need to ask to really get the deep answers and where the heart lies.
Because man, there's a lot. Well, of course, Gus
and for folks that don't know, these, one is a figure you fell in love with for a franchise you have no idea about.
Right. And just the hamburger headed.
You just love the look of Beef Boss.
Yeah.
As a work of design.
And it's one of those things. And I'm not an actor. And I'm not a voice actor or whatever. But when I looked at Beef Boss, that's what came out. Just a psychotic.
And for people who haven't seen, these are these recur. This goes into the inner thespian. I'm going to say that there's an inner thespian in you that is dying to express itself, and you express yourself through vignettes.
Yeah,
featuring personifications, you performing of these characters. One being Beef Boss, which is an off-the-shelf Beef Boss character from the Fortnite line. Peely, we've already done away with. He's a giant humanoid banana that is now also shunted to the side.
No, I have several versions of Peely, but yeah.
But Gus was like an organic.
That's creation. That's the exact word that shot into my head right now, because that just came about from me seeing the what's it called? Range Trooper. Seeing the Range Trooper for the first time, talking about it on the weekly, and just thinking, with that fur and all that, he just seems like out in the wilderness mountain man type character.
The big burly Grizzly Adams of the Stormtrooper range.
And I was trying to think of, and he probably talks like this. And the whole thing formed.
You improvised.
The whole thing formed in that segment on the weekly. And so when the figure finally came out, and I reviewed it, and I kind of messed around with it, and I had that extra ego head, it just became, and then the voice became lots of people that I have worked with at various places, like metal shop. The guy at the metal shop. He's always giving out advice and just throwing it out
Because he's
there.
seen it all.
Yeah, seen it all. You can't tell me anything. Whatever you got, I can top it. So, and man, so many videos with Gus in it.
I mean, he's basically the mascot.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've got several paintings that people have done of Gus.
Like,
And
beautiful.
art.
I've seen it's like some really beautiful pieces.
Yeah. Of course, I mean, you take well, I think one uses Kurt Russell from the Santa Claus, maybe, or where he was Santa Claus.
Which is
But yeah,
fine.
they're still wonderful pictures and artwork and everything. But
Like, if you had the opportunity, if there was a convention and you saw Kurt Russell was on the guest list,
and
would you introduce him to Gus and take one of those pieces of art for him to sign?
I can only imagine him going, "What the hell are you talking about?
Is it doll? What is this? Want me to sign your doll?
Yeah. Is this for your kid? What's going on?
You have kids, right? You're not just
Nope, this is me. In fact,
yeah.
But if it came down to it,
oh, you do a voice too. You're doing a voice.
Yeah.
Right now, you're making the doll talk.
Well, he talks like Mr. Russell. Could you talk like this? And I film it real quick.
No, I cannot. I will
Is this a paying gig?
Yeah.
Is this going on YouTube?
You pay. You're just getting a signature, right? You know that, right?
Yeah. Move along. Here's a picture.
Where's the staff?
Yeah.
Supposed to be staff at the table. They said
there's a piece of plexi between us.
Yeah, you know what? Refund him.
Yeah. I don't have time for this. There's a line of people.
Yeah.
Does Russell even do shows and cons and stuff?
I think he's probably done at least one of those conventions that'll pay him an arm and a leg to
gotta.
Like one of those Ace Cons or something where it's like, we'll give you $600,000 if you show up for a Saturday.
Yeah.
The ones that most of the high level Marvel stars inexplicably, like out of the blue, do.
And Sasha Banks. Yeah. How's that?
just suddenly there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that Tom Hiddleston with Sasha Banks?
Yeah. How does or didn't the Walking Dead guys, didn't they just start doing their own cons?
Like WalkerCon, I think it is.
Norman Reedus and what's his name?
Yeah, we could do RussellCon.
RussellCon.
He's got enough
GusCon
characters that you could do.
Yeah, no kidding. I love Sky High. Come on.
Yeah. Oh no, just why don't you do just a video of Gus talking about Sky High? Just, you know what? Every video he reviews a different Kurt Russell film. Like
yeah, exactly. Going all the way back to
the Computer War tennis shoes. Then right? Is that how was that? What is that?
What? And then there was the time that. But I think if it came down to it, I have to go with Beef Boss just because of the. I don't like running things into the ground, despite what it comes off as, mostly because I don't want to burn myself out on that kind of stuff. But Beef Boss, so many more situations you can get into with just the wacky craziness, I've done it with Gus too. I fit him into G.I. Joes. I fit him into Marvels. I fit him into Star Wars. I've got Beef Boss. It's. I have to go with Beef Boss.
I mean, he's your agent of chaos.
He's back here.
Gus is your Rock.
Yeah.
So basically, if you were to put on the mask from The Mask, you would become Beef Boss.
And I screwed up. There was a couple of years ago. It had been 2019. Halloween was the last time Spirit Halloween before this year.
Oh, they had a Beef Boss costume?
They had a Beef Boss mask.
I mean, and I was like, you should be able to still find that, right?
Yeah, surely I could find something. But there, I've also gotten artwork from people of Beef Boss and all that. Or I get comments of if they ever do a voice for Beef Boss and
it's not that,
then it's wrong. Because
oh yeah, you've defined Beef Boss.
But also, on the other hand, Beef Boss, you just go buy. I've had so many people send me pictures of their Gusses that they,
They've done a Gus.
that they put together. I'd still go Beef Boss though, I think. Just
If
because.
if there's any other outfit, any other head swap that you would put that ego on, like what is casual Gus? What else could Gus be?
Oh, what did I put him on? I've had that head on a couple of things. I can't even remember. Did I put it on Ironmonger? That's not casual though, but uh there's a suited body. Oh, you know what? He'd fit on the Jon Favreau body.
Oh, then we need to see Gus as a Mando.
I think I have him with this is the way at the front of one of those videos. Honestly, I go back. If I click on some older video and the intro hits me, I'm like, I do not remember doing this.
You just go to a fugue state. You go to
Yeah.
your Gus state.
It's just, well, I've clicked on the video because I don't remember the figure. I remember the figure, but I don't remember reviewing it. And then the intro's like, wow, this is pretty funny. No, I don't go that far, but it's like,
Yeah, you do.
wow.
You just admit it. No, you now you're trying to backtrack. You said it. It's already there.
Man, dang. I am hilarious.
I'm good. I should do more of this. This should just be this.
Why don't I do this anymore? The past couple of intros have sucked. That's, or if I'm looking for inspiration or something. What I'm afraid of is if I feature them too long, I'm gonna rehash a joke, and not know it.
Have you seen SNL? You're fine. No,
I know, but somebody will go, "Hey, you did that exact thing."
Well, then
a year and a half ago.
character. Like then you introduce the Robo character that comes in as an active.
Same jokes, different setting.
Like he's be his Norton. He'll be the sidekick that comes in.
That's why I leave the don't know thing in. It gives me an out when I don't know things. It's like, oh, Robo, he don't know things.
One day you're gonna play Fortnite though, and you're gonna see Beef Boss jumping around. You're gonna finally run around as Beef Boss.
Seems like he was, because he was only in the game for a short time available.
They just had him in the game. Like
that's what I was.
They just had him back. He comes back. He's a perennial that keeps circling back into the shop.
That's what I heard. People keep me informed of
when he's back. Like, you start now. You can buy him. You get him.
Because I've only played once, and it was about the time they put Deadpool in the game. And I played a match, and then my son came in here and got me the Deadpool, whatever you had to do to get Deadpool skin.
And then you're like, I'm done.
And then I never played again. I never turned it back on.
There's so much. There's so much in there to do.
I know. But I'm no good about...
play as Black Chrysanthemum.
I'm no good against people that know what they're doing,
Here's the beautiful thing. Neither am I. I'm a very bad player.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm very good at strategizing, hiding, and conflict avoidance.
Yeah.
And if you can manage that, there are so many people that rush into a match just to eliminate each other.
Mm-hmm.
That I've fished for entire matches and then wound up winning just because I moseyed over to where the last person was at the moment when, like, okay, well, I guess this needs to end now. And I was lucky enough to get off a shot that did it.
Because
the find the game is unique. The island's big enough. And there's enough pop culture stuff in there that makes it like, this is fun to run around as this character, that you can kind of make your own game and not have to worry about. I don't get stressed out about it at all. Sometimes you do when you're in the heat of the moment. They're like, oh, there's another match starting right away.
Yeah.
There's no stakes to this other than having fun.
Yeah.
And then you can play with friends.
That's the one time I played was with Dis Thunder, and it was his first time too. And all we did, we ran around town or on a street for a minute. Then we found a blimp and then flew around in the blimp for most of the match. And
I float around in flying saucers. And then at the last minute just started pounding the ground with my laser and like won it. But they're matches I never see people. I never see a single person until the
really.
I'm just chilling out over in a corner doing the Lizzo dance with Black Chrysanthemum. That's it. That's all I'm doing in a course. Sometimes I do matches just to do stuff like that. I'm going to sit on the highest point and do a dance and see if anyone notices me,
right.
because
See,
it's fun and weird.
I may have to try that again. And he's also been trying to talk me back into Battlefront 2.
I
Getting.
mean, the problem with Battlefront 2 is that so few people are playing it now that it's hard to get
Oh, really?
matches together. And
See, my thing was I loved Battlefront 2, the first one, the
right,
the original, because you could play just solo against all NPCs, and they would just be having a battle, and you would be part of the battle. But in the new Battlefront 2, if you try to do that, it's like they're all against you. They're always.
I every time I try playing Battlefront 2, I can't figure out what to do.
Yeah.
I'm always at a loss. I'm dying and respawning, and then like, well, where am I now? And what's going on? And what's the objective? What's the push? Why are we? Who are you?
Mm-hmm.
Are you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm dead again. Wait, what? Do I have skill?
Yeah.
And the fact that it also forces you into, like, I want to go in and play as Luke Skywalker. I want to go in and play as Hans. Don't make me have to unlock it through a ton of play of
Yeah.
characters I don't want to play as. Like, I don't want to be the third Imperial on the left. I want to be Vader. I don't want to have to play all this time to unlock Vader.
Right. Or when you do get unlocked, somebody's already playing as Vader.
Or you're dead in the first 5 seconds after you respawn because you finally unlock the character and you're back down to third Imperial on the left.
And that's what he says. He says like, oh, it's much better playing against other players because, they're all doing their things. It's not all against you. And I'm like, yeah, but these guys play all the time and just
killing for Fortnite or for Battlefront?
For Battlefront.
Oh, so. Yeah. But again, Fortnite, it's such a big map. That's the other thing is relatively, the Battlefront maps are not that huge. You find it in basically that same corridor of the push or the mission right away.
Yeah.
There's not exploring. There's not finding a cozy cove and fishing off the cove while you watch the player numbers drop as people are eliminated down or a storm comes in. You're like, I guess I gotta move.
Yeah, maybe. I'm when we play, which is like once a week, it's usually GTA, just because we jump online, we drive around cars, talk about toys, and
there's cars in Fortnite now. You can drive around in cars.
Oh, really?
In Fortnite. Oh, yeah. The thing is, it's one of the few games that I've found that actually has been adaptable enough to keep the attention, because a lot of the times you get to a grind in a game, you're like, this is the same old thing. Fortnite, every couple of months you got a brand new map and massive changes that happen over the course of those weeks before you get this new massive map change. Things are introduced all the time. Weapons are dropped, weapons are brought back, vehicles are brought in. You got, sometimes there's helicopters, sometimes there's airplanes, sometimes there's little ATVs, sometimes there's shopping carts you push around. Sometimes you never know. Sometimes you got lightsabers in the game for a week, and so everyone's wailing on each other with lightsabers. So
see, my problem is too, the last multiplayer, well, whatever, what is that game? What kind of game is that? Just a multiplayer?
It's battle royale.
Battle royale.
Not a third person. I forgot about these. It's not first person because you can see your character running around, but it's basically a shooter.
Right. Because
a battle royale shooter.
Man, I played many a year on Warhawk did it go from 2 to 3? Or was that just on PlayStation 2? But that ruined me, I think, because that was just huge maps, 30 on 30. Was it 30 on 30? Just, I don't know. You could do your own thing. Right. If you wanted to snipe, you could sit way back and just snipe.
But you can do the same thing in Fortnite.
Can you?
Oh yeah, you can camp. I mean, I've spent entire matches hidden in a bush.
See,
it really is anything you want to make of it. And there's a team rumble mode where it's, I think, 13 on 13, but as soon as you die, you respawn, and it's just whichever team gets up to the kill level first. But it's a great way just to explore the map or try out new weapons because there's no consequences. You just keep coming back if anyone gets you. So
No.
yeah, there's a mode where you can just go into an empty island and wander around and explore it.
Is there a capture the flag?
Probably. I
That's
mean, that's it. There's also game modes that players have made. So there's like a racing game in there that you can find in the different ones that are like creator made games.
really.
I think it's worth a shot going back in. Even if it
And
takes away one of your catchphrases. Because
oh,
at
really?
some point Robo might know Fortnite.
Oh, yeah. But at the same time, Hasbro only releases figures every 6 months, so
Yeah, well, I mean, it's never going to change as far as the
yeah.
ones that strike you are the ones that you want to get anyway. It's the
But
same thing when you see them in the shop. You're like, I don't want that thing, but yeah, I will get Peely as a Roman Emperor, sure.
I haven't got that one yet. I need to when I find it. I only get the food ones anymore. I only get the wacky ones. Well, no, I can't say that. I just got Gladiator. What is his name? Uh,
Oh yeah, the Maximus, or I forget what the full name is.
yeah, but I don't know. Every time I say I don't know Fortnite, I always get comments of "There's nothing to know."
Yeah, but also you went in to get Deadpool, so you're also keen for when they have a crossover thing that strikes you as like that'd be
Yeah,
fun to have.
I don't remember if I got on specifically for that or if Dustin was like, "Hey, we should play Fortnite just to try it," and I'm like, "Okay," and it just happened to be around Deadpool time.
Right. Like I
But
can run around as Spider-Gwen right now from the Spider-Verse movie,
yeah,
and has, emotes that have like the animation jumpiness to it.
really.
You know,
See, maybe I'll have to try it.
there's all kinds of stuff.
It's
Let
loaded.
let let me know when you try it. We'll all squad
Okay.
up. We'll have a fun
Okay.
little Fortnite session. We'll start you off on the shallow end. We'll
Because how many people can you have on a squad or a team or a
four,
squad or
four to a
four?
squad. But you can do solo, duo, trio, up to four.
And if your team wins, or do you have to eliminate your other guys?
No, you can be down to you can be a squad that's down to one player still left alive and still win for the squad
Gotcha.
if you make it to the end. Oh,
But what if you're
there's
down?
plenty of wins I've spectated as someone who's been gone for a while. And vice
Hmm.
versa, ones I've won when my teammates were nowhere to be found.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
What if it comes down to just your team?
Oh no, well then you win. I mean, once you
Oh,
eliminate whoever is last remaining from a second team,
so you don't have
then
to eliminate your own guys, or
no, you don't have to make the hard choices.
oh,
No matter how much you want to.
that's a very beef boss thing to do. That's
No, there can be only one.
that's right. Oh boy, I'm gonna win.
I mean, if they put Gus into the game, you'd be there in an instant.
Yeah, but they have Star Wars characters, right? I
They
mean,
do.
was it Mando?
There's
Well,
ones
you
that
said
there's ones you could only unlock in battle passes that were specific season ones. That means they'll never be in the store again. Like Vader will never be in the store again.
and you have to buy the battle passes, or is that just
The battle
you're playing
pass,
during the?
so you can play for free, but it's $10 a month to buy up, or not. It's $10 just at the beginning of a season. The season can last 4 months. And that means any XP you accumulate will unlock things from that battle pass over the course of the month.
Right.
So you playing will unlock the things. So basically, you can play the game at $10 every couple of months. If you just want to do baseline, you don't buy any skins, you don't buy emotes, you don't, because that's
Right.
where they make the extra money from people who, want to do the Lizzo dances,
Right.
Black Chrysanthemum,
Yeah.
or want to buy Black Chrysanthemum. So, but then you have that option if something comes into the story, you're like, I want Book of Boba Fett, or Fennec Shand, or Spider-Man, Tom Holland Spider-Man, or Mary Jane, want to run around as, or
Hmm.
Green Goblin. There's so many, and so many X-Men characters have also come into the shop.
Really?
Oh yeah, yeah. There's been
X-Men's cool.
Rogue and Gambit and Wolverine, I think, is coming back into the shop. I think maybe this is going to be the brown outfit, the sort of cockrum burn outfit, not the yellow. I think the yellow was a battle pass at some point. So sometimes characters that were in the battle pass will come back, but as a variant style. So you're not getting the one that was originally in the battle pass, but you can still get the character because it's a different look.
Gotcha.
So listen, there's so much that
That's what I was about to say.
preys
Sounds
upon nerds and fans like us that they know we just
right.
listen. I'll run around because I didn't fully unlock the thing. I can change into her as an emote, but I can run around as Jen Walters because I didn't
Dang.
fully unlock She-Hulk in the course of
Oh,
that season. I can change via an emote, but I can't just run around from the start as She-Hulk. So, but I can run around as Jen Walters and then transform into She-Hulk. So if you ever
and then
want to run around as like a 5-foot lawyer in a battle royale game, Fortnite has got you covered.
so when you emote into She-Hulk, you change back right after.
So you can change. Then I can stay. So I have to
Oh,
enter the game as Jen Walters and then remember. Oh yeah, I can emote into She-Hulk. I
right.
can't just set it as She-Hulk.
Hmm.
So, but
That's kind of cool though.
I can run around as Groot with Rocket as my backpack, who's just sort of flying around behind me.
Mm-hmm. Shooting or just
No, he's
hanging
just
out?
there. He's just there, present, like with his jetpacks going, just sort of hovering behind you. So, yeah. The cognitive dissonance of what you can mash up in it is
right.
rather astounding.
Okay, yeah, I have
So
to
I'm
try
just
it.
saying, I mean,
Yeah.
we didn't even want to have fun. I don't care.
What? I don't. I'm not here to have fun.
No, this is not what this has been about.
I'm here to
Um,
work.
but we have done a super long episode
Yeah,
of Force 5, and it shows. I think we probably could go for longer than either of us probably should. But this has been a
I
lot
can
of
go.
fun.
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen your live streams.
Yeah.
But I think we may have even topped your live streams on this because we have been going 4.5 hours.
Yeah, because well, I think my record isn't on mine. I think we did 6.5, almost 7
Well, then I'll have to have you back on.
on Wade's.
Yeah.
But man, you get into hour 5 around there, it's like
Yeah. No.
it levels out, and then hour 6 just
Well, I don't think we had any lulls right
no,
now.
no.
We had a perfect length. I mean,
In fact, this is I've been training for this. I've been staying up late the past week. No, I don't know what it is. I get into winter
which
time
means
and
you're
I
going to
get
sleep in tomorrow.
yeah, get up, go to the insurance place, play with some toys, and then
Yeah, there is a balance past a certain age where you're not getting away with lack of sleep.
no,
It's
I
like,
can't.
this is coming out of you later, right? You're not actually staying up late. You're just time shifting where
Oh,
the sleep is going to happen.
oh yeah. I'll still have to get 8,
Yeah.
but
Oh, it's going to come out of you.
yeah.
Before we go though, I did mention it. I'm going to, just for folks, because I like to show off to justify why I bought things. I did already show off that. So I'm
Mhm.
lucky I had that because we talked about aliens. But
Are you opening that? Is that
so this is actually the second one.
okay?
So I got this like dirt cheap online a few months back.
It's a clean box though.
And it is, well, this was in my local comic book shop
Oh yeah.
for like $10. And I thought, well, maybe I will get the second just to open it because I had refrained from opening the other one so far.
Mhm.
I don't know why. I'm usually an opener, but now this is definitely going to be opened and displayed. Sadly, the Kave doesn't come with his little cup that he reaches up onto the bar to
Oh
grab.
yeah.
So I have to 3D print.
See, it all comes back
His little
around.
grabby cup. But I just did a video about these the holiday figures they came out with, because there's been a lot of discussion about the repaints that
Mhm.
that they do now for the Black Series figures for the holidays, which are pretty much straight up just redecos.
Right.
And you've covered quite a bit. That they've been doing what for the past 2 years, 3 years?
I think they skipped last year
Because
the
the
Star
stuff
Wars
wasn't going
figures
to
that are
arrive in
coming out.
time.
Yeah, the ones that are coming out right now were actually leaked in January. And
Oh,
I
so
don't know if they didn't make the holiday season, so they held off until this year.
right. because
So
we were firmly in delays in shipping.
because I think it was year before last was Santa, Range Trooper, and the others.
Which are straight repaint. Another thing that Gus
Yeah,
has been on.
all these are on. Yeah, yeah. He's been Santa too.
But what I liked about these, so this is the first one they did in 2002, and this is based on the artwork that Ralph McQuarrie would do for the Lucasfilm holiday cards.
Mm-hmm.
And but so they're like unique sculpts to turn this into the reindeer R2 and Santa C3PO, and they'd come
Right.
with a greeting card of, you know, like the greeting card with the painting on it packed in an envelope.
Really?
So it's like a straight up holiday gift that has all of the stuff for a holiday gift included in it. So they did this in 2002. And then in 2003, they did
Is this
Yoda.
Okay, yep. I made a custom of that in the 90s.
Which, again,
That's awesome.
is,
Right.
if you're going to do unique thing, and also they could take the Black Series figure and very easily do soft goods to make that into that. And it comes with a stand. All these come with stands as well. So you make a nice little display. And then in 2004, they did the Jawas.
Oh, see, I don't remember any of these. Those are awesome.
And then
Oh wait, is there any sculpt difference to the Jawas, or is they just?
Oh, they're completely. I mean, because he's in a holding position.
Yeah,
holding the gift, and yeah, they're both in unique. The arms are in unique position. I think they're attached. I don't think that's. Yeah, oh yeah, they're sculpted. The stuff is sculpted on there.
Huh.
But they have the leg articulation that those figures had anyway. It's basically a fold.
Right, just a hinge.
But then they went a little lazy.
In 6
for 2005. This is the last one they did.
Oh,
which is just, I mean, it's a very festive
candy.
Yeah, it's with a stand. Considering this is the painting, and come on, that we couldn't get that.
No kidding. A snow trooper would have been a snowman trooper would have been awesome.
So it was a disappointing end to, and this was a Star Wars shop exclusive. But still, I mean, you're not getting stands today. I would love if they did stuff that felt unique holiday. Like, make it special. You're gonna upcharge for it anyway. Make it a thing that people look at the upcharge and go, this is fun and unique and feels more than what I could do.
Right, exactly. Don't more than an ugly sweater and a.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna do it, just give us something that, or do these. I mean, that as a concept that you're basing it on a McQuarrie thing, so you already got that hook.
And it's been a while since Yoda, huh? 40th anniversary.
Maybe. Was that the last Yoda release?
Maybe. No. There was that 2-pack with Luke when they did the new sculpt. That was
a completely different. Yeah, so that's a whole different Yoda, which obviously would be the better one to use and cheaper for them. And they could charge full price like that Grogu.
Damn it. No. But you know what? For something like that, if there was something unique to it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to, you spend 20 some odd dollars on a Hallmark ornament.
Mm-hmm.
So for this, to get that and have it be a really fun holiday thing. Yeah, I'd love to see Black Series. I'd love to see TVC go back to doing these things again. But when I discovered that those things existed, it was like,
because
I have to get those.
I don't remember those. I may remember the Yoda just because, but 2002, that must have come out right after I got out.
Yeah, this feels though like a thing like I would have just walked past in Toys R Us and not really thought about it much.
Yeah.
With all the other Christmas stuff that was up. But now you know they exist.
I may have to track down the Yoda just because that was always a thing. Because that was for my boss at the time. I made a custom for his.
Well, now I'd like to see, because he's obviously the smaller scale that you would see with the Dagobah 2-pack
Yeah, because
when they
that's
scaled him down. So this is like proper scale Yoda, nice and tiny Yoda.
for 3 3/4.
Yeah, but meaning he would be the same scale if you went with that Dagobah, which because that original Yoda release is too tall.
Yeah, yeah. I was happy when they did that 2-pack.
Uh, but yeah, I mean, this seems like it'd be an easy custom to do off that Dagobah, right? If you had soft
Yeah.
goods, just
Or hell, even it's the hat's the biggie. The rest is just putting some puffy sculpt if you wanted to do it right onto the body
yeah, I
for
mean,
the
because
white
it's because
trim.
it's a simple coat. It's not
Yeah.
even. It basically is just a wraparound.
Does he have the belt on the figure like the card, or does he just
Yes,
have his rope?
yeah, he has the belt.
Oh, well, dang. See? Maybe it would be more sculpt.
So you pair him with your Santa Gus.
Yeah. I would do it. I would do it.
Well, here,
That's
well, you have what? How many weeks until Christmas? Let's see you
4, 3,
create. Do you
4.
have an extra Dagobah Yoda?
Yes, because those went on clearance. I grabbed one of those. In fact, it was right here.
I mean,
I've cleaned.
you kind of have to do it for the holidays now, don't you? You need to do.
Yeah. But that has a cloth jacket, right? I need to get a hold of Rebel 10.
Let's see if you can get a jacket crafted.
She could probably do a soft goods coat and hat.
Yeah, because again, you got soft goods for the sack,
Mm-hmm.
and throw a bunch of what's it's in there for the gifts.
Hmm.
And that's
Yeah, that's
the
pretty
only thing
cool.
unique is the coat, the sack, and the hat, and then he's got the cane, all the standard stuff you got with the figure.
Yeah. Poor. With
Sorry,
you
sorry
holding
to
it
do
that
that.
close,
Sorry to
I'm
give you
like,
projects. I've given you so many projects to do, and you're
it's
gonna
going
get
on
that
the
3D
list.
printer. So
Oh,
many
there's that
things.
too.
Oh, and the last thing I'll share, which Black Series really needs, is an Elon Sleaze Bagano.
Need some death sticks.
Yeah, well, there's his death sticks right there at the
He's
top.
got a blaster.
He does.
Really?
I mean, if you're gonna be selling death sticks,
Yeah.
you kind of need to defend yourself.
from, from, oh man.
I mean, this was a whole. They did the entire club, which
See,
also has
I lost track of all
Drinky
these.
Obi-Wan.
Who's in the robe? Is that
The robe
Padme?
is Padme. Oh, this is the first time they released the McCory concept stormtrooper.
I wonder if I need that in 6-inch.
I wonder if you could do that. Should be able to custom it to go with the McCory concept Vader and Obi-Wan that just came out.
I didn't get those. They're cool. But what am I going to do with them? Where am I going to put them?
And honestly, if we start asking questions like that,
I know.
That's not a path that either of us
That's what am I going to do with these?
I mean, we already made our choices when it came to the dark side, didn't we?
Yeah.
There's no going back, Anakin.
Yeah. I'm way too far down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, you can't undo what you've done.
you can undo what
you haven't even opened that Galactus. You have a $400 figure that's sitting in a corner for multiple weeks.
That's my Christmas present. that's
your ghost of Christmas past. That's not a Christmas present. That's
like I said. I think I'll just do a short on it and say,
or the short ends with you lifting the box open,
and then that's it. Falls out.
Yeah.
It's broken. No.
You don't know. You got Schrodinger's Galactus in there. You don't know if it's working.
That's right.
I mean, I've seen there's one person out there that doesn't have the working light feature on the head.
Saw that. But isn't that any figure you buy these days?
Runs the chance of. Yeah, but they don't cost $400 either. So
that's true too. It's easy to return a $25 figure to Amazon.
Yeah. Has anyone been able to get an exchange or return? I haven't seen a follow-up from him on whether he got a replacement.
I have no idea. I haven't been keeping track either.
You shall also need to 3D print a Doctor Doom body to go with that Doctor Doom head.
I saw people using it as like a monument or statue above their display or something, just paint it green.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to just paint it in his normal Doctor Doom colors.
Or stone, marble, something.
Yeah. Oh, that would be nice just to do a like an actual monument bust
Yeah.
of him.
Hmm. If I had a 3D printer, I could do a body.
I mean, it sounds like before this year's out, you're gonna have a 3D printer. It's gonna be another gift with that Galactus.
Uh-huh. Because it's the gift that keeps on giving.
Oh yeah, it takes a lot too.
Yeah, dang it.
You're making more fun work for yourself.
Yeah.
Because you got to start painting all the things that you printed out.
Yeah, but then I get to turn around and shoot new stuff for Playdays. Maybe Playdays would come along more often. It's for work.
And it's a tax write-off.
I should make the company pay for it.
Yeah, it's a work thing. You're going to be creating.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say the word content, even though I just did. I'm going to say
that's right.
You're creating fun.
And the thing about it, it's been a couple years, but I can't remember who contacted the site or the main email for Foosh about, hey, we'd like to send a 3D printer if you would review it. And at the time I was like, I don't even know how to run it. How would I review it?
No, sir. No, sir. You will not send us a 3D printer.
No.
We are not interested.
You may think, Elegoo, that you're sending us a printer or something, but
move along. What is this?
Yeah.
Is this Saturn, Pluto, Neptune? What planet is this one?
Keep it. Because it's just been in the past month that I got the same offer on a 3D scanner. And I don't know how to run that either. It's like, and what am I going to do with it?
You didn't know how to run a channel before you had to either.
So 7 years later, here we are.
What you need is another lockdown, is what you're saying. You get
a
3D printer and another lockdown, and you'll sort all this out.
Some time to, focus on something new.
Someone is hoping for a lockdown variant.
Yep.
And a 3D printer for Christmas.
Yep. And then I'll be 55 by then.
What's the first thing you print?
If I could get a hold of a Captain Britain head, that's my next big project.
The first. So, Fantastic Four. If you listen to the desperate cries of wonderful, wonderful folks that just adore the work you've done so much, and your heart is somehow warmed by this festive holiday season, and you see fit to grace these poor unfortunate souls with the beauty of your creations, please reach out. Let us know. Captain Britain head for Robo, that Fantastic Four, and that Doctor Doom. I may be asking for too much. I'm going a solid 5 characters. Also, I really like that She-Hulk that you did too. So 6 characters, but I'm not being greedy. I'm just doing it all in one fell swoop to make it more convenient for you and not having to come back and ask you for more.
Because that Batman in his robes is pretty sweet too.
Yeah. See. Okay. So a Batman in his robes. So now this is turning into the Steve Martin Christmas wish sketch.
Yeah.
SNL. If we could have just one thing for Christmas, it is these 10 things.
Or you said Steve Martin, and I went to, and this remote. That's all I need is this remote, this ashtray.
So, Fantastic Four. Please. I don't know if you celebrate. I don't know if you mark the end of the year in a festive holiday fashion. Please. For us.
It's so I will remember you.
I need that musical backup. Crank it up.
Yeah.
If you care.
Yeah.
If caring is a thing in your heart for the sad faces before you, to just worship at the resin feet of your glorious makings.
That sounds like you're just putting words together.
They make sentences. That's all
Put
I need.
A little love in your heart.
Put a little love now. Please send. those few wonderful things to us. Thank you.
Then I would, then
What do
I'd
you want?
have to get a 3D printer.
Yeah, yes, you, because you have to, yeah. Then that body you've been holding back wouldn't be quite good enough. Then you'd need more of an Alan Davis styling to the body as well.
Well, that's what I'm kind of looking at this Hercules. Just the broad chest and shoulders. And it kind of
Yeah.
works with the skinnier legs. If I put some like smaller feet.
Yeah, but
Right.
then if you know you can just print something and it's perfect and it just looks like it stepped off the page and onto your shelf.
The whole body?
Don't think about it too hard. Don't think you could start. Don't.
Because you know what? Because on top of that, painting a Captain Britain, whew, that's a lot of straight lines.
Yeah, it is. Imagine if those guidelines were printed onto the.
You shut your mouth. See, if this were to come true, I would probably do the Cross Tom Caper costume, the diamonds.
What do you mean if this were to come true? Fan Plastic
When?
4.
When?
When this comes true.
Are we willing this into existence?
When your song is sung by the sad souls before you.
Sad sax.
Yes, when the sad sax song is sung by the souls before you. Just like that.
Yep.
In one of those keys.
I can't ever pick a key.
You'll know. Well, yeah, you're like the skeleton key of singing. They're all there.
I will remember you.
You can make, this is a holiday miracle for all of us. That sounded sincere, right? That came
sincere. I got a tear.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I imagine right now that everyone who knows us is laughing hysterically at how pathetic.
That's like, what are y'all doing?
This play that ultimately will be unfulfilled.
Is this what you've stooped to?
It is, and we'll do so again until hopefully one of us hears back.
Yeah.
Fan Plastic 4. So if anyone watching this wants to cut out just this section and send it along so it doesn't look like it's coming from us, because
you know,
kind of looks,
5 hours in.
If you've reached this mark, thank you for sticking with it. I hope you're done cooking the buffet that you needed to, or finish cleaning the office complex that you were working on. If you've reached this point, please find a way to cut out this one section and send it to Fan Plastic 4, who this has been probably this entire conversation the biggest advertisement for.
Right.
Not for the show, not for Whoosh. It's been for the work of Fan Plastic 4.
Yeah. And Casting Cave. Go check it. Go check them out on Instagram. Yeah.
All of those amazingly talented folks who make someone like me, who cannot sculpt or paint with any proficiency beyond that's a lump of something, that's a color, feel incredibly inferior, but appreciate the artistry that I see there.
Oh,
again, yeah. Plastic 4, please hook us up.
Oh man.
Robo, where can people follow you online? What should they check out? Where do you want people to go? What do you want people to do?
If it's the Whoosh, that's usually where I'm hanging out.
Go subscribe to the channel.
Yeah, if I'm and then on socials, I'm Whoosh Robo on Instagram and Twitter and what's that new one? Hive. Yeah.
You're on Hive, you're on Hove, you're on Hapadon. What are the other ones we're all on?
MySpace and
if only
Whoosher.
Everything was back. Yes. When does the Whoosher app?
We're working on it. The way Whoosh works, it'll be 2031.
Was it like chunk me out on Whoosher? Is that
just oh man, so many things to keep track of anymore.
Yeah.
Am I supposed to hate this one or like this one?
Where am I posting this thing? Am I doing it on everything for the next hour? Is this
does the automatic posting thing run to this one, or do I have to do this manual? Or
why do I have to go through 4 steps to paste text on Hive? Why is this thing? Why can't you just do it? Why do I have to keep allowing you to do it again and again?
And when I click you, can you just show me stuff instead of making me wait for?
Yeah. There's so many clicks. Yeah,
and I'll scroll and it'll shoot back to the top real quick, and I'm like, whoa, no,
Have we
no.
become spoiled? Is that it? Are we the
Yeah,
worst when it comes to
because
convenience? And
I swear with Twitter, I've only gotten into Twitter the past few months or this year, I
oh, you
guess.
picked a
So
bad time.
yeah, I know, because I was always just like, oh, this is terrible. But I started posting here and there. But I swear, I'll be posting or I'll be scrolling, and I'll click on a picture or a tweet, and it'll go to it, and then I'll back out, scroll, and something catches my eye, some text that I want to read, and it'll refresh. It's like, what?
Yeah,
I hate you.
lost forever. Lost. It's
Yeah,
gone.
gone. You can't find that shit.
And
I
it's
didn't look at
something.
who
It's
posted
something you
it.
needed to know. It was
Yeah,
something you absolutely needed to know.
yeah.
No,
Now,
we.
Facebook,
Oh,
it stays up there. I'm scrolling. I hit back. It goes right back to the top to the same
Facebook
post.
keeps just. I don't need to know what happened 7 years ago. Just let me see what's happening right now. I don't need my
that
memories. Just
that and at some point, I guess I just started adding friends. Whoever sent a request, so I'll be scrolling along, and
I
I'm
learned
like,
my lesson
oh,
with that after my high school reunion. Don't just add
yeah.
everyone.
I'm
There are
like,
people you didn't
nope.
keep up with for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, mute, mute. Dang it. I'm sorry, but I can't.
No, no, everyone should check out the channel.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
I
I'm on the.
really enjoy. You very much have been for the the past probably 8 months now, discovering the channel. One of the go-tos of just enjoyable things to have on and listen to.
I just, yeah, I just try to be honest about it. I know it doesn't. I get.
Give me the documentary. I want you to stare into the middle distance and just go, I'm just trying to make people happy. Just give me that moment of where you're not looking directly in the camera, you're just looking off, and you're
I just want to add a little joy to this world, a little happiness.
and then slowly look down, all the way, head down, just, and then look up at the camera and wink. There we go.
I'm no good with the exact direction. I need to think about stuff.
That's it. No, see what? No one's heard my direction. They're just gonna think that was all natural in the moment. It's fine.
That's right.
Paste it out.
Bing. I'll edit this out later.
Oh no, all this is staying. Everyone just imagine I wasn't talking.
Yeah.
Just mute it and look at the majesty of the performance you just saw before you. Thank you again for being
No,
on the
I
show.
appreciate it. Yeah.
This has been tremendously fun. I'm glad it finally happened. So thank you, Dan, for reaching out and connecting it.
And when he said you have to pick a top 5, I was like, oh no.
That's when it got real. No. Then you're like, no, what did I agree to? What? No.
Yeah, what have I done? But no, I had fun. I like talking toys and everything else, and
now you're never gonna forget that Smurfs G.I. Joe connection.
I know. G.I. Smurf.
I imagine it's gonna be a middle of the night text to Veebs going, listen, do you ever think of this? Also, maybe you shouldn't check your phone in the middle of the night, because now you're gonna be thinking about it all night.
No, he doesn't check phone in the middle of the night.
Oh, so he'll wake up to that. It's like,
yeah.
No, what have you done to my day?
Yeah. This is amazing. He'd love it.
I can't wait to see the artwork generated, because I know particularly on you have a lot of gifted artists that watch.
Yeah. So man, I'm just picturing the crew. Even if you only do the 13, that's all. I mean, that's a good starting point.
Yeah, just do the initial lineup, or the heavy hitters. Who's the Snake Eyes? Just give us all identify their job, and just put Smurf after it, and it's mechanic Smurf.
Smurf Eyes works right off the bat.
Oh, come on,
no.
Is this the best dumbest thing you've heard in quite a while?
It is. It's the smurfiest smurfing thing I've heard in a Smurf.
a real Smurfarian hero.
That's right. Oh man, yeah, it doesn't work.
Your brain's trying to process the meter right now, because it's too late. It's too late for you to. This is too early in the morning to be processing.
It is 2:00.
So I want to thank everyone for watching. You can support the show by, I guess, doing the things that people say about the channel and subscribing and, I don't know, ding the bell, toot the horn, hit the button, and do the thing.
Right.
That'd be fine. If people want to do that, do what you want to do. I'm happy if you made it this far and you watched this or any of the things that we've done. You can support me on Patreon, patreon.com/KenPlume. Follow me on all the socials you care to or don't care to. That's up to you. It's your life. It's your time. I'm here if you care. And if you don't, that's fine. Right now, I'm talking directly to Fan Plastic 4. The rest of you are also fine. Thank you for watching. But yes, thank you for watching Force 5. Hope you enjoy the rest of the show and follow Robo in all the things that he does. Don't follow Veebs yet. We'll see what happens with that.
Yeah.
Also, if you want to buy my book, which I would hope you do, The Art of DuckTales is out. Making of the show. Please go pick this up because it's beautiful and big and wonderful. And you can find out about that at bit.ly/DuckTalesBook. And I also have a book plate/art print that you can get by you finding out more of that at bit.ly/duckart. It's a whole Patreon thing, but it's beautiful and wonderful, and maybe you'll like it. I don't know. I'm very poor at ending these things, so I'm gonna say thanks for watching, and I will see you. No, that's your ending. I can't do that. Bye, everybody.
Force 5 hours.
Yeah,
Out.
boys, 5 hours.